Chapter 413. If he obtained the throne of the Earth Emperor. In that case, Feng Zichen would be in control of the three sovereigns. In addition to the two supreme positions of Great Emperor Ziwei and Great Emperor Qinghua. Then, it was too terrifying. The Heavenly Emperor, Earthly Emperor, Human Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Qinghua. These supreme powers of heaven and earth combined could be said to control everything in the primordial world. When Feng Zichen's Tao was completed, he could directly rule over all stars, all things, all forms, all gods, all spirits, and a series of supreme powers. He could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with the Celestial Emperor. At that time, even the saints could not compete with him. This was not a gap in strength, but a gap in status. No matter how strong the saints were, in the primordial world, the most powerful was still the Celestial Emperor. This was the strongest karmic position in the primordial world, the highest ruler of the primordial world, the controller of everything. The Celestial Emperor, heaven and earth. He was the primordial world. Who could humiliate him? Who could look down on him? Who dared to say that they were more noble than him? Did they not want to live anymore? Even the saints could not. Even in the future, when Haotian became the Celestial Emperor, although the saints looked down on him, they could only ignore him and could not do anything to him. It was not until later, when the six royals appeared and split the power of the Celestial Emperor, causing Emperor Haotian to become the Jade Emperor, that the saints and their disciples dared to look down on Haotian. In the primordial world, the Celestial Emperor was the most powerful. The saints were second, Great Emperor Ziwei was second, and the three emperors were third. And when the three emperors were combined, their power was close to that of the Celestial Emperor. In addition to Great Emperor Ziwei, Feng Zichen's status was no less than that of the Celestial Emperor. It could be said that, except for the fact that he did not have the title of Celestial Emperor, the rest was not bad. In that case, why did he have to take over Haotian? Wouldn't it be better to directly become the Celestial Emperor himself? If he became the Celestial Emperor, he would have to face the six saints. That would be troublesome. Without the strength to match his status, that was not a good thing but a disaster. Haotian was the proof. He had to wait. When the saints took action and established the six royals, completely taking over Haotian, he would suddenly expose his identity and take the position of Celestial Emperor with the power of the three emperors, catching the saints off guard. Thinking about it, the scene at that time must be very exciting. The expressions of the saints must be interesting. He had spent so much effort scheming, but in the end, he had helped someone else. Wasn't his expression interesting? This isn't right. Why have all the plans changed now? From six royals to three sovereigns. Suddenly, Feng Zichen came back to his senses and realized that his plan had been completely messed up. His initial goal was to become Great Emperor Ziwei. Later, he saw the Taoist fetus of Gaochen in the Thunder Lock and refined it into an incarnation. Only then did he have the idea of becoming one of the six royals and overriding the celestial ruler. At this moment, although Feng Zichen's initial goal had not changed, to become Great Emperor Ziwei, the nature of his goal had changed. From the legendary Great Emperor Ziwei to the real Great Emperor Ziwei. A great emperor of Ziwei who had no restrictions and no power to be divided. But now everything had changed. The six royals had yet to be born. But he was about to become one of the three emperors. This is really... For a moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. All of his plans were prepared to become Great Emperor Ziwei. He did not consider the throne of the three emperors at all. However, the six royals that he had meticulously planned had yet to be seen. The throne of the three emperors that he had no plans for at all was about to be achieved by accident. What the hell is going on? Moreover, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that there was something wrong with his state today. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to scheme against a saint. No. According to what he thought, that was not scheming. That was provocation. This was not just arrogance, it was simply arrogance, wasn't it? Did he really think that he was Pangu in the world? He was too arrogant. He was not like the low-key him at all. Feng Zichen, who came from the future, knew better than anyone else how powerful the saints were after the calamity of witches and demons. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had no opponents. How could such powerful them let a true celestial ruler be born in the primordial world and suppress them? Therefore, if anyone had this intention, they would immediately join forces to suppress them. The overlapping of the powers of the 6 royals' great emperors in the future was one of the methods that the saints used to prevent the birth of the celestial emperor. The saints were cunning. Feng Zichen did not think that he could defeat them. What celestial emperor? What replacing the primordial world? What jumping out to slap the saints in the face when they were at their proudest? This was impossible. Did they really think that the saints were all good people who would not kill? To dare to jump in front of the saints, they really did not know how to write the word death. Therefore, Feng Zichen was a man hiding in the shadows of the primordial world. Didn't Hao Yan like the celestial emperor? Then let him be. Use him to attract the firepower while he hid in the dark to scheme. If he really wanted to be the celestial emperor, he had to wait until he reached the primordial chaos Tao realm, and had the strength to contend with the saints before he could jump out. Otherwise, the saints could completely arrange everything clearly. In the primordial world, strength spoke. Strength was the most important thing. I'm too arrogant. I've been too complacent recently. I've forgotten who I am, and almost made a big mistake. Thinking about it carefully, Feng Zichen knew why he was arrogant. His journey had been too smooth. He had not encountered many hardships at all. Especially recently, he had easily achieved a series of successes and obtained a lot of benefits. Moreover, since his debut, almost all of his plans would succeed. It was simply his wish coming true. Success came too easily. It was inevitable that he would be arrogant and easily forget himself. He would feel that the world was nothing more than this. Feng Zichen had this, but he did not notice it. Or perhaps he noticed it and felt that it did not affect him, so he did not care. However, after the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, he calculated everything and caused this arrogance to reach its peak. It affected his mind and made him forget himself. If his cultivation had not improved greatly, and he had not noticed that something was wrong, he would have suffered a great loss in the future. Phew. Pride makes people fall behind. Excessive pride would often cause great trouble. Feng Zichen knew this principle. Let's talk about the throne of the Earth Emperor in the future. After taking one last look at the tunnel, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze. It was not bad to be greedy. He had enough burdens on his shoulders. With the addition of the throne of the Earth Emperor, it was a little too much. There was no time to plan. It was not too late to plan for the throne of the Earth Emperor after he had settled the matters on his body. Anyway, he was there and could not run away. It's the human path. Above the heads of all living beings, Feng Zichen saw the human path. He was protecting all living beings. It was because of his existence that there would not be a tragedy of great magical beings sacrificing countless living beings in the primordial world. He was the true guardian of all living beings. If one day the human path was no longer there, it meant that all living beings had died. He existed in the hearts of all living beings and existed with all living beings. Therefore, the human emperor born from the human path had boundless majesty. Internally, he used his majesty to subdue all living beings and lead them to prosperity. Externally, he used his majesty to suppress all living beings, intimidate all enemies, and protect all living beings. Human Emperor. Whether I can succeed or not depends on the future of the human race. In the future, if the human race prospered and redefined the human path, then Feng Zichen would naturally become the human emperor. If the human race fell, everything would be for naught. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth, billions of laws, and the origin of heaven and earth. Oh my God, this. After looking at the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, Feng Zichen looked around. This look gave him a fright. In the void, the myriad Tao appeared, and the rules of heaven and earth were clearly visible. In the deepest part of the void, in the center of the primordial world, the origin of heaven and earth also appeared. Everything was clearly presented in front of Feng Zichen. It was as if the entire primordial world had no secrets to him. Everything in this world was for him to explore. After staring at the great Tao for a while, the Tao runes in it automatically appeared in his mind. He turned his head and looked at the rules of heaven and earth. The true meaning in it also appeared in his mind. After turning his head, Feng Zichen looked at the mountains, the water, and the clouds. They were indeed different. In his eyes, the clouds were no longer clouds, the mountains were no longer mountains, and the water was no longer water. It was the innate qi and the innate Tao pattern. All things were presented in front of him in their most primitive form, showing their essence. Seeing this, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He first calmed his qi and focused his mind, and then looked at the origin of heaven and earth. Swish! A bizarre scene appeared in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, pulling him into a wonderful world, showing him the evolution of the primordial world and the evolution of the universe. Is this the great Taoist priests? It's really a great fortune. No wonder it's said that if I become the great Taoist priests, I'm destined to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Isn't that so? Under such conditions, if I can't become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, I can just commit suicide and save myself from embarrassment. At this time, Feng Zichen understood that he had become the great Taoist priests. There was no sign of any phenomenon, and it was completed silently. At this time, all his changes were brought about by becoming the great Taoist priests. Feng Zichen hadn't felt the invincible power of the Daoyuo Jingxian for the time being, but he understood the origin of the Daoyuo Jingxian. After becoming the great Taoist priests, everything in the primordial world was no longer guarded against him. He could see the most essential primordial world. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man appeared in front of him most directly, allowing him to feel the greatness of Tao, the origin of heaven and earth, all the innate paths of the primordial world, and the rules that operated heaven and earth appeared in front of him without reservation, allowing him to observe and understand the principles contained in them. What a great opportunity this was! If becoming the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was a test, then after becoming the great venerable, it was equivalent to obtaining the answers to the test paper. In this way, if he still couldn't achieve Tao, he could only be said to be as stupid as a pig. If he couldn't achieve Tao, he deserved it. He couldn't blame others. Aha! The true meaning of heaven and earth is in front of me, allowing me to take it. My Tao has been achieved. Looking around, Feng Zichen felt carefree and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 4:14. This was the joy of being about to achieve the Tao. Achieving the Tao. 2 short words. But who knew how many heroes had been trapped? This was an unparalleled joy. It could be said that ever since Feng Zichen came to the primordial world, he had never been as happy as he was today. His path had been set. In the future, he would definitely become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was a destiny that could not be changed or defied. From now on, it would be difficult for Feng Zichen to die even if he wanted to. Great Taoist priests. Penga's former title. Now it officially belonged to Feng Zichen. His glory was destined. In the primordial world. Except for saints. Who dared to say that they would not die? No one. No matter how you dominate the primordial world, suppress the world, and amaze the past, present and future. If you don't become a saint, you will still die when the great calamity comes. But there wasn't in the past, but now there was. It was Feng Zichen. In a sense, the title of great Taoist priests was more honorable than saints. Because saints represented the way of the heavens, but the great Taoist priests represented Pangu. With this title, as long as the name of Pangu did not completely disappear in the primordial world, then even if one day, Feng Zichen accidentally died, he could still use it as a basis to reappear from the ashes. This was not a resurrection, but a reappearance. A complete reappearance, a reappearance in his peak state, returning to the world. Compared to Daoyuo Jingxian's self-resurrection, there was still a period of low spirits. It was obviously different. Such an ability was no different from that of saints. The only difference was the difference in strength. The great Taoist priest was so extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he be called a great sage? How could he be called Pangu so respectfully? It was because he didn't have this ability before, but after he hooked up with Pangu, he naturally had this ability. Even if he didn't have it, he had to have it. Pangu's strength was unparalleled since ancient times. From this, it could be seen. Haha. Feng Zichen laughed for a long time before he gradually stopped laughing. However, he still felt incomparably carefree in his heart. He just wanted to let out a long howl to release the carefree feeling in his heart. In fact, he did so. Boom! That long howl was like the rumbling of thunder, and it even resonated with the essence of the world and the endless grand Daos, causing them to tremble together. This aura is Great Taoist Priests, Sword Ancestor Success. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed those great mediums. However, before they could get up to investigate what had happened, they heard a long howl that rolled over. The power contained in the howl was not strong, but it made them feel a kind of throbbing in their hearts. It was as if they were facing some kind of great terror, and they felt a sense of danger. At this time they knew. The great Taoist priests were born. Those who could cultivate to the realm of great divine arts. Which one of them wasn't an outstanding talent? Which one of them wasn't a genius? Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. They were all in the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. Only the legendary great Taoist priests could make them feel overwhelmed with just a long howl. It should be known that even when the Eastern Emperor Tai was invincible in the primordial world, he could not subdue them with a long howl without using the Bell of Chaos. In the primordial world, the one who could become the great Taoist priests was undoubtedly the primordial sword ancestor who had opened the flower of the heavenly path and the flower of the human path. What a great creation! It seems that it won't be long before there will be another primordial Daoyuo Jingxian, who is comparable to a saint in the primordial world. Feeling the sacred and inviolable aura, the group of great mediums said enviously. Endless years had passed, but they still hadn't found the threshold to step into the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. But now, a junior had found the opportunity to become a Dao in front of them. How could they not be envious? What kind of power is this? So powerful. Not to mention how the great mediums felt. After Feng Zichen let out a long howl, he suddenly felt that there was an incomparable power in his body. The essence of that power was extremely high, beyond his imagination. Even the primordial aura in his body was faintly unable to be suppressed. This time Feng Zichen was really shocked. What was the Hongming Qi? It was a power that surpassed the Chaos Qi. It was the beginning of everything. It came from before the chaos. It was the first Qi that was born from nothing. It had the same origin as the Tao. Even if the power of the Great Path descended, the Hongming Qi dared to compete with it. Of course, it was definitely no match for it. But this didn't mean that the Hongming Qi was inferior to the power of the Great Path. It was that Feng Zichen was inferior to the Great Path. In theory, the Hongming Qi was the same power as the power of the Great Path. There was no difference between the two. But such a powerful power was actually slightly inferior to the power that suddenly appeared in Feng Zichen's body. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was shocked. This meant that either the essence of this power was extremely high, far surpassing the Hongming Qi. But this was impossible. The Hongming Qi was already the original power. In this world, there was no power older and more powerful than it. Then there was only one situation left. The owner of this power had an extremely high realm, beyond Feng Zichen's understanding, and was close to the Great Path. Only in this way could this power suppress the primordial aura. Feng Zichen's realm was too low. Being burdened by him, the Hongming Qi, which was supposed to be invincible in the world, could not show its ability to its heart's content. It could only dominate a small place and was even bullied by others. It was simply wrong to the extreme. How pitiful. Is this Panga's power? Why is it different from what I felt before? At this time, Feng Zichen's heart was filled with doubts. In the primordial world, only Pangu could have such powerful power. However, in terms of understanding of Panga's power, Feng Zichen could be said to be the third in the primordial world, if not the first. Since his debut, he had come into contact with Panga's power the most. It was the path of gods and demons that he opened up. Its final achievement was also to prove Panga's Tao fruit. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be very familiar with Panga's power. If the power in his body was really Panga's power, he would have felt it. However, although this power was similar to Panga's power, Feng Zichen was sure that it was definitely not Panga's power. He had even seen Panga's divine consciousness before. How could he be wrong? Moreover, This power was too strong. After mastering it, Feng Zichen could clearly feel that he could shake everything in the primordial world. The laws of heaven and earth could be changed, and billions of great Daos were in his heart. With a thought, he could crush his previous self to death. This was the power of Daoyuo Jinxian's invincible realm. Standing there, Feng Zichen seemed to be standing at the peak of the primordial world, overlooking the long river of time and space, sitting and watching the changes of time. Nothing in this world could shake him in the slightest. It was as if he could break free from everything with a step, leave from the peak of the primordial world, and surpass everything. Chapter 4:15. Once one's cultivation reached the great perfection of the sage-to-be, one could be said to be standing at the peak of the primordial world. One step further, and one would be the legendary primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian. As for the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian, he focused on the integration of primordial chaos. He needed to restrain the timeline, restrain his karma, and restrain everything about himself. He had to retrieve all the information about himself from the primordial world, and destroy all traces of his existence. Only then could he jump out of the primordial world, and become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian in the most flawless state. This was one of the necessary conditions to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian. Only when one was unrestrained and had no connection to the primordial world could one achieve the Tao. Otherwise, how could one transcend? For the primordial world, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian was a transcendent. Only by transcending the primordial world could one not be disturbed by the immeasurable calamity. Therefore, the great perfection of the sage-to-be was the peak of the primordial world. Now, with the support of a strange and powerful force, Feng Zichen had an illusion that he could surpass everything and achieve the primordial chaos Tao fruit with one step. But, of course, that was impossible. How could the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian be so easy to achieve? This feeling was just an illusion that he had suddenly obtained a powerful force, and was a little bloated for a moment. He was still far from the primordial chaos. Before the shaman calamity ended, Feng Zichen could not even become a sage-to-be, let alone the primordial chaos Tao fruit that was above that. He had to go through a calamity before he was qualified to be promoted to a sage-to-be. This was the restriction of the heavenly Tao to all living beings. It did not allow too many experts to be born. Let me see where you came from. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen completely immersed his spiritual will into that force to comprehend his foundation, and pry into his origin. Just as he said earlier, this force was too strong, and the power left behind by Pengu was limited after all. After a few major changes, it had been almost exhausted. Especially when the reincarnation was opened, it directly collected the entire primordial world, and absorbed Pengu's power. Primordial world. Pengu's remaining power was gone. Even if it did, it wouldn't be this powerful. However, if this power did not belong to Pengu, then who did it belong to? Other than Pengu, who else in this world could possess such power? Roar, roar, roar. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have heard a huge roar. Before he could react to what had happened, he suddenly woke up. This is, where? After coming to his senses, Feng Zichen found that he was no longer in the untainted land, but in a vast world. Simple and desolate. Grand simplicity chaotic chi. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen suddenly felt something different. This place was filled with grand simplicity chaos chi. As far as the eye could see, there were chaotic airflows everywhere. This was the grand simplicity chaotic chi, a grand changer, the predecessor of the grand cosmos 5 cosmos. This was the first process of transforming the chaotic chi into the connate chi. It had almost inherited all the characteristics of the chaotic chi, but it did not have the brutality of the chaotic chi. It could be said to be a supreme treasure for cultivation. However, this did not mean that it was not dangerous. It was just much safer than the chaotic chi. If one was not careful, they would still be swallowed by it. If I devour this grand simplicity chi, Hongming Daozhong might be able to advance further and become a chaos spirit treasure. After being surprised for a moment, Feng Zichen came back to his senses. His heart was filled with surprise. If Hongming Daozhong wanted to advance to a chaos spirit treasure, it had to devour the Khanate 5 essences. However, the Khanate 5 essences only appeared when the world was first created. After that, there was no news of them. Feng Zichen searched for a long time, but he did not find any clues. However, he did not expect that there would be so much Grand Simplicity chaotic chi here. This meant that the origin of Grand Simplicity definitely existed here. Otherwise, where did the Grand Simplicity chi come from? Even if there was none, it did not matter. There was so much Khanate Grand Simplicity chi here that it was comparable to the Grand Simplicity origin. If Hongming Daozhong devoured all of it, it would most likely advance to a chaos spirit treasure. What a pleasant surprise. To Feng Zichen, no matter how many Dharma treasures he had, they were not as precious as Hongming Daozhong. This was his foundation in the primordial world. Hongming Daozhong, who was only a Khanate spirit treasure, had already displayed power that was not inferior to a Khanate cardinal treasure. If it advanced to a Khanate cardinal treasure, who knew how powerful it would be? It was simply unimaginable. Oh, that's not right. This place is strange. However, Feng Zichen did not feel happy for long before he realized that something was wrong. The Grand Simplicity chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was like a sea of chaos that covered the entire world. However, in this world, the mountains and rivers were still there. In the chaotic airflow, divine mountains stood tall. No matter how the Grand Simplicity chi surged, it could not shake them at all. In Feng Zichen's opinion, it was an extremely inconceivable thing. Even if the Grand Simplicity chi was inferior to the Chaos chi, it was still something that ordinary people could provoke. Only perfected golden immortals could remain calm in the midst of Tai Chi. In that case, didn't that mean that those divine mountains were not inferior to Daoyuo Jingxian in essence, or even stronger? How was that possible? Just now Feng Zichen made a rough count. There were 3,000 divine mountains. 3,000 mountains. That was 3,000 mountains. Other than the primordial world, Feng Zichen had never heard of another world that had such a foundation. This was already stronger than the heaven realm and the netherworld. This world was not simple, and that strange power could bring him to this world, which was even more not simple. Who cares what's strange about it? In short, I'll take the benefits first. After looking around for a while, Feng Zichen did not find anything wrong. Finally, he could not wait any longer. He decisively took out the Hongming Daozhong and wanted to devour the Grand Simplicity Chaos Chi here. No matter how strange this place was, as long as the Hongming Daozhong was promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure, then all the trouble would not be trouble. Clang! Feng Zichen pointed at the Grand Simplicity Chi, and the Hongming Daozhong appeared from the void. Although it was only 100,000 feet tall, and could not be compared to the Grand Simplicity Chi of this world, its body was covered in ancient runes, and even the mark of a chaos demon god appeared. It trembled slightly, and the runes around its body shone brightly. The shadow of a demon god appeared and surrounded it, chanting continuously. Boom! The Hongming Chi poured out majestically, carrying boundless power. It surged towards the Grand Simplicity Chaos Chi, wanting to devour it. At this moment, something strange happened. As if sensing danger, the previously quiet Grand Simplicity Chaos Chi suddenly erupted, stirring up boundless tides and stirring up the entire world. Buzz! Then the huge divine mountain suddenly trembled. Then, under Feng Zichen's incredulous gaze, the vast Grand Simplicity Chi poured directly into the divine mountain. Chapter 416. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. This time it was Feng Zichen's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't even made a move, but the Tai chaotic chi that covered the entire world disappeared just like that, leaving nothing behind. For a moment, Feng Zichen's movements couldn't help but pause. He raised the Hongming Daozhong and didn't know what to do. But even though he stopped, the Hongming Daozhong didn't stop. With a boom, the Hongming purple chi poured down like the Milky Way falling and the sea of stars roaring. With a majestic force, it covered the entire vast world. However, the Tai chaotic chi that should have been entangled with him had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the Hongmeng chaotic qi in the world. What's going on? What on earth is that divine mountain? How can it absorb the Tai chaotic qi? Looking at the towering mountain peaks in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little surprised and doubtful. He didn't know the origin of that mountain. It was one thing for it to be able to resist the invasion of the Tai chaotic qi, but it could also absorb it. It was really incredible. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen wasn't in the mood to care about the origin of that mountain. At this moment, the joy in his heart from seeing the Tai chaotic qi for the first time was replaced by anger. He only felt that the mountain was incomparably abominable. How dare it snatch food from the tiger's mouth? It was really unforgivable. I don't care what you are. You have to pay the price for taking what's mine. In Feng Zichen's heart, he had long regarded the Tai chaotic qi as his own. Now that it had been taken away by the mountain, how could Feng Zichen tolerate it? Making up his mind, Feng Zichen immediately raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and was about to smash it at the mountain peak. He wanted to smash it to see if the Tai chaotic qi was still there. No matter what, the Tai chaotic qi was too important to him. It was a necessary item for the Hongmeng Daozhong to advance. He couldn't give it up. If he gave it up now, who knew when he would be able to find it again next time? It was now or never. Clang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly, and the Hongmeng qi that filled the entire vast expanse world immediately retreated. Then the Hongmeng Daozhong suddenly expanded until it was as tall as the sky. It hung high in the sky with the mouth of the bell facing downwards, shrouding a mountain peak. Clearly, Feng Zichen wanted to refine the mountain and see if he could refine the grand simplicity chaotic qi from it. Although the mountain peak was huge and towered into the clouds, it seemed a little small compared to the current Hongmeng Daozhong. The difference between an ant and an elephant was more than enough to cover it. However, there was one thing. Feng Zichen had miscalculated. That mountain peak was obviously not easy to bully. As if sensing danger, before the Hongmeng Daozhong could cover it, the mountain suddenly trembled violently. Then, with a flash of purple brilliance, the mountain shook and transformed into the shadow of a demon god. Bang! After the demonic god projection appeared, it did not say anything. It clenched its right fist and threw a punch at the descending Hongmeng Dao Bell. Clang! After that, a loud bang was heard. The primordial chaos Dao Bell was actually sent flying by a single punch from the demonic god's shadow, smashing into the boundless void. What? This sudden change really gave Feng Zichen a fright. But in the end he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he took out the purple imperial sword and fiercely swung it at the demonic god's shadow. Whoosh! Resplendent sword light surged out like a sea of stars, vast and boundless. It was also like the Milky Way hanging upside down, falling from the 9 heavens with a majestic aura. This was the stellar sword technique. It was a unique skill that Feng Zichen created himself. It was a combination of the stellar path and the connate sword path. It represented his achievements in these two paths. Although this was not the most powerful skill that he had mastered, it was the most powerful one among the unique skills that he created himself. Its power was so great that it could kill Daoyuo Jingxian and severely injure a sage to be. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen's skill was powerful, the demon god shadow was even more extraordinary. He smiled contemptuously, raised his right hand, and punched out again. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying power came. It was almost endless. It swept across the entire void and directly shattered the starry sword light. And it did not slow down and went straight for Feng Zichen. Clang. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen called back the Hongmeng Daozhong from the void. It hovered above his head and blocked the terrifying attack. Chaos Demon God. He is the Chaos Demon God. After a round of fighting, Feng Zichen recognized the origin of the demon god that the mountain transformed into. Arrogant, domineering, fierce, and superior aura, as well as the charm of the great way flowing all over his body. What else could he be if not the legendary Chaos Demon God? Oh no! This mountain has turned into a demon god shadow. Doesn't that mean the other mountains may also turn into demon god shadows? Hiss! Suddenly, Feng Zichen seemed to have realized something. He looked at the other mountains and felt the terrifying aura flowing over them. He could not help but gasp. What is this place? There are 3,000 demon god shadows here. How terrifying. If I accidentally startled them, I would be blown to pieces in an instant. One demon god is enough to make people tremble, let alone 3,000 demon gods. Even Hongjun would turn around and run away if he saw them. Unless Pengu is still alive, who can defeat them? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a lingering fear when he thought of what he had done just now. Fortunately, he was vigilant enough to only attack one mountain instead of being careless and attacking all of the mountains. Otherwise, if 3,000 demon gods attacked me together, I would not even be able to withstand one punch from each of them. On the other side, seeing that Feng Zichen did not move, the demon god shadow moved and took the initiative to attack him. Not fighting back. That is not the style of a chaos demon god. Roar. With a loud roar, the demon god shadow moved. In a flash, he came to Feng Zichen's side and raised his fist to hit him. It was an ordinary punch without any magic, nor did it have the slightest Taoist charm, nor was there any magic power contained in it. It was like a fight between ordinary people, simple and violent. However, such an ordinary punch was extremely terrifying in the eyes of Feng Zichen. He did not dare to take it head-on, and hurriedly dodged to the side. The most powerful means of a chaos demon god was not their magic power, nor their magic treasure, but their physical body, which was what they relied on to run rampant in the chaos. Their physical body, which had been polished by the chaos for countless years, was simply ridiculously strong. Even in the face of the attack of a chaos spiritual treasure, they could withstand it head-on. Although this demon god shadow was only a shadow, and its strength was far inferior to the real body. After the test just now, Feng Zichen had confirmed that it had at least the cultivation of Daluo Jingxian. Moreover, what was even more despairing was that this shadow had everything that a chaos demon god of this realm had. Chapter 417. Including the physical body. In other words, the demon god phantom in front of Feng Zichen could be said to be a real chaos demon god. A demon god in the Daluo Jingxian realm. For chaos demon gods, this realm was the realm they could have when they were born. But for the creatures in the primordial world, it was a transcendence that they were painstakingly pursuing. Chaos demon gods were so powerful. They were the most powerful creatures known to man. As soon as they were born, they had the cultivation of Daluo Jingxian. They directly reached the end of the primordial world. It was so enviable. Logically speaking, as Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen should not be afraid of chaos demon gods. But in the face of chaos demon gods' attack, he had no power to resist at all. He was beaten back and had to hide. There was a huge gap between innate godfiends and innate creatures. Similarly, there was a huge gap between chaos demon gods and innate godfiends. And it was even bigger, like the difference between heaven and earth. How could a creature born of the innate origin compare with a creature born of the chaos origin? That was the difference in essence. Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world would encounter danger at any time if he was not careful after coming to the chaos outer realm. But chaos demon gods were different. They could freely travel in the chaos outer realm. The difference was obvious at a glance. Although Feng Zichen and chaos demon god were in the same realm, there was still a huge gap between them in essence. How could he be his opponent? Damn it! After retreating repeatedly, Feng Zichen was also angry. He could not help but use all his strength and punch the chaos demon god. Boom. After the punch, Feng Zichen only felt an irresistible force coming. His right arm made a cracking sound, and his body flew backward involuntarily. Bang. Tens of thousands of miles away, Feng Zichen smashed hard on the ground. The huge impact burst out, forming a huge pit with a radius of tens of thousands of miles around him. Hiss, this is too strong. Feng Zichen struggled to get up from the ground. He was still in disbelief. He knew that the chaos demon gods were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. He defeated him with a single punch. Rationally, he did not want to believe that it was true. However, the heart-wrenching pain that came from his right arm clearly told him that it was true. He lowered his head and saw that his right arm, which was used to fight against the chaos demon god, was twisted in an unnatural shape. Apparently, it was broken. The pain he felt earlier was caused by this. The light of creation flickered on his body. Feng Zichen tried to heal his arm, but there were wisps of murderous aura lurking on the wound, preventing him from healing. If the wounds left by the Chaos Fiend gods could be easily healed, they wouldn't be the most powerful creatures in history. No matter how the light of creation flashed, it could not expel it. With the appearance of the murderous aura, Feng Zichen felt even more intense pain. However, how could physical pain compare to the shock in his soul? After all, Feng Zichen's physical body was not the strongest in the same realm, but it was one of the best. It belonged to a small part of the top. Otherwise, why would it be called Pengu's Dao body? But even so, it was difficult to block the punch of the Chaos Fiend god. That was to say, in the primordial world, no one in the same realm could block the punch of the Chaos Fiend god. How powerful would the true body of the Chaos Fiend god be? No wonder Pengu did not allow the Chaos Fiend god to step into the primordial world. Any one of them could sweep across the primordial world. In the past, Feng Zichen only knew that the Chaos Fiend god was powerful, but he did not know much about how powerful he was. Now that he had experienced it personally, he finally understood. The difference in essence caused a difference in concept. The creatures of the primordial world were not in the same dimension as the Chaos Fiend god. How could they compete with him? They could not beat him at all. Unless Feng Zichen underwent another transformation and cultivated the true body of Pengu, or stepped into the primordial Chaos Dao realm. If he cultivated the true body of Pengu, his physical body would not be weaker than the Chaos Fiend god. Naturally, he could fight him. And if he reached the primordial Chaos Dao realm, even if he stepped into the realm of the Chaos Fiend god, he could still compete with him. What a pity! This Chaos Fiend god is strong, but he's not smart. He doesn't have any treasures in hand. When cultivators fought, they not only relied on strength, but also magical powers and magic treasures. The Phantom of the Demon God had the cultivation of Daluo Jingxian, which was already extremely impressive. Feng Zichen did not believe that he still had magic treasures. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen waved his hand and summoned back Hongmeng Daozhong. Immediately, the aura of Hongmeng circulated and wrapped around his broken arm, obliterating the murderous aura. At the same time, the light of creation burst out, and his arm recovered. Then, Feng Zichen raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it hard at the Chaos Fiend god. Dong! The violent impact, accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, caused huge ripples, and directly sent Feng Zichen flying. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong flew back faster than it came. But the fate of the Phantom of the Demon God was not much better. He also flew back, and an obvious mark appeared on his body, which was left by Hongmeng Daozhong. He was injured. Speaking of which, Hongmeng Daozhong's essence was the highest and was equal to the Great Tao. Feng Zichen could not hurt the Chaos Fiend god, but he could. Haha. Again. Seeing that Hongmeng Daozhong was useful, Feng Zichen stood up, grabbed Hongmeng Daozhong, rushed to the side of the Phantom of the Demon God, and smashed it hard. Dong dong, dong, dong. A series of rapid bell sounds rang. That was the sound of Hongmeng Daozhong smashing the Phantom of the Demon God. Previously, Feng Zichen was severely suppressed by the Phantom of the Demon God. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he naturally wanted to take revenge one by one. Fortunately, the Phantom of the Demon God did not have intelligence for some reason. In the face of Feng Zichen's attacks, it could only resist with all its might, and did not know how to dodge. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. But even so, Feng Zichen did not feel good. When Hongmeng Daozhong hit the Phantom of the Demon God, the rebound force was not weak. It shook his body until it was a little numb, and he almost lost his grip on Hongmeng Daozhong. This body is too strong. After fighting for a while, Feng Zichen was surprised to find that the Phantom of the Demon God looked very miserable, but other than more marks on his body, he did not suffer any serious injuries. In other words, after fighting for so long, he only made the Phantom of the Demon God suffer some superficial wounds and feel some pain. Nothing else. Realizing this, Feng Zichen's body trembled faintly. It was not fear, but excitement. Because he saw a trace of his future from the Phantom of the Demon God. Strong. Absolutely strong. The strength of his physical body was enough to sweep across the untainted land. Chapter 418. No one was more powerful than Pangu in the world. The body of the demon god of chaos could be invincible in the untainted land. What about Pangu's body? Absolutely invincible in the untainted land. When Feng Zichen reached the primordial chaos and completed the shocking achievement of reverse refining Pangu's real body, he would be invincible in the untainted land with just his body alone. Just thinking about it was enough to make Feng Zichen excited. What's more, this was something that could be seen in the future. Feng Zichen saw such a future from the demon god Phantom. He was destined to be invincible. It's time to end this. With his emotions surging, Feng Zichen grabbed the primordial chaos Dao Bell and slammed it down on the fiend celestial phantom. Clang! The melodious sound of the bell rang, stirring up ripples of time, simple and heavy. But in the ears of the demon god Phantom, it was not the case at all. When the sound of the bell entered his ears, terrifying fluctuations erupted, almost tearing his body apart, bringing him great pain and making his body twitch. At the same time, in the Hongming Daozhong, earth, fire, water, and wind emerged, demonstrating the power of the opening of the world, tearing at the demon god Phantom. On the wall of the bell, runes appeared, shining brightly, showing the scene of the beginning of Hongming before heaven and earth were opened. Heaven and earth were vast. Then the Khanate Dao emerged, including yin and yang, the 5 elements, and strangling everything. In the blink of an eye, in the Hongming Daozhong, various forces appeared, interweaving into various killing methods, and blasted at the demon god Phantom, wanting to completely destroy him. At this moment, under the full power of Feng Zichen, the power of the Hongming Daozhong was undoubtedly displayed. Terrifying power surged, and an unprecedented scene appeared. Roar! A huge roar came from the demon god Phantom, accompanied by indescribable pain. Under the crazy attack of the Hongming Daozhong, his already broken body was even more broken. His flesh was melting, turning into great simplicity chaotic energy, revealing white bones, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Fortunately, the demonic god's skeleton was clearly tougher than its flesh and blood. Although Hongming Daozhong's attack was ferocious, it did not injure his bones and did not cause any fatal damage. His injuries were not as miserable as they looked on the surface. However, the demon god's shadow could not hold on for much longer. No matter how strong and hard his bones were, they still had their own limits. It was impossible for him to achieve eternal immortality. It could be seen that the divine charm that was constantly flowing on the bones was becoming fainter. The Dao glow it was emitting dimmed too. It no longer had its previous luster. Even some of the great Dao runes engraved on his bones had been obliterated. And it was all caused by Hongming Daozhong's attack. Although Hongming Daozhong could not directly destroy the skeleton of the demon god's shadow, it could slowly wear it down with the passage of time. Hongming Daozhong's power was too strong. It would not be long before the demon god's shadow was refined and completely destroyed. It would turn into great simplicity chaotic energy again, and become the nourishment for Hongming Daozhong's promotion. Within the bell wall, the demon god's shadow seemed to have sensed the danger. He knew that if this continued, the only thing that awaited him was death. Therefore, he finally could not help but erupt completely. Roar! He roared and suddenly attacked Hongming Daozhong crazily. All kinds of great magic that Feng Zichen could not understand poured out of his hands and hit Hongming Daozhong one by one. It made his heart thud and tremble endlessly. Unfortunately, although Hongming Daozhong's background was unknown, it was definitely stronger than the Chaos Demon God. Just by looking at the level of an innate spirit treasure, it had the power that even an innate cardinal treasure could not compare to. One could tell that it was not simple. The hardness of its bell body was naturally stronger than that of the Chaos Demon God. The magic of the Demon God's shadow hit Hongming Daozhong's body, causing a big commotion. The earth, fire, water, and wind were swept away, the innate Dao was shattered, and the Hongming Qi mass was destroyed. It was really fierce. But that was it. Although the commotion was big, there was no harm at all. It was completely unable to break the bell, and could only be trapped in it, waiting for death to come. Moreover, with the attack of the demon god's shadow, Hongming Daozhong trembled violently. A powerful counterforce came, stronger than the magic of the demon god's shadow. It hit his body one after another, causing fatal damage to him. How could the mystery of Hongming Daozhong be described in a few words? Any attack that landed on his body would be countered with even greater power. Otherwise, how could he show his strength? Crack. The demon god's shadow did not understand this and immediately suffered a great loss. His incomparably hard divine bones were directly cracked by the huge counterforce. And as he attacked more and more, the counterforce increased, and the power of each attack was stronger than the previous one. When the demon god's shadow finished a set of magic, the counterforce had accumulated to a terrifying degree. A vast power erupted, sweeping everything and shaking the demon god's shadow into pieces. How pitiful! The invincible demon god's shadow was actually indirectly killed by his own magic. It was really lamentable. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. This could be considered as saving him a lot of trouble. You still want to be resurrected? Disappear completely. In Hongming Daozhong, the demon god's shadow, which had been shattered into countless pieces, suddenly gathered into a ball and wriggled crazily, as if to reform his body. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's eyes turned cold. He took out the human emperor's seal and smashed it toward Hongming Daozhong. It was not easy to shatter the demon god's shadow. How could he let it recover? Wasn't this looking for trouble for himself? Dong. After a loud sound, the primordial chaos Dao Bell emitted a bright light. It was like a purple sun, and boundless primordial chaos hung down. Countless mysterious runes appeared on its body, showing the scene of the opening of heaven and earth. Boom. It was as if the sea of stars had exploded and the universe had collapsed. All kinds of Khanate Dao were born, mysterious and unpredictable. They surged toward the fragments of the demon god's shadow, completely drowning it and shattering it again. Dong dong dong. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen raised the human emperor's seal and smashed it several times toward Hongming Daozhong. In an instant, the Khanate Dao was vast and mighty, showing all kinds of mysteries, and completely obliterating the demon god's shadow. At this time, Feng Zichen's arms drooped down weakly, and his body was trembling. This series of actions seemed easy, but in fact, it was a great burden on Feng Zichen. The recoil of Hongming Daozhong was not so easy to bear. In particular, the human emperor's seal was a Khanate ultimate treasure. It was even more powerful when it hit Hongming Daozhong. Otherwise, how could it kill the demon god's shadow? If Feng Zichen was not the master of Hongming Daozhong, he would have been smashed to pieces with just one blow. He would not be any better than the demon god's shadow, or even worse. But fortunately, the demon god's shadow was finally dead. After a long while, Feng Zichen finally caught his breath and had time to check on Hongming Daozhong and collect his trophies. As expected. Tai Chaotic Qi. It's inside the demon god's shadow. He took out Hongming Daozhong and saw a black airflow floating in the bell. If it was not Tai Chaotic Qi, what else could it be? Then Feng Zichen understood the origin of the demon god's shadow. That divine mountain. It carried the mark of the chaos demon god. It looked ordinary, but once it was in danger, it would absorb Tai Chaotic Qi and summon the demon god's shadow to kill the enemy. Refine. Shaking Hongming Daozhong lightly, Feng Zichen spat out a word coldly. Immediately, Hongming's qi surged out, drowning and devouring the Tai Chaotic Qi, turning it into nourishment for his own promotion. However, this ball of Tai Chaotic Qi was still too little. After completely devouring it, the primordial chaos Dao Bell did not obtain too many benefits. Other than its own spiritual light becoming brighter, there were no other changes. Of course, this result was not out of Feng Zichen's expectations. If it was so easy to obtain a primordial treasure, there would be more than a few in the untainted land. If one Tai Chaotic Qi was not enough, it did not matter. There were at least 2,000 Tai Chaotic Qi here. If he devoured all of them, it should be enough, right? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the other mountains. The rest of the Tai Chaotic Qi was hidden in these mountains. If he guessed correctly, these mountains were the same as the previous one. They were also the incarnations of the demon god's shadow. Before Feng Zichen could verify it, what happened next confirmed his guess. Among the mountains, one of the mountains suddenly shook violently, and then turned into a powerful demon god's shadow. It raised its fist and charged at Feng Zichen. Haha, Good. Perhaps because he had just killed a demon god's shadow, Feng Zichen was a little arrogant. In the face of this brazen demon god's shadow, not only did he not dodge, but he even took the initiative to attack. Boom. Feng Zichen opened his 5 fingers and clenched them toward the sky. The chi of the 5 elements flowed and turned into a huge 5-colored handprint. At the same time, the Tao of the primordial 5 elements hung down, and behind it, there were 5 terrifying demon god's shadows. They were imprinted on the huge 5-colored handprint to enhance its power. It was the 5 Emperor's great divine skill, the primordial 5 elements handprint. And it was an enhanced version built with the 5 elements chaotic demon god as the foundation. Go. After the primordial 5 elements handprint was formed, Feng Zichen waved his hand and directly blasted at the demon god's shadow. Boom! The handprint carried the primordial 5 elements power and the rules of heaven and earth. It fiercely blasted the demon god's shadow, causing it to stagger and temporarily stop its advance. You're courting death. However, before Feng Zichen could rejoice, he saw the demon god's shadow stand up and roar with a face full of anger. It directly shattered the primordial 5 elements handprint. This. On the other side, Feng Zichen looked at this scene with a face full of shock. He did not know if he should use the great path furnace in his hand. This demon god was so fierce. It was even stronger than the previous one. The small arrogance that had been caused by killing the demon god's shadow disappeared without a trace at this moment. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and the chaotic demon god. Chapter 419. With just a roar, the phantom of the demon god broke the magic that Feng Zichen was so proud of. It had to be said that it was a huge blow to him. However, it was still okay. The previous experience had already given Feng Zichen enough of a blow. This experience, except for making him more aware of the gap between him and the demon god of chaos, was not a big deal. Go. Knowing that he was no match for the phantom of the demon god, Feng Zichen did not try to be brave. He put away the furnace of the Great Way in his hand, and took the opportunity when the phantom of the demon god was unprepared to take him in. The Emperor's seal was the disguise of the Chaos Bead, and the Chaos Bead was a legendary Chaos Spirit treasure, which was not necessarily worse than the demon god of chaos. If the phantom of the demon god fell into it, he would be at his mercy. However, Feng Zichen's idea was quite good, but what happened next shocked him to the extreme. His heart was full of fear, and he only felt that the crisis of death had come to him. After Feng Zichen took out the Emperor's seal, the rest of the mountains, which were originally quiet, suddenly moved together. All of a sudden, they all turned into phantoms of the demon god and attacked him. How could, seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was really shocked and angry. He quickly called back the Emperor's seal and hung it over his head. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong also flew out and covered him. Together with the Chaos Bead, it protected him firmly. After that, Feng Zichen did not care whether it was useful or not. He directly urged his Dharma power to the limit and hit all the great magic that he had mastered, bombarding the phantoms of the demon god with the intention of blocking their attacks. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. Those were 3,000 demon gods of chaos. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not something that anyone in the same realm could resist. What's more, Feng Zichen could not even defeat one demon god. How could he resist 3,000 demon gods? With 3,000 demon gods attacking together, except for Pangu, no one in the untainted land could defeat them. Boom. Fist seals flew over one after another. Feng Zichen's great divine ability was completely unable to resist, and was shattered one by one. This included his most powerful divine ability, the heaven-opening sword art. The gap was too big. F***CK. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen couldn't help but curse, and then he didn't know anything else. This was because he had been smashed into pieces and had completely left this world. Even Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead would not be able to protect Feng Zichen from the joint attack of the 3,000 demonic gods. In the blink of an eye, all the defenses were broken, and Feng Zichen was reduced to ashes. Hiss. How frightening. I thought I was really going to die. In the outside world, after Feng Zichen was killed by the joint attack of the demon god phantoms, He woke up with a start. He didn't have time to think about what had happened. He jumped up and hurriedly checked his body. When he found that there was no problem, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. The scene that he had just experienced was really too frightening. The feeling of death was too real, causing him to think that he was really dead for a time. Now that he suddenly realized that the experience was just an illusion, he couldn't help but feel that he had survived a disaster. How could he not feel relieved? No, that was definitely not an illusion. After a while, Feng Zichen gradually regained his composure and gradually figured out that something was wrong. Everything that he had experienced in the vast world was definitely not an illusion. First of all, it was too real. It didn't seem fake at all. Second of all, at Feng Zichen's level, he could still distinguish whether it was real or fake. Finally, the most important thing was, Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out the Hongmeng Daozhong. The Khanate Dao light that soared on it proved that everything that had just happened was real. Otherwise, how could the Hongmeng Daozhong that had been improved in the illusion be reflected in reality? In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have realized that that place should be an opportunity left behind by Pengu. It should be an opportunity specially prepared for the great Taoist priests. Buzz. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable throbbing between heaven and earth, which made Feng Zichen understand everything. The origin of the terrifying power in his body, and the cause of the vast world. It was indeed left behind by Pengu. In the past, Pengu opened the sky and died of exhaustion. Although his body had turned into the primordial world, there was still a part of his power that didn't turn into Tao but dissipated between heaven and earth. Pengu was like that. So was the chaos demon god. Although his body and origin had become nourishment for the growth of the primordial world, there was still a part of his power that was left behind to create chaos in the primordial world. Pengu noticed this, so before he turned into Tao, he mobilized a wisp of power and suppressed it in the depths of the boundless void, a mysterious unknown place. He wanted to use the power of the primordial world to obliterate it. However, countless years had passed. Although the power of the chaos demon god had almost been obliterated, there was a wonderful change at the last moment. After many years of tempering, they had merged tightly with Pengu's power, forming a power that was the closest to Tao with Pengu's power as the lead. This was an unforeseen event that even Pengu had not expected. The power of the 3,000 demon gods came from the great Tao. They were different manifestations of the great Tao. It was not an exaggeration to say that their combined power was the power of the great Tao. Moreover, the power that could still be preserved under the obliteration of the power of the primordial world was probably the purest part of it, the essence of it. Obliteration was only obliteration if used well. If not used well, it would become a training. It was a blessing, not a disaster. It was also because of this that this power could be preserved. Because the power of the primordial world could no longer obliterate it. The essence was too different. However, the will of the chaos demon god was completely obliterated with the help of Pengu's will. The rest, it was an extremely pure power of the great Tao. However, although its essence was extremely high, in reality, there was not much left. It was far from being comparable to back then. After all, it had been obliterated for so many years. Therefore, Pengu had hidden it and treated it as an opportunity for the great Taoist priests. Today, by chance, it was obtained by Feng Zichen, and became the foundation of his Daluo Jinxian's invincibility. That's right, the so-called invincibility of the Daluo Jinxian by the great Taoist priests was due to this power. The great Taoist priests was a Tao immortal, not a realm. Without the help of external forces, how could he have unparalleled combat strength? In addition, the so-called not much power left was compared to the power of the chaos demon god. Naturally, it was nothing. However, in the primordial world, it was a power second only to the primordial chaos Tao realm. Otherwise, it would not have been used as a reward by Pengu for the great Taoist priests. Moreover, this was not the greatest use of the power of the great Tao. Its greatest use was to help its master break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. External forces were external forces after all. Even if he could be brave for a while, he could not be unstoppable for a while. If he indulged in it, he would eventually be implicated by it. Pengu's realm was high, So how could he not understand this point? Therefore, after leaving behind the power of the great Tao, he gave it another meaning. To help others break through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It was definitely not a simple matter to attain the Tao. It was not something that could be achieved naturally when one's realm reached a certain level. It involved all aspects. Just like back then, when Feng Zichen wanted to break through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, he had clearly reached a certain level, but because of the lack of congenital origin, he had been unable to break through for a long time. The primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian's breakthrough also involved congenital origin, and it required more than one could imagine. The saints could attain the Tao so easily not because they had accumulated enough, but because the heavenly Tao had directly imbued them, saving them the time to accumulate. However, this was not without a price. One of the reasons why saints could not break free from the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. In this world, there were not many forces better and stronger than the power of the great Tao. As for congenital origin, it was obviously not one of them. When his realm reached a certain level, Feng Zichen only needed to refine the power in his body to accumulate enough origin, and naturally become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Otherwise, if he relied on his own accumulation, how long would he have to wait? In theory, if he wanted to attain the Tao, he had to accumulate dharmic powers for an immeasurable number of tribulations. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to attain the Tao. After becoming the great Taoist priests, Feng Zichen could be said to have taken advantage of everything. The path to attaining the Tao had already been paved, and he was just waiting for time to pass. If news of this spread, countless people would be envious. As for the vast expanse world, its background was even greater. It had something to do with Pangu suppressing the river of time and space. The realms of Pangu and the 3,000 demon gods were unfathomable and beyond imagination. They had already reached a realm that could not be explored. The impact of the battle was naturally shocking. It was far from being as simple as it seemed. The process of the battle had long been deeply imprinted at the end of time and space. No one knew the beginning or the end, and it had been preserved since ancient times. It could appear in any time and space at any time. How could this be? If this battle suddenly appeared in a certain period of time and space in the primordial world, the damage would be great. It was estimated that just the aftermath of the battle could destroy the entire primordial world. Therefore, after realizing this, Pangu made a prompt decision. He directly used Mount Buzhou to suppress the river of time and space, firmly locking this period of history at the end of the river of time and space, not allowing it to appear again. Otherwise, the appearance of this battle would be a great disaster for the primordial world. Of course, Pangu had another purpose for sealing this battle, and that was to delay the return of the chaos demon gods. Imagine, if that battle appeared openly in the primordial world, and was constantly being talked about by all living beings, there might be a chaos demon god who obtained an opportunity and returned from the wishes of all living beings. If one could not forget it, there would definitely be an echo. This sentence was not joking in the mythological world. Sealing it could prevent this from happening. Moreover, Pangu's intention was not only that. The chaos demon gods did not have a past or a future. They only had the present. However, Pangu sealed the battle of splitting open the sky and forcefully tore apart the foundation of their existence, creating a past for them. With a past, there would be one more concern, and their strength would be scattered. The resurrection of the chaos demon gods would be greatly delayed. Moreover, those resurrected chaos demon gods would be unable to take back their past, and their cultivation would definitely be affected, making it difficult for them to advance. This might not be the reason why the chaos demon gods wanted to destroy the primordial world. From this, it could be seen that Pangu's methods were superb. The 3,000 demon gods prevented him from achieving the great Tao, causing him to have no choice but to transform the world. He pulled them into the river of time and space, making it difficult for them to cultivate. The revenge came so quickly that the chaos demon gods probably did not expect it. However, the battle of splitting open the sky had a wide range of effects and a great impact. It was unprecedented and beyond imagination. How could it be sealed so easily? Although its main body was sealed, the imprint fragments left behind could still cause harm to the primordial world. Moreover, those imprint fragments also contain the unyielding fighting spirit of the chaos demon gods, which made it even more troublesome. If the news spread, although it would not destroy the primordial world, it would still cause the primordial world to be riddled with holes, leaving behind irreparable damage. Pengu had no choice but to use the last of his mental power to create a mental battlefield. It swept across the entire primordial world, pulling the imprint fragments of the great battle and the unyielding fighting spirit of the chaos demon gods into it, and suppressing them. In this way, the vast world was formed. Also, because this world was opened by Pengu's mental power, it belonged to the mental plane. Therefore, it had a form but no substance, and only the mind could enter this world. To put it bluntly, this was another battlefield that continued the battle of splitting open the sky, a contest on the mental plane. It was a war launched by the chaos demon gods because they were unwilling to accept their death, and their indestructible spirit wanted to destroy the primordial world. Even if a person with a high cultivation level died, he could still cause a lot of trouble. Pengu had no choice but to fight. After his death, his spirit was not extinguished, and he evolved the mental realm to continue the battle with the chaos demon gods. Unfortunately, the chaos demon gods were no match for Pengu when they were alive, and of course, they were no match for him after their death. Not long after, they were suppressed by Pengu one by one. After Feng Zichen entered the vast world, the mountains that he saw were the result of Pengu's efforts. He intended to use the power of time to wear them down. After all, time could erase everything. No matter how big a thing was, how unforgettable a love was, how deep a hatred was, it would eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. It was a pity that his great power was known. However, the chaos demon gods were not people who would wait for death. Seeing that things were not going well, at the moment when they were suppressed by Pengu, they used the last of their strength to tear a hole in the vast world and draw in the Tai chaotic chi. Tai, the first process of the evolution of heaven and earth, had boundless creation. The chaos demon gods drew in this chi with the intention of merging it with the vast world, so that this world would turn from illusion to reality and completely manifest in the world. They could also take advantage of this opportunity to refine their Taoist bodies and return. It had to be said that the chaos demon gods had a good plan. After Pengu's spirit sealed them, it completely dissipated and could no longer interfere with their actions. If the chaos demon gods were given enough time, they might really succeed. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen came and changed everything. The resurrection method of the chaos demon gods became his opportunity. The Tai chaotic chi could help Hungming Daozhong to advance. The shadow of the chaos demon gods could let Feng Zichen feel the Taoist rhyme of the chaos demon gods at a close distance. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Chapter 420. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, it might have been Pengu's plan. Cultivation was not enough to rely on hard work. One had to apply what they had learned. Blindly cultivating was like building a cart behind closed doors. Sooner or later, one would fall behind others. Otherwise, how could one have great achievements? Only by applying what they had learned, and using their own Tao to verify the heaven and earth could one continue to improve. Pengu might have left this spiritual battlefield with the intention of training his successor. After Feng Zichen became the great Taoist priests, there were no more secrets in the primordial world to him. The Khanate Tao and the rules of heaven and earth were all clearly visible. He could enter the state of enlightenment at any time, and feel the mysteries of heaven and earth. It could be said that from now on, his cultivation was like the help of heaven. His rapid progress was considered slow. However, these could only increase his cultivation and make his realm advance by leaps and bounds. It could not increase his combat strength by much. In the primordial world, although realm was important, it did not mean that combat strength was not important. Realm determined the upper limit, but combat strength determined life and death. With a high realm but no corresponding combat strength, one usually could not live long in the primordial world. After all, on the path of cultivation, it was inevitable to engage in life and death battles with others. If the realm difference was big, it was fine. One could easily win by suppressing others with realm. However, if the realm difference was not much, then the importance of combat strength would be reflected. Whoever had the higher battle prowess would be able to win, or even kill their opponent. Just like back then, as Daoyuo Jingxian, Dong Huangtai could be the best of his generation and be invincible in the world. It was because his combat strength was unparalleled in the world. In the spiritual battlefield, there was the existence of the demonic god's shadow. Feng Zichen entered and wanted to obtain the Tai chaotic qi. He had to fight with it. Although Feng Zichen was no match for the demonic god's shadow, fighting with it would be of great benefit to him. Every move of the demonic god's shadow was in harmony with the Tao. A casual attack was a great magical power that contained the charm of the great Tao and supreme creation. Feng Zichen's confrontation with them could be used to sharpen his supernatural powers and transform them beyond the scope of the primordial world. Moreover, if he could comprehend some mysteries from the magic of the demonic god's shadow, there would be indescribable benefits. Training in the spiritual battlefield could completely make up for Feng Zichen's lack of actual combat experience. Even if he was no match for the phantom of the demon god, he could only rely on Hongming Daozhong to fight it. However, Dharma treasures were also a part of one's strength. Being able to win was a good method. Moreover, Feng Zichen's strength was not constant. As he continued to fight with the demonic god's shadow, he would definitely transform and become stronger. He believed that in the end, Feng Zichen would definitely be able to kill the demon god phantom with his own strength without the help of any magic treasures. The power of the great Tao allowed Feng Zichen to have the invincible power of Daoyuo Jingxian. The spiritual battlefield could allow Feng Zichen to continue to transform and finally obtain a heart that matched his strength. The two complemented each other. When the two were combined, Feng Zichen could achieve the realm of primordial Daoyuo Jingxian in the most perfect state. It had to be said that the means left behind by Pangu were really amazing. He could create a primordial Daoyuo Jingxian at the fastest speed. Just this point. This proved how powerful he was. The primordial Daoyuo Jingxian, who was at the peak of the primordial world, could be created just like that. It was really amazing. Rumble. In Feng Zichen's body, the power of the great Tao suddenly became restless. A very small part of the power completely integrated into his body and became a part of his power. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was slightly surprised. Such a situation had never happened before. One had to know that the power brought by the karmic rank, whether it was the power of destiny, the power of heaven and earth, or other forces, were all external forces that were borrowed from heaven and earth. They did not come from his own hard work and did not belong to him at all. In general, this was the power that he only had the right to use, but not ownership. He could use this power to fight against enemies, to assist in cultivation, and to do many things. However, he could not refine it and turn it into his own power. This was the power of heaven and earth, which he had borrowed. If he took it for himself and harmed heaven and earth to enrich himself, wouldn't he be afraid of being punished by heaven? Therefore, even though Feng Zichen's body had all kinds of powers that could quickly increase his strength, he did not dare to refine it. That was exactly what he was afraid of. But now the power of the great Tao had actively integrated into his body and become a part of his power to increase his strength. This was something that Feng Zichen did not expect. Yes, I see. After deducing in his heart for a while, Feng Zichen gradually understood. The power of the great Tao was originally the power that Pangu had prepared for him. It was the power to help him break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. So, this power originally belonged to him. He could refine it without worrying about the punishment of heaven. As for why the power of the great Tao would take the initiative to separate a part of it and integrate into Feng Zichen's body, it had something to do with killing the demon god Shadow. Although this power of the great Tao was mainly based on Pangu's power, he only occupied a very small part of it. More of it was the power of the 3,000 demon gods. And this power had an inexplicable connection with the demon god Shadow in the spiritual battlefield. Therefore, when Feng Zichen killed a demon god Shadow, the power of the great Tao had a reaction. The power that belonged to this demon god Shadow lost its existence. It automatically integrated into Feng Zichen's body. What is this? Passing the game? There's a reward for passing every level. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that this scene was somewhat similar to some of the passing games in the later generations. Every time he killed a demon god shadow, it was like passing a small level, and he would receive a corresponding reward. After killing all the demon god shadows, he would be considered to have passed the level and would receive the final reward, Primordial Chaos Dao Fruit. After killing all the demon god shadows, the power of the great Dao would be completely controlled by him. At that time, it would be time to break through to the Primordial Chaos Dao realm. This is interesting. No matter what, Feng Zichen had one more reason to kill the demon god shadow. Whether it was for the promotion of Hongmeng Daozhong, or for his own breakthrough, he would definitely kill the demon god shadow. As for safety, Feng Zichen was not worried about this. The spiritual world where the demon god shadow was located was a spiritual world, not a real world. The battle there was a spiritual confrontation. Even if he died, he would not suffer much damage and would not affect his body. At most, his mind would be damaged and his spirit would be sluggish for a period of time. Moreover, the spiritual world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. With 3,000 demon gods gathered together, how could Pengu be at ease? He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Faintly in the depths of the spiritual battlefield, Feng Zichen felt a familiar and powerful force. That was the power that belonged to Pengu. Even if it wasn't, it had something to do with Pengu. What was hidden in the depths of the spiritual battlefield? Perhaps only after Feng Zichen had killed all the demonic gods' phantoms would he know. After all, in the eyes of an expert like Pengu, only the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian had the qualifications to enter the room. Unlike the primordial world, where Daoyuo Jingxian could dominate a region. Sigh. Now it seems that the hatred between me and the chaos demon god is getting deeper and deeper. I'm afraid that when they return and find that they can't do anything to Pengu, they will be the first to attack me. Suddenly, Feng Zichen realized something and couldn't help but shiver. Since his debut, he had ruined the plans of the chaos demon god countless times. The world tree in his hand was snatched from the true spirit of the demon god back then. This was one of the means used by the chaos demon god to destroy the primordial world, and he had unintentionally destroyed it. Now he had ruined the plan of the chaos demon god's resurrection, causing their countless years of efforts to turn into flowing water. No, he had made a wedding dress for Feng Zichen. The Tai Chaos Chi was brought in from the outer realm by the chaos demon god for resurrection, but it was swallowed by Hongmeng Daozhong, and became the nourishment for his growth. If the chaos demon god knew about this, he would explode with anger. Even if Feng Zichen wanted to end it, they probably wouldn't agree. This hatred could not be vented without killing. Revenge, it was getting bigger and bigger. Now most of the chaos demon gods were still in a state of death, and couldn't detect what was happening in the outside world. And those living chaos demon gods were hiding in the depths of the great chaos outside the realm, and couldn't detect what was happening in the primordial world. Therefore, Feng Zichen was still safe for the time being. But if those chaos demon gods were resurrected, Feng Zichen's actions would definitely be sensed by them, and he wouldn't be able to hide it. At that time, what awaited him would be despair. Even Pengu couldn't protect the person that the 3,000 demon gods wanted to kill. After all, killing a person was far simpler than protecting a person. If such a day really came, Feng Zichen could only rely on himself. When the chaos demon god was resurrected, his strength had to at least reach the point where he could contend with him. Otherwise it would really be over. No matter how much he schemed, he couldn't defeat the majesty of the chaos demon god. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. But how could it be easy to reach the realm of the chaos demon god? Until now, Feng Zichen didn't even know what the realm above the primordial chaos was. He only knew that the highest realm known was the Great Dao realm. This was the realm that Pengu was pursuing. As for the few realms between the Great Dao realm and the primordial chaos realm, Feng Zichen didn't know what kind of abilities they had. And these realms that he didn't know were the realms of the chaos demon god. The gap was too big. Feng Zichen didn't know if he could reach such a realm. Moreover, who knew when the chaos demon god would be resurrected? How much time was left for him? So, how could he not be afraid? F***ck. How did I become a mortal enemy with the chaos demon god for no reason? Thinking of the situation he would face in the future, Feng Zichen shuddered. Chapter 421. That was an indescribable horror. No, absolutely not. The demon god of chaos must not be resurrected. At the very least, before I have the strength to protect myself, they must not be resurrected. As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart. Since things could not be done, he would think of ways to prevent the resurrection of the demon god of chaos, and buy himself time to cultivate. Anyway, he had already offended him, and there was no room for redemption, so it was not a big deal. Humph. Demon god of chaos, don't blame me. I was forced to do it too. If you want to blame someone, blame Pengu. If he hadn't killed all of you, there wouldn't have been so many things after that. After snorting twice, Feng Zichen seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to some kind of existence in the unseen world. Killed by the joint forces of 3,000 demon gods. In this world other than Pengu, there is only me. According to this is still an honor. Even if I die, it's enough to be recorded in the annals of history for the world to admire. If I don't die, it'll be even more amazing. That's an achievement comparable to Pengu's, enough for all living beings to worship. After all, Feng Zichen had experienced a lot of reincarnation. His mentality was already different. He quickly adjusted himself, suppressed the shock in his heart, and resumed his tranquil state of mind. He even found joy in bitterness. In this case, even if I die, it's worth it. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen seemed to have figured something out and suddenly laughed. Men in this world, don't they just want to be vigorous and famous? If they were born with grievances, in that case, he might as well die. Kill. With his emotions surging, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He raised the Zichen sword in his hand and directly swung it forward. This sword contained Feng Zichen's determination to be ordinary, his confidence to achieve great things, and his belief that he would not fall behind others. With this sword he strengthened his Taoist heart. They believed that they were invincible, and could do what ordinary people couldn't. This was an invincible sword. Whether it was true or not was not important. At least, that was what Feng Zichen thought. However, the power of this sword was indeed extremely strong. Although it was an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the primordial world, it was not an exaggeration to say that Daoyuo Jingxian was invincible. This was because when Feng Zichen swung his sword, he could not help but use the power of the great path in his body. Feng Zichen's strength was not enough to make Daoyuo Jingxian invincible, but the power of the great Dao could. This was the first time that the power of the Great Way appeared in the untainted land. It was released without reservation, showing the majesty of the great Taoist priests to all living beings in the untainted land, and the great mediums. The great Taoist priests' first show in the primordial world naturally had to amaze the world. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely strong. Rumble. Immediately, a resplendent sword light swept out like a sea of stars exploding. It wiped out the void in front of it, causing the myriad Dao to cease to exist. That's right, what no longer existed. The void, the connate Dao, and the rules of heaven and earth no longer existed. Everything was wiped out by this sword and completely returned to the state of nothingness. Hiss! The power of this sword is so strong. Is this the great Taoist priests? It's indeed extraordinary. If this sword isn't his strongest divine ability, perhaps Daoyuo Jingxian's invincibility isn't a lie. The great mediums who had been paying attention to Feng Zichen's movements couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The power of this sword was too strong. If they didn't use magic treasures, they might not be able to block it. Even the saints' eyelids couldn't help but twitch when they saw this sword. The power of this sword was enough to pose a threat to them. Although the threat wasn't great, it also showed Feng Zichen's extraordinariness. Everyone knew that the great Taoist priest was strong. After all, no matter what, that was the title of Pengu. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong. Previously, the great mediums had doubts about the strength of the great Taoist priests, and thought that the legends were exaggerated. At this moment, they had no choice but to take it seriously again, and have a new understanding of the strength of the great Taoist priests. The legends might not be exaggerated. That was the truth. The legend of the great Taoist priests, Daoyuo Jinxian's invincibility, came from the distant primordial era. In that era, most of the current great mediums hadn't been born yet. Naturally, they had doubts about the authenticity of the legend. More importantly, although the primordial era was ancient. However, as everyone knew, the strength of the primordial era, and even the ancient times, was far inferior to the strength of the current era. How could the Daoyuo Jinxian of the primordial era be compared to the sage to be of the current era? Therefore, some great mediums thought that the so-called great Taoist priests, Daoyuo Jinxian, was just a short person growing taller. Even if he was strong, there was a limit to his strength. It was also because of this that the great mediums didn't pay too much attention to the strength of the great Taoist priests. Instead, they focused on the effect of definitely becoming a primordial chaos. Now, Feng Zichen's sword had attracted their attention, and attracted their attention. They had to pay attention. It was fine if they didn't know that he was so strong. But knowing that he was so strong, who dared not to take it to heart? After all, he was an expert second only to a saint. His appearance was enough to affect the current situation of the primordial world, and bring about great turmoil to the world. After swinging his sword, Feng Zichen's mood couldn't help but be a little better. But immediately he realized that there were many more gazes on his body, and his mood immediately sank. No one would be happy to be stared at, let alone Feng Zichen, who was already in a bad mood. However, he didn't chase these gazes away. Instead, he raised the Zichen sword in his hand, and continued to practice his supernatural powers. He had just become the great Taoist priests, and hadn't completely familiarized himself with the power of the great path in his body. He could take advantage of this time to familiarize himself with it. Didn't those great mediums want to see it? Then let them take a good look. It was just right to attract all their attention and make them unable to do anything else, so that it would be convenient for him to start another plan. Set up the Yin court. The attention of the great mediums of the primordial world was all focused on him, the great Taoist priests. Wasn't it a good time to set up the Yin court? The great mediums took the initiative to give him this opportunity. Feng Zichen couldn't let their good intentions down. He would definitely make good use of it, and strive to maximize the effect. Otherwise, how could he face them? What? Set up the Yin court? Beside the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutta asked in surprise. That's right. It's the Yin court. The heaven realm has the heavenly court ruling the world, and the netherworld realm should have the Yin court. Only then will it conform to the principle of balance between yin and yang, and be beneficial to the primordial world. As if hearing Hutta's confusion, Fengdu's incarnation explained in a deep voice. The world valued balance the most. If there was heaven, there would be earth. If there was yin, there would be yang. If there was life, there would be death. If there were men, there would be women. Then, if there was a heavenly court, there would naturally be a yin court. Otherwise, yin and yang would not grow alone. There was only one heavenly court in the primordial world, and there was no yin court that opposed it. Then, it would cause an imbalance between yin and yang. This was a disaster and not a blessing for the primordial world. Fellow Taoist, you're right. But this yin court is not a small matter. It's not something that Hutta can decide alone. I have to discuss it with my brothers and sisters. Only then can I make a decision. After hearing Fengdu's words, Hutta deduced for a moment and understood the meaning of the Yin court's appearance. However, establishing the Yin court required the power of the Magi. This was not something that she could decide alone. She had to get the consent of the other ancestral Magi. Of course. The netherworld was originally prepared by Father for the Magi. The establishment of the Yin court can't be helped by the brothers of the Magi. This matter naturally requires their participation. Nodding his head, Fengdu was indifferent. The Yin court was originally prepared for the Magi. Otherwise, how could he and Hutta establish the Yin court? It would just be a joke. After thinking for a while, Fengdu continued, worried that Hutta would not take this matter seriously. Establishing the Een court is not only beneficial to the primordial world, but also to the Magi. The reason why the demons can compete with the Magi is because of the heavenly court. If the Magi establish the Een court, they can compete with the heavenly court for the destiny of the world, and achieve the goal of weakening the strength of the demons. At that time, the enemy will be weak and we will be strong. Victory will be in our hands. Besides, at this point, Fengdu carefully glanced at Hutu and stopped talking. He silently organized his words in his heart, and thought about how to say the next words without provoking Hutu. What he had said previously was nonsense. He had chosen some pleasant words to foreshadow what he was going to say next. That was because what he was going to say next was the real reason. It was just that it was a little unpleasant. Moreover, fellow Taoist, you have transformed into reincarnation, causing the strength of the Magi to be greatly reduced. It will be difficult for the 12 divine fiends array to form. As a result, the Magi have lost their greatest trump card. Facing the demons, they no longer have an absolute advantage. They might even be at a disadvantage. If we don't establish the Een court to increase the strength of the Magi and fight against the demons, then the future of the Magi is worrying. After thinking for a while, Fengdu decided to tell the truth. That was because he could not find the right words. It was Hutu's fault to begin with. As expected, after hearing Fengdu's words, an unnatural look flashed across Hutu's face. Although it was fleeting, it was still noticed by Fengdu, who had been observing her. However, Hutu did not flare up. Instead, she informed the other ancestral Magi as if nothing had happened, and asked them to come here for a chat. Hutu also understood that she was in the wrong. After transforming into reincarnation, Hutu had not let down the primordial world that gave birth to her. She had also let down all living beings. However, she had let down the Magi who respected and loved her. His departure directly destroyed the great situation of the sorcerer tribe. She had even pushed them into danger. From the strong Magi and the weak demons to the strong Magi and the weak demons. It was so fast and so unexpected. Moreover, this was not caused by the strength of the demons. It was caused by the destruction of the Magi's foundation, and the great reduction in strength. A few years ago, the Magi had made one big move after another. They were about to completely destroy the demons and unify the primordial world. Chapter 422. But unexpectedly, the situation changed, and Hutu could not restore the witch. The situation was completely reversed, which shocked many people. Things were really unpredictable. Hutu's reincarnation had a huge impact on the wizard tribe. Not to mention that the 12 divine beings killing formation could not be formed because of this. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had practiced many kinds of supreme magic to deal with the demon tribe. But Hutu's departure directly destroyed these magic, making the efforts of the ancestors of sorcery in vain. It was too late to find a replacement. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had the same origin, so they could have the same mind. They could combine to perform magic because of this characteristic. If they found another person to replace Hutu, how could this person be connected with the other ancestors of sorcery like Hutu? They might be able to cooperate with each other by practicing, but how long would it take? The Great War of Sorcery and Demon Tribe would break out at any time. How could they have so much time to practice their magic? Hutu's reincarnation had reduced the strength of the wizard tribe by at least half. The loss was not small. Even so, the sorcerer tribe's attitude towards Hutu was still the same as before. There was no change at all. It had to be said that the ancestors of sorcery were very affectionate. Set up the Een court? That's a good idea. But hearing about the Een court, Dijong was puzzled at first, but then he realized that setting up the Een court could bring a lot of benefits to the wizard tribe. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found something wrong with this matter. He could not help but hesitate in his heart. Big brother, what's the problem? Please speak your mind. Seeing Dijong's hesitation, Hutu thought that he had some concerns, so she asked directly. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were very close to each other. There was not so much intrigue between them, so they could speak frankly. Sister, although your method is good, you need masters to set up the Een court. But the masters of the wizard tribe still need to guard the untainted land against the demon tribe. I'm afraid the wizard tribe can't spare too many masters to guard the Yin court. After hesitating for a moment, Dijiang said. Of course, he knew the benefits of setting up the Yin court, but it was impossible to give up the untainted land for the Yin court. It was not easy for the sorcerer tribe to drive the demon tribe from the untainted land to the 9 heavens. How could they give up the untainted land for a mere Yin court? The untainted land was the foundation of the sorcerer tribe. Compared to it, the netherworld was really nothing. Yes, I didn't think this through. He thought for a while. Hutu also felt that Dijiang's words made sense. If the Yin court was established, the sorcerer tribe would have to send some of their experts to guard the nether realm to prevent any unexpected changes. However, although the magi were strong, they relied on quality to win. They did not have as many experts as the demon clan. Therefore, if a portion of the people were to go to the Yin court, they would definitely have no time to care about the primordial world. The demon race would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would definitely counterattack the untainted land. At that time, the sorcerer tribe would be in a passive position. In the end, it was because there were too few sorcerer tribe members. The Wu tribe was already struggling to manage the untainted land. With the addition of the Yin court, they would definitely not have enough manpower. If the base was too big, it would be easy to focus on the head and not the tail. In the end, it was likely that the gains would not make up for the losses. Dijiang understood this very well. It was best to keep what was in front of him. Therefore, although Dijiang agreed with the establishment of the Yin court, considering the current situation of the sorcerer tribe, it was very difficult for him to agree. Haha. I was wondering what it was about. So it's about this. Brother Dijiang, don't worry. This matter is easy. At the side, after hearing Dijiang's words, Fengdu suddenly laughed out loud. In his words, he did not take Dijiang's worries seriously at all. Who is this fellow Taoist? Seeing Fengdu suddenly speak, Dijiang said with some displeasure. At the same time, the other ancestral sorcerers also glared at Fengdu angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was Huta's friend, they would have already made a move and taught this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a good lesson. It was about the sorcerer tribe. When did they need an outsider to speak? For a moment, Fengdu choked. He had forgotten that he had not told the person in front of him his identity. The pride of the ancestral sorcerer. It was famous in the primordial world. Even Dao ancestor Hongjun was not taken seriously by them. An outsider like him had rashly interfered in the affairs of the sorcerer tribe. They did not directly attack him because of Hutu. Otherwise, Fengdu would have been beaten out by them long ago. Forget it. Should I tell him? After thinking for a moment, Fengdu decided to reveal his identity to Dijiang. The identity of a sorcerer could save him a lot of trouble. It would also be of great help to the establishment of the Yin court. Otherwise, with the identity of Fengdu, it would be difficult to gain the trust of the sorcerer tribe. Brother Dijiang, do you still remember me? As he spoke, Fengdu secretly activated the aura of Panga's token and transmitted it to Dijiang. He also blocked the other ancestral sorcerers from prying and did not let them notice. In the nether realm, Fengdu was an expert at the great perfection of the quasi-saint realm. He was not weaker than the ancestral sorcerers. He could still block their perception. Sensing the familiar aura, Dijiang's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Fengdu and said in shock, "It's you. So it's you." After the shock, Dijiang seemed to have understood something and muttered, "Yes, I should have thought of it. Who else could it be other than you?" "That's right, it's me." Seeing that Dijiang had calmed down, Fengdu replied with a smile. "What do you mean you're mine? Who exactly are you?" The question and answer of the two of them confused the other ancestral sorcerers who did not know the truth. At that moment, the most hot-tempered Zhurong directly asked Fengdu casually. It was as if he would beat him up if he did not say anything. "Sai, sixth brother, don't mess around. This fellow Taoist is my best friend. Be polite." Without waiting for Fengdu to speak, Dijiang stopped Zhurong, who wanted to cause trouble, and took the initiative to cover for him. As the patriarch of the sorcerer tribe, Jiang was naturally not a stupid person. Seeing that Fengdu only revealed his identity to him, he knew that he did not want to reveal his identity. As for the reason, it seemed that he had his own plan. Although he did not know what his purpose was, Feng Zichen was a sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe after all. He would prosper and suffer together with the sorcerer tribe. He would not harm them. Therefore, Jiang did not reveal his identity, so as not to ruin his plan. Friend? Big brother, don't joke. If he is really your friend, then why don't I know him? Zhurong touched his head and asked with some confusion. It was not Zhurong's fault for asking this. The 12 ancestral sorcerers knew each other very well. If he was really Jiang's friend, the other ancestral sorcerers would definitely know him. Chapter 423. What do you know? This is a good friend I made in my early years. We are true friends of life and death. When I met him, you weren't born yet. How could you know of his existence? I thought that he had long retreated from the world. I didn't expect him to come out again. As he spoke, Jiang made a sorrowful expression, as if this matter was true. I see. Hearing Jiang's words, Zhurong really believed it. Because Jiang was the first ancestral wizard to be born. Before the other ancestral wizards were born, he was already born and went out to travel in ancient times. This was an experience that the other ancestral wizards did not have. Moreover, Zhurong did not think that Jiang would lie to him. After listening to Jiang's explanation, the other ancestral wizards also nodded and smiled kindly at Fengdu. Since he was Jiang's friend, he was their friend. On the other hand, the Candle Dragon, the sage of the wizard race, had a strange light in his eyes. Obviously, he had guessed Feng Zichen's identity. However, just like Jiang, he did not expose Fengdu's identity. Instead, he continued to play dumb. Fellow Taoist, you said that it's very simple for the wizard race to establish the Yin court. What do you mean? Without giving the other ancestral wizards a chance to speak, Jiang asked Fengdu directly. Fellow Taoist, you forgot. The Netherworld has the Lady of Earth guarding it. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Therefore, establishing the Yin court doesn't require the wizard race to send out many experts. What we need is to send some people over to maintain the normal operation of the Yin court. By the way, arrange a few great experts to support the Yin court. Fengdu smiled and replied. With the Lady of Earth, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Netherworld. It could be said that after the Yin court was established, it would be extremely stable. However, the establishment of the Yin court would definitely require a large number of people and some experts to maintain the facade. Therefore, Fengdu had set his sights on the sorcerer tribe. That makes sense. Nodding, Jiang said. Then let's establish the Yin court. Reincarnation was established by the Lady of Earth. The experts guarding the Netherworld should be selected by the Lady of Earth tribe. As for the clansmen who maintain the Yin court, the 12 tribes will each provide a portion. Is that okay? With a plan in his heart, Jiang directly arranged it. Very good. Jiang's words were in line with everyone's thoughts. How could they disagree? No matter how good the Netherworld was, it was not as good as the primordial world. Moreover, the Netherworld was not good for him. There were probably not many Magus experts who were willing to stay in the lifeless Nether realm. In addition, Ancestral Shaman was not willing to let his experts leave the tribe and go to the Nether realm. Although the relationship between the shamans was good, there was still competition. Otherwise, why would there be 12 tribes? With one less master, the strength of the tribe would be weakened. Who would be willing to do that? What about the master of the Yin court? As the master of Samsara, Goddess Hotu has to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation. She has no time to deal with the Yin court. Therefore, we still need to choose a ruler of the Umbral court. Fellow Taoists, who is willing to take up this position? Fengdu couldn't help but ask after seeing Jiang talking for a long time without getting to the point. Yin court. Most importantly, he was the master of the Yin court. That was an existence that could rule over the Nether realm and bear the destiny of heaven and earth. Me? No. There are still a lot of things that we need to deal with in the primordial world. We don't have time to manage the Yin court. Upon hearing Feng Du's suggestion to let them be the masters of the Yin court, the ancestral shamans waved their hands and refused. The primordial world was vast and boundless. It was impossible to measure it with reason. Even the heaven realm and the nether realm together were not as vast as the primordial world. Therefore, every ancestral shaman ruled a vast territory that was even larger than the nether realm. They had no time to manage the Yin court. Fellow Taoist, you have nothing to do anyway. In my opinion, you should be the master of the Yin court. Suddenly, Di Jiang suggested. As a shaman, Feng Zichen was suitable for this position. It's not impossible. He thought that even if the ancestral shaman didn't want to be the master, he would let the first-generation great shaman do it. However, Feng Zichen didn't expect that Di Jiang would recommend him. Of course he couldn't refuse. How could he refuse the benefits that were delivered to his door? Although Feng Zichen's original plan was to let the shaman clan experience a calamity for the future generations. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. It wasn't impossible to dominate the Yin court in advance. That's good. I'll do as you say. Now that the attention of all living beings in the primordial world is attracted by the birth of the great Taoist priests, it's a good time to set up the Yin court. There's no time to lose. We should hurry up and pray to Father God and set up the Yin court. Feng Zichen wasn't a wishy-washy person. After making a decision in his heart, he immediately began to act. Fellow Taoist, you're so impatient. Then let's do as you say. We'll set up an altar and worship Father God. Di Jiang waved his hand and took out the altar used by the shaman clan to worship Pangu from the Pangu Hall. He planned to worship Pangu here. On the side, the other ancestral shamans who wanted to say something couldn't say anything when they saw this. At this moment, stopping Feng Zichen from becoming the master of the Yin court would be a slap to Di Jiang's face. Father God above. Today the nether realm has appeared. As the home of the dead, it will fill the primordial world. However, the nether realm has just appeared. It is extremely chaotic and the rules are incomplete. Therefore, the shaman clan wants to set up the Yin court in the nether realm to govern the death realm, and set the rules to manage the dead in the world. Please enlighten us, Father God. In front of the altar, Di Jiang first bowed and then swore loudly. Instantly, the primordial world shook. A vast divine light appeared out of thin air, and shone in the center of the nether realm. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the three realms of heaven, earth, and man and went straight into the chaos outside the heavens. That light was too dazzling. It was even more dazzling than the sun. Even across the endless world, it could be seen. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the great magicians from the great Taoist priests to the nether realm. Yin court? What's that? Is it a force similar to the heavenly court? Yin court was an extremely unfamiliar word. However, because the heavenly court was in front of them, everyone more or less guessed what he meant. Whoosh. There was a good show to watch. The shaman clan was going to fight to the death with the demon clan. Even the foundation of the demon clan was going to be dug out. Thinking of the impact of the Yin court's appearance on the demon clan, the great magicians of the primordial world immediately perked up. They looked in the direction of the heavenly court with expressions of watching a good show. They wanted to know how the majesty would react in the face of the sudden actions of the shaman clan. Exciting. It was really too exciting. The situation of the shaman clan was really changing day by day. Just as the shaman clan was about to suppress the demon clan, the shaman clan suddenly destroyed their foundation, causing their strength to plummet. However, before the demon clan could start to become strong, the situation was changing. The shaman clan set up the Yin court and wanted to break the foundation of the demon clan. Chapter 424. This time it was the demons' turn to be candles. In the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun's expression changed with a whoosh. It became extremely gloomy and ugly. Boundless flames of fury surged around his body, shattering the void and distorting the laws of nature. Bang! The Magi deserved to die. Di Jun roared angrily as he smashed the glass cup in his hand. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the air, suppressing the Yao gods below to the point of suffocation. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Compared to the previous Great Magi Demon War, Dijun had become even stronger. Just the aura he emitted was enough to make Daluo Jingxian unable to resist. Moreover, these people were not the weaklings among Daluo Jingxian. From this, it could be seen that Dijun's strength was not far from that of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. However, even though he was so powerful, he was incomparably furious at this moment. That anger was not only directed at the Magi, but also at himself. Dijun hated it. He hated the Magi for stopping him from achieving the Tao. He hated the Magi for establishing the Yin Court and sharing the destiny of the Heavenly Court. Just now the Yin Court was established. In an instant, a quarter of the huge destiny that originally belonged to the Heavenly Court disappeared and flowed into the Yin Court. How could Dijun not hate this? Ever since the establishment of the demon race, they had experienced countless hardships and countless battles. However, they had never suffered such a great loss like today. A quarter of one's providence was a price that was enough to make the demons suffer. Even when they were almost exterminated by the Magi last time, the demon race did not suffer such a great loss. The pain of having their bones dug out was greater than this. Of course, Dijun hated himself even more. He hated himself for being useless and unable to do anything to the Magi. If he could be invincible in the primordial world, why would he be afraid of the Magi? Why would he be afraid of the 12 ancestral Magi? It was because he was not strong enough. Shame. A great shame. When the demon race was at its weakest, we had never been so severely injured. However, just when the demon race was at its peak, our demon race suffered such a heavy blow that our foundation was almost shaken. This, after Dijun, Tai roared, unable to suppress his anger. Her tone was filled with humiliation and bone-deep hatred. A vast and boundless aura emanated from his body. It was even more profound and powerful than Dijun's. It distorted everything and interfered with the operation of the Great Path. Bang! The aura was too powerful, too majestic. Several Yao gods who had just become Daluo Jingxian were completely unable to withstand it, and were crushed to the ground. This was the Eastern Emperor Tai, the god closest to primordial Daluo Jingxian. He was also the only god who could rival the saints. His strength was well known in the primordial world. Done. Let's think about what to do first. The situation is not clear yet. It's not a good time to start a war with the shaman tribe. At this moment, Fushi said. As his voice fell, a gust of spring wind seemed to blow in the Lingxiao Hall. It was extremely warm and carried a thick sense of hope, calming Dijiang Tai's anger. At the same time, it also eliminated the two grand auras in the hall. The Yao gods in the hall could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fushi, the founder of the Heavenly Court, one of the 3 emperors of the demon race, the top great divine ability of the primordial world, and also the top sage of the primordial world. Although under the glory of Dijun and Tai, his figure could not help but be a little dim, so his name was not well known in the primordial world. However, this did not mean that he was not powerful. On the contrary, Fushi was very powerful. Even if he was not as powerful as Dijun and Tai, he was not far behind. In terms of victory or defeat, he might not be a match. If they really fought to the death, the outcome would be hard to say. After all, Fushi had almost become a saint back then. Looking into the past, Taoist Hongjun had attained the Tao and was going to preach the Great Path in the Purple Cloud Palace. For a time, all the Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world set off, and headed to the chaos outside the heavens to search for the Purple Cloud Palace and try their luck. Among them, the 3 pure ones were the first to arrive, followed by Fushi and Yuhua. At that time, Fushi could tell that the 6 seats were extraordinary, and seemed to contain a great opportunity. With his ability, he could have occupied a seat. However, he refused and gave this great opportunity to his only sister. Fushi's strength was beyond imagination. The Khanate 8 trigrams was what he could show. The Zhoxing array was his achievement. Dijun and Tai could hide his light. It was not that he was not strong, but that he did not fight. The demon race. It was enough for them to shine in heat. The Fushi should be hidden under their light. In the hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive and unsettling. However, Fushi's words were like a spring breeze, silently dissolving Dijun and Tai's aura. Just this move showed that Fushi was extraordinary. His cultivation level was at least half a step into the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. In fact, Fushi was also very angry that the demon race had lost a quarter of their luck. However, the demon gods present were already in a weakened state. If he were to get angry again, some of the demon gods would probably make a fool of themselves on the spot. If that was the case, it would be a little ugly. Moreover, the three demon emperors were angry at the same time. It was inevitable that they would lose their demeanor. Therefore, Fushi suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to persuade him with an amiable expression. Humph. What else can we do? With Huta here, even if we attack together, we can't do anything to the Yin court. We can only accept this loss. With a cold snort, Kuan-Peng said sullenly. The Yin court stood in the netherworld, which meant that it was destined to be unshakable, because no one could defeat Hutu in the netherworld. Sai, in my opinion, Your Majesties, you don't have to worry. To establish the Yin court, we must set rules and coordinate everything to operate the primordial world. However, the wizard race has developed limbs and simple minds. They are simply a group of boorish men. It's no problem for them to fight, but if they are allowed to rule the world, there will definitely be chaos. We demons don't have to interfere in the Yin court at all. We can sit and watch the wizard race do what they want. I believe that it won't be long before the netherworld becomes chaotic under the rule of the wizard race. In the end, the netherworld will even riot because of this, causing the dead to be uneasy and disturbing the order of the primordial world. At that time, the Yin court will no longer be the protection of the wizard race but their death warrant. Under the backlash of heaven and earth, even saints can't treat it lightly, let alone the wizard race. In this way, the wizard race will collapse on its own. The wizard race is just a group of boorish men. They dare to establish the Yin court without comprehending the heavenly Tao. They are really courting death. Seeing that the three emperors had calmed down, Baizé walked forward and began to analyze the pros and cons of the wizard race establishing the Yin court in front of everyone. From what he said, the wizard race establishing the Yin court was not only useless, but also self-destructive. It sounded like a joke. However, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that what Baizé said made sense. Therefore, they all agreed. Chapter 425. Fellow Taoist, Baizé's words make sense. The Magi are tyrannical. They don't know the heavens, nor do they respect the earth. They are all disliked by the heavenly Tao. Isn't the establishment of the heavenly courts taking the initiative to hand the heavenly Tao a knife? If it's not a path to death, what is it? The heavenly Tao was the true ruler of the primordial world. The sentence that the heavenly Tao did not like had already doomed the Magi's tragic fate. However, the Magi did not know. Perhaps they knew, but they did not care. Anyway, they did not take the heavenly Tao seriously. As for the demons, they were able to survive until now under the attacks of the Magi because they knew that the Magi were disliked by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the demons firmly believed that as long as they could persevere, the Magi would sooner or later be punished by the heavens and destroyed by the heavenly Tao. In the early days, the difference in strength between the liches and the demons was too great. The demons were no match for the Magi at all. They relied on this belief as their motivation to persevere. Otherwise, the demons would have long been destroyed by the Magi. After Baizé finished speaking, everyone present had different reactions. However, at the top, there were the three emperors and one master of the demon race. These were the absolute experts of the demon race, the top great mystical abilities of the primordial world. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that the battle between the liches and the demons had reached an irreversible stage, especially when he saw the expressions of approval on the faces of the demon gods present. There was no noise at all. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Baizé's words seemed to make sense, but they could not withstand scrutiny. If the Magi were all boorish, how could they fight with the demons until today? Moreover, the demons could not even defeat a group of boorish people. Didn't that mean that the demons were all trash? The Magi, they just looked simple and honest. If anyone really treated them as fools, they would really be fools. But now what was the situation? Baizé looked like he did not take the Magi seriously at all. The demon gods present were the same. It was as if they were not the ones who were chased and beaten by the Magi back then. Damn it! If the Magi were really so easy to deal with, why did the demons hide in the heaven realm and not live in the primordial world? This was not the future. The heaven realm was the world that everyone yearned for. It was the residence of the immortals. At this moment, the heaven realm was far inferior to the primordial world. No, it should be said that all the worlds were inferior to the desolate wilderness. That was the foundation of the primordial world, the origin of everything. It was the richest place in the primordial world. At this moment, the Yao gods were clearly showing signs of tribulation aura entering their bodies. Only in this way would they lose their minds and their previous calmness. They would think that the Magi were vulnerable and would have thoughts of lawlessness. Everyone present was Daoyuo Jingxian. This was especially true for the 10 great demon gods led by Baizé. They were the best of the Daoyuo Jingxian and were about to become quasi-saints. However, it was still unknown whether or not the tribulation aura had entered such an expert's body. The tribulation aura was terrifying. From this, one could see the general situation. Of course, even so, it was still not enough to surprise Dijun, Tai, Fushi, and Kuan-peng. How strong were they? They had experienced all kinds of storms and waves. Just the tribulation aura entering their bodies was not enough to move them. What really moved them was that the tribulation aura was so vast that it almost covered the entire heaven realm. This was the sign of the impending cataclysm. At the same time, it was also a sign that heaven and earth could not tolerate. The conflict between the two Magi had reached the point where even the heavenly Tao could not stand it anymore. It had specially sent down the cataclysm to force the two races to fight. At this time, even if the demon race did not want to fight, they had no choice. Under normal circumstances, these Yao gods respected Dijun and the others and obeyed their orders. However, with the tribulation aura entering their bodies, Dijiang and the others' restraint on these demon gods was not as good as before. They might not listen to the orders of Dijun and the others. Your Majesty, the Yin court has just been established. It will definitely be chaotic and unstable. Our demon race should send people to sneak in and lie low to wait for the future. Seeing that Dijun and the others did not speak, Baizé thought that his analysis had been agreed by them and hurriedly continued to suggest a plan. After saying that, Baizé had a smug look on his face. He was proud that he could come up with such a plan. However, he did not see the look of pity in the eyes of the 4 people at the head of the table. Looking at Baizé's current appearance, he no longer looked like a wise man of the demon race. He was completely bewitched by the tribulation aura and had lost his previous wisdom. Yes, I already know about this. You may leave first. I will consider it in my heart. Seeing the current appearance of the demon gods, Dijun's anger disappeared. He only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He waved his hand and dismissed the demon gods. How could a man fight against the heavens? If this was the will of the heavens, what could he do? Yes. When the demon gods heard this, they bowed and were about to leave the Lingxiao hall. At this moment they heard Tai say, Baizé in Zhao Fei Lian Shangyang, Qin Yuan Jiuing, Gui Che Xiai Tai Fei Dan Jimeng, the 10 of you stay. I have something to tell you. The 10 demons that Tai had named were the 10 famous demon gods in the future. They were also the strongest among the thousands of Daoyuo Jingxian of the demon race. Sigh. After all, Tai cherished talent. He could not bear to see them be completely bewitched by the tribulation aura and create a tribulation, turning their cultivation into flowing water. Therefore he planned to lend them a hand. Your Majesty Donghuang, what orders do you have for us to stay? After all the demon gods had left, Baizé asked respectfully. Tai looked at the 10 demons quietly and did not reply. Instead, he took out the Donghuang bell and gently rang it. Clang! The simple and heavy sound of the bell rang. It was like the roar of the great path, and the sound of the great path lingered. It was also like the singing of the gods, expounding the great path. It echoed in the Lingxiao hall and in the hearts of everyone. When the bell entered their ears, it was like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the 10 demon gods. It caused them to shiver and their minds to go blank. Suddenly, the 10 demon gods came to their senses and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and it was obvious that they were injured. However, their eyes were incomparably clear, and they were no longer as confused as before. In just 1 second, Tai had eliminated the tribulation aura on their bodies. It could be said that his divine might was boundless. Thank you, Your Majesty Dong Huang. At this moment, the 10 demon gods also realized what had happened. They thanked Dong Huang with cold sweat on their faces. Being caught in a calamity without knowing it was a sign of death. If Tai had not intervened, their fate would have been worrying. It's fine. I only eliminated the tribulation aura for you, but I did not eliminate your tribulation. This tribulation is too big. The entire demon clan is in it. Therefore, there is nothing I can do. From now on, you must be careful. If the tribulation aura enters your bodies again, I will not be able to save you. Tai waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to worry. This time, Tai could help them get rid of the tribulation aura, but next time he would not. Moreover, Tai was also deeply involved in this tribulation. If they wanted to transcend the tribulation, they still had to rely on themselves, who could protect others for a lifetime. Chapter 426. Yes, we understand. Nodding, the 10 demons thanked him with a big bow. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave and heal your injuries. Tai waved his hand and said. Yes. The 10 demons left as they were told. Sigh. Looking at the backs of the 10 demons, Fushi suddenly sighed. His realm was far beyond what the 10 demons could compare to. Naturally, he could see things that the 10 demons could not see. In his eyes, the 10 demons were all enveloped by black air currents. That was the tribulation aura, which could enchant the mind. With the help of Tai, although the 10 demons had removed the tribulation aura in their bodies, they still had not passed their tribulation. Therefore, in the void, there was still an endless stream of tribulation aura surging towards them. They were waiting for them to lose their minds and continue to pollute their minds. Although Tai was strong, he could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It was because of this that Fushi sighed. Second brother, why do you have to do this? Everyone has their own fate. Why do you have to interfere? To change their fate, you have to bear the corresponding karma. It's not good for your cultivation. In the Lingxiao Hall, Dijun said to Tai helplessly. Tai had removed the tribulation aura of Bai Zhe and the others, which was equivalent to changing their fate. He had to bear some karma for it. If it were any other time, some karma would be nothing to Tai. But now he was about to break through. It was the time to end all karma and pursue the fusion of primordial energy. Rashly interfering with their fate would definitely cause an unknown impact on his breakthrough. Moreover, Tai was also involved in this tribulation. Helping the 10 demons meant bearing a part of their tribulation. This way, it would increase his tribulation and cause unexpected danger. Therefore, in Dijun's opinion, Tai's action was extremely inappropriate. With their strength, it was impossible to remove the tribulation aura of the entire demon race. However, it was still possible to remove the tribulation aura of some demon gods. However, they did not do so. Instead, they allowed the demon gods to fall into the tribulation because they were worried about this. They were the protagonists of the tribulation and were in danger. If they helped others transcend the tribulation, their chances of survival would be slim. Big brother, they are all outstanding figures among the demon gods, half-step quasi-saints. With my help, you can take that crucial step and become a quasi-sage. Then, in the battle with the sorcerer tribe in the future, the demon race will have a much higher chance of winning. Tai had his own plans for this matter. These 10 demons were infinitely close to the sage-to-be realm. However, they lacked some opportunities, which caused them to be unable to break through. Today, with his help, his emotions were in turmoil. If he could calm his heart and comprehend, he would definitely gain something. He might even be able to take that crucial step. Even if only one of the 10 demons broke through to the sage-to-be realm, the changes it brought to the demon race would be unimaginable. Although they were both in the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian, The gap between Daoyuo Jingxian and Sage to be was like heaven and earth. If the demon race had 12 demi-saints, why would they need to fear the witch race? You're right. With the arrival of the cataclysm, everything will change. Things that were impossible in the past might become possible. No one can tell what his fate is. Dijun's eyes flashed as he said with melancholy, "Cataclysm. Read as a cataclysm." However, it was not necessarily a cataclysm. If one could not overcome it, then it would be a cataclysm. If one could overcome it, then it would be a great opportunity. Did you not know that only during the cataclysm would experts emerge one after another? At that time, the chi of heaven and earth would arrive like bees, and the great Tao laws would be unusually active. Countless experts would rise in the chaos and achieve great achievements that were unimaginable. When the cataclysm broke out, it would be the era of great competition. Countless geniuses would emerge and compete for supremacy. This was a dazzling era. Although there would be countless experts falling, there would also be countless new people rising up. Whether they would continue to be glorious or turn into ashes would depend on their individual opportunities, and whether they could seize that great opportunity. Brother Tai, you're right. Those 10 demons are indeed extraordinary. If they were born earlier, they might be able to compete with us. Beside him, Fushi also said, the Bei's 10 demons were indeed talented, but they were born too late and did not make it in time for the Tao ancestors' preaching. As a result, they were still hesitating in the Daoyuo Jingxian and had not become demi-saints. Otherwise, there would be a few more great divines in the wilderness. Bei's was a Khanate godfiend born from the Tao of Wisdom. He was known as the wisest of the demon race. Of course, this title might be a little exaggerated, but he was indeed the wisest apart from the demi-saints of the demon race. Such a person had a high chance of becoming a demi-saint. In the nether realm, when the divine light dissipated, a large group of palaces suddenly appeared at the foot of Yin Mountain. The palaces were layered and exuded an inexplicable charm. They were shrouded in Yin Qi, as if they were hidden in a black fog, making it impossible to see through them. Moreover, unlike the sacred palaces of the heavenly court, the palaces of the Yin court were all black and exuded a solemn feeling. Good. 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 Looking at the palaces, Fengdu could not help but laugh. The palaces were congenital and not man-made. However, they were not Khanate spirit treasures, but the charm of the great Tao. The charm of the great Tao merged with the rules of heaven and earth and materialized in the nether realm. They had a physical body and formed this solemn palace. Cultivating in the palace would increase one's aptitude by 10%, and it would be easier to comprehend the rules of the great Tao. It was extraordinary. Fellow Taoists, the poor way has passed away. Nodding at the surrounding ancestral shamans, Fengdu took a step forward and came to the center of the palace. In the most majestic hall, he sat on the Supreme Emperor's throne. Today, Fengdu has received the great favor of the great Taoist priests and has been elected by the shaman race. I hereby announce to the wilderness. From today onwards, I will be the master of the Yin court, and my name is Emperor Fengdu. I will rule the nether realm and the endless dead souls. Immediately, Fengdu's majestic voice resounded throughout the wilderness, announcing his existence to all living beings. Fengdu. Where did this person come from? For a moment, everyone was extremely curious about Fengdu's origin. Fengdu was an extremely unfamiliar name. However, it was this existence that had suddenly appeared that had shaken the wilderness many times in the past 1,000 years. Now he had become the overlord of heaven and earth and the ruler of the nether realm. He was an expert second only to the saints. His status was not inferior to that of the saints. What was even more surprising was that he had only used a few thousand years to go from being unknown to being famous in the wilderness, and then becoming the overlord of heaven and earth. How could this not be surprising? His mysteriousness made people more and more curious. Rumble. The moment Fengdu became the master of the Yin court, a quarter of the luck that had flowed from the heavenly court fell and descended on his body. In an instant, Fengdu's body underwent a huge change. Chapter 427. This change was not a change in strength, but his comprehension of the Tao. Fengdu's strength had long reached the limit of a quasi-saint. He could not advance any further. Only by becoming the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could he accommodate more strength. However, with the destiny of heaven and earth that he had now, it was obviously impossible for him to enter the legendary realm of primordial chaos. Therefore, after the destiny of heaven and earth entered Fengdu's body, it found that it could not increase his strength, so it expanded his horizons and enhanced his comprehension of the Tao, allowing him to observe the world from a higher perspective. In Fengdu's eyes, the world suddenly changed. Everything was constructed by Tao patterns, and appeared in front of him in the most essential form. The mysteries of heaven and earth were all in it. At this time, Fengdu was only 1 or 2 levels weaker than the Taoist priest Feng Zichen's perspective. It could be said that it was extremely extraordinary. Why did the people pursue the destiny of heaven and earth? That was it. Even if he did not use the destiny of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation, he could still assist in his cultivation. This was the strongest cultivation treasure in the primordial world. Buzz, the destiny of heaven and earth added to his body, bringing changes to Fengdu. In his body, the imperial seal of Fengdu suddenly trembled violently. It flew out of his body and floated in front of him. Rumble. In the next moment, the power of heaven and earth came and gathered on the imperial seal of Fengdu, causing its level to soar. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of an innate spirit treasure, and became a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. This treasure that was born with the destiny of the netherworld underwent an astonishing transformation. As Fengdu became the lord of the netherworld, it became one of the strongest innate spirit treasures in one fell swoop. Strong. The seal of Fengdu represented the supreme authority of the netherworld. It had the ability to dominate life and death. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Fellow Taoists, now that the Yin court has been formed, I still lack some helpers. I hope that you can help me. After everything calmed down, Fengdu walked out of the hall and said to the ancestral shamans, without the experts of the shaman race to support them, wouldn't the Yin court become the joke of the primordial world with just the big and small cats of the ghost path? In the vast netherworld, not to mention the Daoyuo Jingxian, even the Tai Jingxian couldn't take it out. If word got out, who would think highly of the Yin court? In this way, how could the Yin court compete with the celestial court? Yin court had just been established, but it had already lost all of its prestige. This was a scene that Fengdu definitely didn't want to see. Therefore, after stabilizing the Yin court, Fengdu immediately went to the 12 ancestral sorcerers and urged them to quickly send people over. The Yin court has just been established, and it can't be without powerful experts. I'll ask Xing Tian to come over and assist you. As soon as Fengdu finished speaking, Huta sent out Xing Tian to show her support. Xing Tian, a Khanate Grand Magus, was born from Penga's heart. He could be said to be a top-notch Khanate god. He was the most powerful being in the Hutu tribe aside from Huta Hutu. It could be said that the Lady of Earth had sacrificed a lot to send him here. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Everyone knew how powerful Xing Tian was. Although his realm was still Daoyuo Jingxian, and he had not stepped into the realm of Sage-to-be, but his strength had long surpassed the limits of the realm. Even ordinary quasi-saints were no match for him. Xing Tian could be considered a mighty figure in the untainted land. If Feng Zichen dispelled all the external forces, he might not be a match for him. His strength was so strong that few people in the same realm could compete with him. However, Fengdu thought about it. If Xing Tian came, who would be in charge of the Huta tribe? Fellow Taoist, if Xing Tian comes, what should the Huta tribe do? Fengdu was puzzled, so he asked directly. After losing Hutu and Xing Tian, the Huta tribe would be half-crippled. Since I'm in the nether realm, the Huta tribe will naturally follow me. Other than the warriors of the witch tribe, the rest of the Huta tribe will migrate to the nether realm. After becoming a saint, the Huta tribe could clearly see the future of the witch tribe. They would perish together with the demon tribe. This was a destiny that could not be changed. Therefore, he wanted to leave some seeds for the witch tribe. The Huta tribe was his choice. It was not that the Huta tribe did not want to choose other tribes, but if he chose another tribe, the other ancestral sorcerers would not agree. Since that was the case, he would leave the warriors behind to deal with the great war of the witch demon tribe. The rest would migrate to the nether realm to reproduce. That's good. Fengdu nodded at the Hutta tribe and looked at the other ancestral sorcerers. To be honest, the Hutta tribe alone was enough to maintain the operation of the Yin court. But who would have too much time on their hands? Well said, well said. Later, I will select a portion of my clansmen and send them to the Nether Realm. This was all agreed upon earlier. Of course, Dijung would not act at the last minute. It's all here. Thank you, fellow Taoists. After thanking everyone again, Fengdu bid farewell and left. The Yin court had just been established, and there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. How could he have time to chat with others? How would the Yin court operate? How would the witch tribe be arranged? How would the power be divided? All of these needed him to deal with. He was really busy. Not to mention how busy Fengdu was in the Nether Realm. On the other side, Feng Zichen's deduction had already ended. Seeing that the gazes of the primordial world experts were focused on the Nether Realm, he turned around and escaped into the void. It had been some days since he left the human race. It was time to go back and take a look. Before Feng Zichen left the human race, he was only at the late stage of Daoyuo Jinxian's cultivation. But now only thousands of years had passed. He was already one of the few great divine powers in the primordial world. There were not many who could match him. Correspondingly, the increase in strength led to the increase in speed. His speed had already reached an inconceivable level. With a thought, he crossed the endless void and returned to the territory of the human race. It was as if he had teleported. What a magnificent scene! This is a sign of the rise of the human race. From afar, Feng Zichen saw that in the sky above the territory of the human race, the torch that represented the destiny of the human race was burning fiercely. It was like a small sun, emitting the spirit of self-improvement. This destiny was more than 10 times stronger than before he left. It seemed to have the atmosphere of a large clan. Good boy. I've only left the human race for thousands of years. Why does it feel like I've left for hundreds of thousands of years? Isn't this destiny rising too quickly? Could it be that something big happened to the human race after I left? When he first saw the destiny of the human race, Feng Zichen was also shocked. Wasn't this too much? But soon after, this feeling of surprise was replaced by joy. The more exuberant the destiny of the human race was, the faster the strength of the human race would increase. This was a great thing. However, faintly, Feng Zichen felt that something was wrong. The exuberant destiny of the human race was somewhat abnormal. The destiny of the human race was increasing too quickly, so quickly that it was beyond imagination. Just like adding oil to a raging fire. Although it was glorious, once the oil was exhausted, there would be an endless curtain. Chapter 428. Let's go back and take a look. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards the human imperial court. After Earth turned into reincarnation, the demon clan's massacre of humans was not far away. The changes in the human clan might be related to this. However, after leaving the human clan for a long time, Feng Zichen didn't directly return to the human imperial court. Instead, he hid himself and looked around the human clan's encampment to observe the changes in the human clan in recent years. Why are there so many foreign clans? After taking a few steps, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. Under his senses, in the human clan's encampment, other than the grand and imposing aura of the human clan, there were also many foreign clans' auras. This meant that other than the human clan, there were also many foreign clans stationed in the human clan's encampment. This is interesting. With a thought, Feng Zichen took a step forward and directly arrived at the human clan's encampment. In fact, with his realm, if he wanted to know what had happened to the human clan in recent years, he could know everything with a casual deduction. However, anticipation came from the unknown. If everything was concluded by deduction, what fun would there be in life? Playing in the mortal world was also a form of cultivation. As expected, after arriving here, Feng Zichen discovered that there were many foreign clans among the people coming and going. They were talking and laughing with the people around them without any ill feelings. These foreign clans all walked in the mortal world in the form of Dao bodies and restrained their auras. They didn't look much different from the human clan. However, What kind of realm was Feng Zichen in? There were too few people in this world who could hide from him. With a slight glance, he knew the origins of these people. There were water clans, divine beasts, innate life forms, and all kinds of clans. There were also demons and shamans. Fortunately, they didn't fight. Moreover, the human clan's encampment had changed significantly compared to before he left. Lively. Very lively. If Feng Zichen didn't know that this was the primordial world, he would have thought that he had returned to the bustling city of the future. In his ears, there was the sound of hawking one after another. In front of his eyes, there were shops selling all kinds of goods. There were spirit herbs, divine stones, spirit springs, and all kinds of natural treasures. Everything one could think of was there. It was as if Feng Zichen had not come to a human settlement, but to a large trading market. What surprised him even more was that among the shops, other than the shops that sold treasures of heaven and earth, there were also restaurants. This was truly shocking to the extreme. Smelling the alluring fragrance floating in the air, Feng Zichen's tranquil state of mind began to fluctuate. How nostalgic! He had not eaten for a long time. With mixed feelings, Feng Zichen slowly walked forward, passing through street after street, walking aimlessly. However, the strange thing was that the surrounding pedestrians did not notice his existence at all. Even when Feng Zichen walked past them, it was the same. Feng Zichen did not feel irritated in the middle of a busy city. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the future. He couldn't help but smile and spread his arms, enjoying everything before him. I see. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood why the luck of the human race had increased so quickly. The reason was because of this trading market. He had gathered merchants from all over the world, countless races, and living beings from all over the world. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the sea. There were many kinds of races. It did not include all the races in the untainted world, but it also gathered most of the races in the untainted world. The benefits brought by the gathering of so many living beings were undoubtedly amazing. It was natural for the luck of the human race to soar because of this. In the past, when Feng Zichen went to the wizard tribe, he had asked Taoist Xiandu, Yang, to set up a human market to develop trade. Yang was also extraordinary. Not only had she completed Feng Zichen's request, but she had also exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. Yang had Saint Taiching as his backer, and the East Sea as his backing. He could mobilize most of the natural treasures from Penglai City that were not available in the untainted world. The moment the treasures in the sea appeared, their rarity, their effects, and their miraculous nature attracted a lot of attention in an extremely short period of time. In addition, the Eong clan would take out a few pills refined by the Grand Pure One every once in a while to auction them off. This also caused the reputation of the human market to spread throughout the untainted world, forming a great influence. Who was Saint Taiching? The eldest senior brother of the celestial sect of wonders, the number one of the 6 saints. Of course, although these identities were important, they were not the most important. The most important thing was that Saint Taiching was the ancestor of alchemy in the primordial world, the Tao of alchemy. It was passed down from him. The effect of the pills refined by such a person could be imagined. Even the most ordinary first transformation golden pill was better, stronger, and extraordinary than ordinary third or fourth transformation golden pills. Moreover, not to mention the medicinal power of the pills, just the name of the pills refined by Saint Taiching was enough to make people rush like cranes. If the pills refined by the saint were tainted with a trace of the saint's Tao runes, how extraordinary would it be? It might be able to help people break through Daoyuo Jinxian. Therefore, after Eong took out the pills refined by Saint Taiching, the human market immediately became popular, attracting countless experts of the untainted world. In particular, as Dijiang set up countless teleportation arrays in the entire untainted world, making transportation more convenient, more people came to the human market. They had to come without the teleportation array, let alone with the teleportation array. It could be said that the human market could be what it was today all because of Saint Taiching's pills. Although the natural treasures of the East Sea were novel and could attract the attention of many people, It was impossible for them to attract the attention of the untainted world in such a short period of time. Of course, if not, Saint Taiching would not have accepted him as a disciple. Accepting him as his only disciple was a form of affirmation to the Yong clan. With the development of the human market, it also led to the development of the surrounding areas. The encampment of the human race also received many benefits because of this and gathered a large number of experts of the myriad races. It was also at this time that the human race, a postnatal race that originally had no sense of existence, gradually revealed their talents in the primordial world. They appeared in front of the myriad races and officially joined the magnificent stage of the primordial world. As they came into contact with the human race, the postnatal race created by Nuwa brought a different experience to the myriad races. They were clearly extremely weak. Even the weakest Khanate life form was countless times stronger than them. What was even more unbelievable was that they actually had a limit to their lifespan. They had to live, grow old, get sick, and die. In fact, some humans could not even absorb the Khanate chi when they were born. It was really unbelievable. Chapter 429. This unbelievable scene was truly an eye-opener for all the Xiantian life forms. However, it was such a weak creature that had the creativity that the Khanate life forms did not have. Although the tools created by the human race were not as powerful as the spirit treasures in their hands, they had extraordinary imagination. This was a manifestation of use. It did not have the Tao and principles of the Khanate, nor did it have unfathomable abilities, but it had extremely valuable practicality that involved all aspects of life. This was called the postnatal Tao. That's right. From the human race, these Khanate life forms discovered another cultivation civilization that was different from the Khanate Tao. They were far from being as powerful as the Khanate Tao, but they were simpler than the Khanate Tao, easier to comprehend, and easier to reach a high realm. More importantly, the postnatal Tao had an additional practical value compared to the Khanate Tao. The Khanate Tao was the principle of heaven and earth, the principle of the world. The postnatal Tao was a principle that was created by humans. It was a principle that the descendants had summarized from the Khanate Tao. It was a use of the Khanate Tao. The Khanate Tao was high and mighty, while the postnatal Tao was hidden in the mortal world. This might be the reason why the postnatal Tao could prosper. Of course, although the postnatal Tao was good, it was far from being as powerful as the Khanate Tao. Logically speaking, it was true that it could arouse everyone's curiosity, but it was strange that it could arouse everyone's curiosity. After all, the Khanate Tao was the hope of achieving the Tao. However, that was in the past. Ever since Feng Zichen turned the postnatal Tao into the Khanate Tao, and turned the postnatal Tao into the Khanate Tao, he had created another Khanate Tao for the primordial world. Everything had changed. The post-celestial Tao, which was usually not worth mentioning, suddenly became popular. Countless cultivators fought to cultivate it. They wanted to be like Feng Zichen and turn the post-celestial Tao into the pre-celestial Tao, becoming the master of a Tao. It did not make sense that Feng Zichen, a postnatal life form, could achieve such a great feat that no one had ever done before. They, the Khanate life forms who were more noble than him, could not do this. In short, the postnatal Tao was popular in the primordial world. Although they still couldn't shake the position of the Xiantian Tao, there were many talented cultivators who cultivated the Xiantian Tao along with the Xiantian Tao. Compared to the Khanate Tao that had spread throughout the primordial world, the postnatal Tao had only just been born. It was far from entering the stage of eruption like the later generations. Their numbers were indeed limited. Therefore, as the only pre-world race, and the gathering place of the pre-world Tao, human beings became the first choice for some pre-world Tao cultivators. Moreover, Feng Zichen had appeared in the human race. It was hard for him not to attract attention. Yes. Why are there so many people? Unknowingly, Feng Zichen came to the door of a restaurant. He instinctively looked forward and could not help but be surprised. This restaurant's business was booming. There were no empty seats in the restaurant. There were even some people waiting outside. This was a sign of booming business. The people inside were eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. They were really happy. This wine was no ordinary wine. Instead, it was brewed from the primordial 5-spike fruit. Tens of thousands of years had passed since he obtained the connate 5-grain fruit. After so many years of painstaking cultivation by the human race, it had long been popularized among the human race, and became their food. Seeing that there were more and more connate 5-grain fruit, Feng Zichen could not help but have other thoughts and use it to brew wine. In theory, Feng Zichen did not know how to brew wine, even though he came from the later generations, and was in the era of information explosion. However, if he was not a person who specialized in this field, young people would not pay attention to these things. At most, they would occasionally see some related information when browsing the information. However, it was this one-sided knowledge that allowed Feng Zichen to brew wine. And it was good wine. The golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was so extraordinary. He only needed some residual information to deduce everything he wanted to know. Of course, Feng Zichen could brew good wine not necessarily because of his skills. Perhaps it was because the connate 5-grain fruit was extraordinary. The connate 5-grain fruit contained the power of creation of the connate 5 elements, and could improve a person's aptitude. The wine brewed with it naturally inherited this characteristic and had better effects. After all, wine was also one of the essences of food. Feng Zichen might not know how to brew spirit wine, but the wine brewed with the connate 5-grain fruit was spirit wine, and had extraordinary effects. If the method to brew spirit wine in the future was born, it would be inspiration from this. Unfortunately, wine had already existed before Feng Zichen was born. Otherwise, he would have been able to obtain a portion of merit and occupy the position of the wine ancestor. However, Feng Zichen brewed wine for himself to drink, not to sell. Other than a small portion that he gave away, most of it was hidden by him. However, as he brewed more wine, the method of brewing wine could not be hidden. He did not know who learned it and sold it. This 5-grain wine could improve a person's physique and strengthen the origin. It was a rare treasure. It would be difficult for it not to become popular if it was sold. No wonder the business of this restaurant was so popular. Yes, this is. After looking at the wine, Feng Zichen went on to look at the dishes on the table. What he saw really shocked him. The ingredients of the dishes were only ordinary beast meat, and some ordinary spiritual herbs. This was not worthy of Feng Zichen's surprise. What really surprised him was that the combination of the beast meat and the spiritual herbs was actually in line with a certain pharmacology, causing its effect to greatly increase. Although it could not be compared to pills, it already had some possibilities. This was simply the embryonic form of the path of spirit food. If it could be deduced continuously, it might be able to develop and grow. Although the path of spirit food could not be compared with the path of alchemy, it was not much inferior. It was also a great path that assisted in cultivation. If this path was completed, the creator would at least be able to become a sage to be. Therefore, Feng Zichen was shocked. If the creator of this path was really a human, it meant that in the future, the human race was very likely to give birth to a primordial almighty. This person is really a great talent. With a thought, Feng Zichen walked to the back kitchen. He wanted to see who created this path. Speaking of which, this cooking method was created by Feng Zichen. Before he was born, the human race had just gotten rid of the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Their food was mainly wild fruits and roasted meat. However, although roasted meat was good, who could stand eating people every day? Therefore, Feng Zichen created a clay pot to boil soup. He was really fed up with the monotonous food. That's right, the original purpose of the clay pot was to satisfy Feng Zichen's appetite. As for the merit from the heavens, it was completely beyond his expectations. After that, as Feng Zichen gradually grew up, the clay pot could no longer satisfy him. Following that, various cooking methods appeared naturally, and the human race's menu also became richer. Chapter 430. However, as Feng Zichen's cultivation continued to improve, he gradually gave up on the desire for good food. Becoming stronger had become his only goal. Of course, the most important thing was that when his realm was high, he did not need to eat anymore. The cause of adding to the human race's diet was thus put on hold. However, Feng Zichen did not expect that after so many years, someone would actually comprehend the embryonic form of the path of spiritual cuisine from the cooking method that he had abandoned. It was truly inconceivable. A long time ago, when Feng Zichen had just started to make clay pots, he had already had the idea of opening up the path of spiritual cuisine. However, back then he was not proficient in pharmacology, nor did he recognize all kinds of spiritual herbs. He was even more powerless. Therefore, this idea had been put on hold by him. Later, when Feng Zichen had all the conditions to open up the path of spiritual cuisine, he no longer needed it. He simply buried this idea deep in his heart and did not think about it anymore. He left this opportunity for the future generations to open up. Feng Zichen already had more than enough. In the past, innate life forms did not have the desire for good food. However, after seeing the spiritual cuisine of the human race, they had it. Xiantian life forms fed on Xiantian qi. Any treasures that fell into their hands would be refined into pure Xiantian qi and devoured. It was the same for the meat of fierce beasts. Therefore, innate life forms had no use for things like starting a fire to cook, nor did they need it. They had never seen it before. Therefore, this kind of treasure, that was both delicious and could increase one's cultivation, had conquered them as soon as it appeared. In their hearts, this kind of treasure called food was much more delicious than elixirs, but its effect was not as powerful as elixirs. If its effect could be improved, it would be even more perfect. It's not him. With a flash, Feng Zichen arrived at the back kitchen of the restaurant and saw the person who was cooking. However, immediately, his eyes revealed disappointment. This person's cooking skills were extremely skilled. It was obvious that he had been immersed in this path for a long time. Unfortunately, this person's cultivation was mediocre and ordinary. He had just attained the Yang spirit realm, and hadn't even reached the immortal Tao realm. There was nothing special about him, and he didn't have any great fortune on him. He was just an ordinary person. The Tao of spiritual cuisine was definitely not created by him. Those who could open up their own paths were all rarely seen heroes from past to present. Even if their cultivation wasn't heaven-reaching, they should still possess exceptional intelligence, possessing extraordinary auras, making others unable to forget them. Obviously, the person in front of him had nothing to do with either. However, that wasn't a big deal. Since the Tao of spiritual cuisine had spread among the humans, it definitely had something to do with the humans. He'd find out once he returned to the human Tao imperial court. With his mind preoccupied, Feng Zichen no longer cared about patrolling the human encampment. With a single movement, he returned to the human Tao imperial court. Speaking of which, ever since Feng Zichen left, the human race had been thriving under the leadership of several human kings. Changes were happening every moment, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that changes happened every year. As a result, when Feng Zichen returned to the human race, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. The people and things around him were too unfamiliar. If it weren't for some familiar faces and scenes, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. Even so, Feng Zichen was still extremely happy. It was a good thing that there were changes. It meant that the human race had been improving. If there were no changes, wouldn't that be a bad thing? In this world, if one didn't advance, they would regress. If the human race didn't change at all, they would be eliminated by the times. It wasn't a good thing to be conservative in any era. At this moment, Feng Zichen gradually realized that his previous worries were a little groundless. Although the reincarnation of the earth had brought the calamity of the witch race's massacre closer, it definitely wouldn't be now. The Yin court had just been established, and the situation of the liches and demons was unknown. The situation in the primordial world was even more strange and unpredictable. All the forces were restraining each other. If someone made the first move, they would definitely be attacked by the crowd. Therefore, all the forces were watching to see if there would be any other turmoil in the primordial world. In the current primordial world, every once in a while something major would happen, causing the situation to change. It was overwhelming, and no one dared to act rashly. Therefore, at this moment, they had to be safe and silently wait for the fuse to appear. The various forces were involved with each other, and the primordial world would fall into a short period of peace. This was the precursor to the arrival of a storm, and also the time for the liches and demons to accumulate strength. The human race was temporarily safe. But at the same time, this was also the last time for the human race to be stable. Just as Feng Zichen returned to the human Dao imperial court and sat on the supreme throne that symbolized the human emperor, the entire human race was alarmed. A human expert couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He suddenly looked in the direction of the imperial court and muttered, "Your Majesty is back." In the next moment, hundreds of streaks of light suddenly soared into the sky above the human race and rushed towards the human Dao imperial court. The human emperor had returned. All the human kings, the elders, the leaders of the major tribes, and many human city lords had to enter the palace to pay respects and report the current situation. Swoosh! The first to arrive were the human kings. They all had cultivation bases comparable to Daoyuo Jingxian. In the blink of an eye, they could teleport through endless time and space and arrive at the human Dao imperial court. The next to arrive were the human elders. They were all Khanate lifeforms, the first humans. They had the legacy of goddess Nuwa. Although they weren't as strong as the human kings, they were still quite extraordinary. They all had perfected Tai Jingxian cultivation bases. In terms of seniority, these people were all Feng Zichen seniors. After the human elders, the city lords of the major human cities also arrived one after another. Their cultivation bases were also perfected Tai Jingxian. There were even a few who had reached the half-step Daoyuo Jingxian realm. Moreover, although they were all perfected Tai Jingxian, the auras of these city lords were clearly stronger than those of the human elders. They had an additional murderous intent. This was a bit shocking. One had to know that unlike the human elders, these city lords were mostly born into the human race after birth. After they were born, the legacy left behind by goddess Nuwa had been exhausted. Therefore, they weren't as blessed as the elders. In other words, these city lords were able to achieve what they had today because of their own efforts and not because of the legacy of their ancestors. In other words, they were much stronger than the human elders. That was also true. The human elders had been in charge of the human race for many years and hadn't made a move for a long time. And these city lords guarded an area and fought with foreign races all year round. Those who could survive were all elites. The strength of his battle prowess could be imagined. These people were the mainstays of the human race. Seeing them arrive, even Feng Zichen couldn't help but reveal a friendly look. They were all Feng Zichen's peers and juniors, so their relationship was naturally different from the elders. The last to arrive were the leaders of the major human tribes. Seeing them, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Chapter 431. These tribe leaders had the best resources, but their cultivation levels were unsightly. Most of them were only at the late stage of Tai Jingxian. Only a few had barely stepped into the perfected stage of Tai Jingxian. Moreover, their essence, energy, and spirit lacked vitality. All of them exuded a sense of laziness. Only some tribes far away from the human race were eye-catching. The rest were infuriating to look at. The pressure these tribes faced was still too little. Ever since the human race moved out of the East Sea, the human race's sphere of influence spread out in a fan shape with the human Dao imperial court as the center. The outermost layer was the human race's city. It was also the front line of the war between the human race and the foreign race. Human experts walked out of the imperial court one after another and built cities outside. They competed with the primordial races and expanded the human race's territory. At the same time, they were also the first line of defense of the human race, preventing the foreign race from invading the human Dao imperial court. After the human race's giant cities were the major tribes of the human race. This was the second line of defense of the human race. They were stationed around the imperial court to protect the human emperor. However, because there were the major cities in front of them, the danger these tribes encountered was much less. In particular, as time passed, the human warriors stationed in the city became stronger and stronger after the baptism of blood and fire. This caused the pressure on the tribes at the back to become smaller and smaller. As time passed, it was inevitable that they would slack off. It was easy for people to fall behind. This caused the soldiers guarding the city at the front to become stronger and stronger. and the people of the tribes at the back to become weaker and weaker. Today the human emperor had returned. The elders were in charge of the imperial court, so they were the first to arrive. However, the tribe leaders, who were stationed around the imperial court and should have been the second to arrive, fell behind the city lords who were the furthest away from the imperial court. It was obvious that they were slacking off. From this, one could see the general strength of everyone. The city lords were the strongest, followed by the elders, and then the tribe leaders. The current upper echelons of the human race were made up of these three forces: the city lords, the tribe leaders, and the elders. Of course, the human emperor was high and mighty and was not among these three forces. However, they had always been stationed at the front line, leading the human elites to war and expanding the human race's territory. This was also the reason why the tribe leader had fallen so low. The reason why Feng Zichen established the human king was not only to nurture the Daoyuo Jingxian for the human race, but also to relieve himself of the pressure, and let the human king help him deal with the affairs of the human race. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he would leave the human race's affairs to the human king. But who knew that they were all battle maniacs, and were all leading their troops outside? Feng Zichen left, and so did they. As a result, there was no one to watch over the tribes, and they gradually fell into degeneration. Otherwise, the leaders of those tribes would have no lack of natural treasures. If he had worked hard to cultivate, he wouldn't have such a low cultivation. Are all the elders well? When almost everyone had arrived, Feng Zichen asked the elders. These were all elders. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. We are well. Bowing slightly to Feng Zichen, the elders said in unison. Cultivators could kneel to heaven and earth, their parents and their teachers, but they could not kneel to others. Heaven and earth gave birth to all living things, their parents gave them life, and their teachers passed down the great Tao. These were all great favors, so of course they could kneel. But they could not kneel to others. Attaining the Tao relied on a single breath. If they knelt, they would lose their courage, and it would be difficult for them to attain the Tao again. Therefore, there was no kneeling in the primordial world. Even Dijun, as the celestial emperor, only bowed and did not kneel. It was only when the Lady of Earth transformed into reincarnation that all living beings knelt to thank her for her kindness. This was a rare thing in the primordial world, and it had only happened a few times since ancient times. This was something that the six saints could not compare to. Only when Hong Jun merged the Tao could he compare to it. It's good that the elders are well. Nodding, Feng Zichen looked at the city lords and praised with a smile. You are very good. The human race is proud of you. When the city lords heard this, they could not help but look proud, but they kept saying, Your Majesty, you flatter us. You flatter us. The expressions on their faces were extremely exaggerated. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. Next, he chatted with the elders for a while before asking them about the recent changes in the human race. The human emperor and human king were not around, so the specific matters of the human race fell to these elders. During this process, Feng Zichen did not even look at the tribal leaders. He was going to ignore them for a while. Your Majesty, in the years that you were not around, the changes in the human race could be said to be great. One elder after another stepped forward and told Feng Zichen about the changes in the human race. It was not entirely true to say that the changes were great. The source of all these changes came from the human race's market. It brought a lot of resources and opportunities to the human race, allowing the human race to rise quickly and produce a large number of experts. Although there were no great overarching golden celestials among them, there were a lot more primordial unity golden celestials. There were more than 100,000 of them. This force was not small in the untainted land. Moreover, during Feng Zichen's absence, Swerin and the other two had also returned. After so many tens of thousands of years, the Chou clan and the Zi clan had already cultivated Daoyuo Jingxian. It was just that the Emperor Nvuo's palace was isolated, so their vision did not appear. That was why Feng Zichen did not notice it. However, when the three ancestors saw that the human race was fine, they went to travel the untainted land together. Since they were born, they had been working hard for the human race, and had not taken a good look at the untainted land. Now under the rule of Feng Zichen, The human race was growing stronger and stronger. They had time to go out and travel. A few months later, Feng Zichen understood the changes in the human race and said, "Very good. I'll have to trouble all of you while I'm away. Over the years, I have also obtained a lot of treasures outside. I put them in Zichen's cave. You can go there and try your luck." After that, without waiting for the others to reply, Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent the human race elders and the city lords to Zichen's cave. Some things were useless to Feng Zichen. It was better to give them away to strengthen the human race. At this time, only Feng Zichen and the tribe leaders were left in the hall. "You, very good." Looking at the people below, Feng Zichen said coldly. The same words in a different tone represented a completely different attitude. Immediately, the people were so scared that their faces changed. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Over the years, we have been slacking. We are ashamed of the cultivation of the human race. We are guilty. We are willing to guard the giant city to atone for our sins. To be a tribe leader, they might not be strong, but they must be smart." Without Feng Zichen's words, they could guess why Feng Zichen was angry. Therefore, they directly asked for forgiveness. Chapter 432. Feng Zichen hadn't even glanced at them since they entered the hall. At that time, these leaders already knew that the human emperor was displeased with them. However, the human emperor was in a meeting with the elders. Although they wanted to apologize, they didn't dare interrupt and could only wait anxiously. At this time, the elders and the city lord had already left. These leaders found an opportunity and did not dare to be negligent. They immediately asked for forgiveness. "Defend the city." You think you can do that?" Feng Zichen was so angry that he laughed. These leaders didn't have high cultivation realms, and their combat strength was a mess. How dare they talk about defending the city? Just based on their pampered appearances, what could they possibly use to fight against the valiant and skilled foreign races? If they were asked to defend the city, it wouldn't take long for the impregnable human cities to be breached by the foreign tribes. The great advantage that the humans had gained with great difficulty would be ruined, and they would fall into danger. Even if they dared to go, Feng Zichen wouldn't dare let them go. "Go report to the lords and kings yourselves. Go to the front lines and expand the human race's territory." After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen said indifferently, "The lords and kings had been fighting outside. That was the most dangerous place for the human race, and the best place to train people. These people were used to being lazy. Only there could they achieve great things." Hearing this, these leaders were naturally unwilling. How could the front lines be as happy as the tribes? Thus, they were about to open their mouths to bargain. But Feng Zichen was already impatient. He waved his hand and directly threw them out of the main hall. "Come in." After driving away the leaders, Feng Zichen glanced at the main entrance of the hall, and suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 extraordinary figures walked in slowly. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Feng Zichen's 3 disciples. Fengjie Jiangxiong and Jianghui. Disciple Fengjie. Disciple Jiangxiong. Disciple Jianghui. "Greetings, Master." As soon as the 3 entered the hall, they immediately bowed to Feng Zichen. The 3 of them had arrived as soon as Feng Zichen had returned to the human Dao imperial court. However, although they were Feng Zichen's disciples, they were still young and couldn't be considered the upper echelons of the human race. Therefore, they could only wait outside when Feng Zichen was discussing with the human elders. It wasn't until the crowd left that the 3 had the chance to meet Feng Zichen. Not bad. Not bad. Glancing at his 3 disciples, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile face. They had not seen each other for many years. Feng Jie and the other 2 had reached the golden immortal karma rank and entered the ranks of immortality. They had begun to pursue their own Tao. Moreover, the Xiantian aura emanating from the 3 of them was extremely dense, no less than that of a top Xiantian life form. This was especially true for Feng Jie. As a Xiantian life form, his aura was even more extraordinary. He had already peeked into the mysteries of the innate gods. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he took another step forward and transformed into an innate god. Although Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui weren't as good as Feng Jie, they'd gone against their connate nature and become connate life forms. Moreover, they were the top connate life forms. They were extremely extraordinary. Clearly, these three had a deep understanding of the Tao of God fiends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have undergone such shocking changes. Although golden immortals weren't much in the eldritch wilderness, if a rock was thrown into a crowd, at least 4 out of 10 would be golden immortals, while the remaining 6 would be Tai Jingxian. However, considering the time Feng Jie and the other 2 had been cultivating, it was quite extraordinary for them to become golden immortals at their age. After all, they weren't connate god fiends. They didn't have the protection of the great Tao, nor did they have amazing opportunities like Feng Zichen. They only relied on themselves. These 3 already had the demeanor of the human race's peerless geniuses. This is... Suddenly, Feng Zichen exclaimed and looked at Jiang Hui. He saw merit gathering on her body. There were inexplicable principles intertwining, and runes evolving. They gathered and dispersed, forming all kinds of phenomena. Purple energy even gathered above her head. It was incomparably dense, forming a purple precious umbrella that protected her. It was the providence of heaven and earth. It was purple in color, which meant that it was the most noble kind of providence among all kinds of providence. Tao luck. Purple was supreme in the primordial world. His luck was purple, which showed how extraordinary he was. Although this Tao luck wasn't much, it could allow Jiang Hui to have a 30% higher success rate than others when she tried to prove her Tao as Tao Yuo Jingxian. 30%. In the primordial world, there were as many Tai Jingxian as grains of sand. There were more than billions of them. However, how many Tao Yuo Jingxian were there? Less than 100,000. Since the creation of the primordial world, all the Tao Yuo Jingxian added up to less than 100,000. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to prove one's Tao. That step alone had trapped countless primordial immortals to death. However, Jiang Hui could rely on her Tao luck to have a 30% higher chance of proving her Tao than others. That meant that she had surpassed countless people. 30%. Coupled with her own accumulation, it could be said that she was almost certain to become a Tao Yuo Jingxian. Hui, come forward. Surprised, Feng Zichen called Jiang Hui in front of him. He wanted to use his Tao eye to see what kind of fortuitous encounter she had to be able to obtain Tao luck. Yes, master. Jiang Hui smiled sweetly and stepped forward. I see. The Tao of spiritual cuisine was actually created by you. Purple light appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes. It was incomparably dazzling. It was like the evolution of Hongmeng, but also like the creation of the primordial chaos. Countless stars shone in it, and countless laws appeared, deducing various things of the past. I have the heavenly Tao, the top pupil technique of the primordial world. In an instant, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect. The Tao of spiritual cuisine was created by Jiang Hui. Therefore, merit gathered on her body, runes were born, principles surrounded her, and Tao luck surrounded her. It was also because the Tao of spiritual cuisine was only in its embryonic form, and belonged to the initial stage. It had not established a Tao, nor had it been imparted. Therefore, the merit and Tao luck gathered on Jiang Hui were not too much. Otherwise, creating a Tao would be an earth-shattering event. At the very least, she would be blessed by heaven and earth. Boundless merit would be added to her body, and all evil would not invade her. She would not be like Jiang Hui, who would be sent away with just some merit and Tao luck. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but be amazed. He was sure that he had never taught Jiang Hui anything about spiritual cuisine. She had comprehended all of this herself. Her wisdom was truly extraordinary. As expected of the reincarnation of the innate indestructible spirit light of the treasure of wisdom, it has only been a short while, and she has already begun to show her extraordinariness. Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui, the siblings, had extremely extraordinary origins. In their previous lives, they were supreme-grade innate spirit treasures born from the Tao of wisdom. Because they were too extraordinary, they were envied by the heavenly Tao. As soon as they were born, they were destroyed by the heavenly Tao, and the innate indestructible spirit light was shattered. Among them, the two largest innate indestructible spirit lights somehow fell into the human race and were conceived by humans, giving birth to Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui. It was also because of this that the two of them were accepted as disciples by Feng Zichen. Chapter 433. Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Jiang Hui asked nervously when she saw Feng Zichen fall into deep thought after glancing at her. You're good. He's much better and stronger than your two senior brothers. Feng Zichen put away his messy thoughts and patted Jiang Hui's head with a smile. Really? Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel a little proud after being praised by Feng Zichen. Hui, how did you come up with the idea of combining spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat to form the effective pills? Tell me about it. Feng Zichen didn't answer Jiang Hui's question, and asked about the spiritual cuisine instead. Oh, Master, you're asking about this. Jiang Hui thought for a while and replied, ferocious beast meat can improve one's cultivation, and so can spiritual herbs. Different ferocious beast meat has different effects. And different spiritual herbs have different effects. I thought that since the two are so similar, ferocious beast meat can be used as a kind of spiritual herb. Why can't I use it to refine pills? So, I wanted to give it a try. However, at that time I didn't know much about medicine, nor did I know how to refine pills. But I know how to cook. I experimented with spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat, and found that when they were combined, the effect was indeed increased by several times. Unfortunately, compared to medicinal pills, its effects are much worse. At that time, I understood that not only can spiritual herbs be used to refine pills, but ferocious beast meat can also be used to refine pills. After that, I asked for the method of refining pills from Uncle Master Yang, and I succeeded in refining pills. As she spoke, Jiang Hui took out a few pills and placed them in front of Feng Zichen for him to evaluate. Her little face was full of pride, and she looked as if she wanted him to praise her. Feng Zichen glanced at the pills. They were indeed good. Although they were only third-grade pills, their color and appearance were all superior grade. At a glance, he could tell that they were made by a master alchemist. However, looking at the pill, Feng Zichen was speechless. Using ferocious beast meat to make pills was indeed not bad. It could be said that it promoted the development of alchemy. Just based on this point, Jiang Hui could be called a grandmaster of alchemy. If she went to the Eight Visions Palace on Mount Shouyang, even the Grand Pure One would have to meet her personally, and give her some benefits to commend her contribution to the Tao of pills. However, these benefits were nothing compared to opening up the path of spiritual cuisine. Establishing a Tao, just how extraordinary was that? It could be said to be a great accomplishment that shook the heavens and the earth. It was enough to leave one's name in history, and one could be called an ancestor. That was the achievement of existing forever with the heavens and the Tao, surviving through myriad tribulations. In the future, he would at least become a quasi-saint. Compared to that, the benefits of becoming a grandmaster alchemist were nothing. At most, it would bring about a Daoyuo Dao fruit. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. But Jiang Hui gave up. He gave up on the path of spiritual cuisine, and turned to study the more advanced path of alchemy. To be honest, Feng Zichen could understand Jiang Hui's choice. Alchemy was a supreme Tao, while the path of spiritual cuisine was just a small Tao that was discovered by chance. Its future was unknown, and was far inferior to alchemy. In fact, even in the future, when cultivation flourished and the path of spiritual cuisine was widespread, it was far inferior to alchemy. Pills, formations, artifacts. These three Taos had a high status throughout the entire history of cultivation. Their status was irreplaceable. Between the path of spiritual cuisine and alchemy, most people would choose alchemy if they had a choice. However, that was not learning but creating. No matter how deep one learned, it could not be compared to creating. No matter how good alchemy was, one would always be inferior to others in the path of cultivation. Creating the path of spiritual cuisine was the ancestor of a Tao, and was respected by the world. Zai. It was not Jiang Hui's fault. She was intelligent, but she was still too inexperienced. If a Daoyuo Jingxian was faced with such a situation, he would choose to continue researching the path of spiritual cuisine, without hesitation in hopes of opening it up. He would not change his path of cultivation. That was a matter of experience. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Jiang Hui's cultivation realm was too low, and the future she could see was limited. She did not understand the significance of the Tao of spiritual cuisine to the primordial world. Therefore, she gave up on researching the Tao of spiritual cuisine and chose the more advanced path of alchemy. Looking at the smug Jiang Hui, Feng Zichen could not bring himself to praise her. He really wanted to say something. Silly girl. You've really lost a watermelon and picked up a sesame seed. However, he could not say that out loud. Although Jiang Hui gave up on the Tao of spiritual cuisine, it was quite extraordinary that she could think of using ferocious beast meat as medicine. Ferocious beast meat is the same as spirit herbs. They are both formed from Kanate Qi. Of course, they can be used as medicine. That's such a simple logic. But no one thought of it. The fact that you can think of something that ordinary people can't already proves that you're extraordinary. This is your resource for the Tao in the future. Just based on this, Dao Yuo Jingxian can look forward to your future. Your two senior brothers are far inferior to you. After a while, Feng Zichen could not help but praise her. No matter what, Jiang Hui had achieved quite extraordinary achievements. If he did not praise her, it would inevitably dampen her enthusiasm. Only by doing what ordinary people could not do could one achieve great things. Jiang Hui, who had achieved this, could become Daoyuo Jingxian in the future even if she did not have the Tao of spiritual cuisine. All things are formed from Kanate Qi? Doesn't that mean that all things can be used as medicine? Feng Jie murmured and suddenly asked. Yes. My good friend Xian Qing, the celestial lord of the 9 heavens, was a great master of this Tao. In his hands, all things can be used as medicine. Feng Zichen nodded and praised himself without blushing or skipping a beat. That person is also formed from Kanate Qi. Can he also be used as medicine? Jiang Xiong seemed to have thought of something and asked. That's right. Not only humans, demons, witches, Kanate spirits, Kanate gods and demons, etc., can all be used as medicine. Nodding, Feng Zichen said to Jiang Xiong. However, looking at his increasingly excited eyes, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. He had to warn him. Xiong, if you dare to use a living person as medicine, I will refine you before anyone else does. Jiang Xiong. With the name Xiong, one could tell that his character was extremely murderous. When the heavenly Tao destroyed the treasure of wisdom, Jiang Xiong's predecessor was accidentally contaminated with the murderous aura of heaven and earth, which created his current character. In addition, he practiced the key to demon scripture, which made his murderous aura even stronger. Now that he asked this question, who knew what he was thinking? Master, don't worry. I'm just asking. I don't know how to refine pills. I can't use people as medicine even if I want to, Jiang Xiong said with a simple and honest smile. That's good. Feng Zichen also knew that Jiang Xiong would not do such a thing, but his murderous aura was too strong. It was inevitable that people would think too much. There's something I don't understand. Chapter 434. Since you've discovered that the combination of spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat can increase the effect, why don't you continue researching? She was his disciple after all, so he still had to give her pointers. How could a pill Dao Grandmaster be compared to a Dao Master? Master, although this method is not bad, its effect is limited and far inferior to pills. If I want to choose, I naturally have to choose the best. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hui answered. How do you know that this Tao is inferior to the pill Tao? Have you studied it? Do you know how many years of development and how many people's efforts have taken for the pill Tao to reach its current state? Do you know what it was like when the pill Tao was born? It might not be better than the spiritual cuisine method you discovered. With a thought, Feng Zichen used his divine ability and found the scene when the Grand Pure One comprehended the pill Tao from the long river of time. That was not when the Grand Pure One announced the birth of the pill Tao to the world. That was the process of the Grand Pure One creating the pill Tao from nothing. This history was the glory of the Grand Pure One. It was witnessed by the primordial world, and engraved in the depths of time and space for future generations to admire. When one's strength reached a certain level, and had a great understanding of the Pill Tao, one could see this memory from time and space and experience the difficulties of their ancestors. Although Jiang Hui's understanding of the Pill Tao was deep, her realm was too low and she could not see these scenes from the depths of time and space. Therefore, Feng Zichen used his divine ability to let her come into contact with the scene engraved in history in advance and experience the spirit of creation. Thank you, Master. If not for Master's guidance, I would have missed a great opportunity. Jiang Hui was a person of great wisdom. Although she was limited by her experience and could not see deeper problems, she understood what she had almost missed after Feng Zichen gave her a little guidance. It was a supreme opportunity, a great opportunity that could allow one to become a quasi-saint karmic rank. If it's yours, it will be yours in the end. If it's not yours, you can't snatch it away. You are fated with this Tao. The Tao of spiritual cuisine is destined to be opened in your hands. Even if I don't say it, you will understand it one day in the future. What I'm doing now is just bringing this time forward. The incarnation of the treasure of wisdom was destined to achieve extraordinary achievements. The path of spiritual cuisine was a part of Jiang Hui's glorious future. Come, I'll teach you this technique. It might be useful to you. With a tap of his hand, Feng Zichen passed Xianqing's understanding of alchemy to Jiang Hui. This was not about alchemy, but Xianqing's summary of the medicinal theory of spiritual herbs. Although it was called the Tao of pills, it was actually more like the Tao of medicine of the later generations. This was exactly what Jiang Hui lacked. In order to truly open up the path of spirit cuisine, one must have an understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit herbs in order to create the best recipes. Now that Feng Zichen had taught Jiang Hui about pharmacology, she would have the foundation to open up the path of spiritual cuisine. She would definitely be able to open it up even faster. Ugh! Feng Zichen had given her too much information, and Jiang Hui couldn't accept it all at once. She had no choice but to seal a portion of it and read it later. When Jiang Hui returned to normal, Feng Zichen pondered for a while and suddenly said to the 3 disciples below, "Now that your cultivation has reached the complete golden immortal realm, you are about to reach the Tai Jingxian realm. It's time for you to travel and prepare for your future breakthroughs." It just so happens that Jiang Hui wants to open up the path of spirit cuisine. Ferocious beasts and spirit herbs are indispensable. The 3 of you can go out and travel together. On the way, catch some ferocious beasts and collect some spirit herbs for Jiang Hui. Now that the witches and demons were biding their time, the situation in the untainted land was gradually calming down. It was a good time to go out and train. It just so happened that Jiang Hui and the other 2 had enough cultivation. They could take advantage of this opportunity to travel and try their luck to find a chance to break through. Moreover, Jiang Hui wanted to open up the path of spirit cuisine. Ferocious beasts and spirit herbs were indispensable. Traveling could solve this problem. Traveling and training could not be delayed. It was perfect. Moreover, if they missed this opportunity, they would never see the untainted land of today again. Go. You must work hard to cultivate. In the near future, the human race will face a great calamity. Everyone may die. Only with great strength can you survive. After saying that, Feng Zichen sent the 3 of them away without waiting for them to speak. When the calamity of slaughtering people broke out, Feng Zichen could not even take care of himself. How could he take care of others? If he wanted to transcend the calamity, in the end, he still had to rely on himself. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since Feng Zichen returned to the human race. During this period, because the upper echelons of the witches and demons had all entered seclusion in order to enter a higher realm, nothing major happened in the untainted land, and it ushered in a long-awaited peace. However, all the experts knew that the peace in front of them was an illusion. It was the calm before the volcano eruption. There would definitely be a great battle between the witches and demons. It would be a turmoil that would affect the entire untainted land. No one could stay out of it. The current peace would not last long. The war would break out at any time. But now, the untainted land was peaceful and stable. The 10,000 races had entered the stage of cultivation. During this period, Feng Zichen did not stay idle. Sensing the great calamity in the future, he took out the treasures he had accumulated over the years and opened the treasury of the human race. He did not hesitate to increase the strength of the human race. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to attain the Tao. It was the foundation of the human race. 10,000 years had passed. There were many more people in the Tai Jingxian realm, but none of them were in the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. Now there were only 6 people in the human race who had attained the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. In Swearin, there were the Chou clan, Zi clan, Yu clan, Daoist Xiandu, Yang clan, and Feng Zichen. 6 Daoyuo Jingxian was already a lot. In the 10,000 races of the untainted land, they could be ranked in the middle. However, compared to the calamity that the human race would face in the future, it was nothing. It could not even cause a ripple. One had to know that the demon race had at least 3,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. The gap between them could be imagined. It was too easy for the demon race to destroy the human race. It could be said that it was completely effortless. Even Feng Zichen had to admit that the human race was no match for the demon race. There was no comparison at all. Even if he was the great Taoist priest, it was the same. The great Taoist priest was only invincible to the Daoyuo Jingxian. However, the 3 emperors of the demon race had already stepped into the half-step primordial chaos realm. They were half a step away from the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. If they really fought, Feng Zichen was no match for them at all. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no choice but to use the plan that he had made in his early years. He sent a portion of his clansmen out of the primordial world, through the Tree of World, to the 3,000 sectors, in order to achieve the prosperity of the human race in the future. At this moment, Feng Zichen was the one who planned this. He set up 12 secret realms in Zichen's grotto heaven for his clansmen to train. He also set up an arena in the human race's market for the younger generation of the human race, to compete with the descendants of the 10,000 races. His goal was to select those with extraordinary aptitude from among them. Chapter 435. After all, the 3,000 boundless worlds had not been completely nurtured, and the ability of the world tree was limited. Feng Zichen could not send all his clansmen away. Then he could only choose the most outstanding clansmen. Although this was a little unfair, how could there be fairness in this world? Moreover, Feng Zichen did not intend to send all of these talented clansmen away. In the end, he had to leave a portion of his clansmen behind to fight to the death for the human race. He had to fight for the human race's momentum, dignity, and future. Before the great calamity broke out, all the clansmen who had cultivated Tai Jingxian had to stay. Not only did they have to protect the human race, but also because, when one's cultivation reached Tai Jingxian, the heavenly Tao would not allow them to enter the boundless world. The boundless world was far inferior to the primordial world. The Khanate god fiends that were nurtured there were at most golden immortals. If a Tai Jingxian went there, wouldn't they be invincible in the world? Then, wouldn't everything in the boundless world have nothing to do with the Khanate god fiends? Therefore, the heavenly Tao would never allow Tai Jingxian cultivators to enter the boundless world. Sigh. It's difficult. With a sigh, Feng Zichen's mind sank into the spiritual battlefield and fought with the chaos fiend god Shadow. When the great calamity arrived, not only did the ordinary clansman have to fight to survive, but he also had to fight to survive. During this period of time, if he could improve his strength a little, he would do his best to improve it. The more strength he had, the more confident he would be. Elders, why have you come to see me today? On this day, Feng Zichen had just woken up from his seclusion when he saw a group of elders looking for him. He could not help but ask, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The elders came to the human emperor's palace and first bowed to Feng Zichen. Then they looked at each other and said together, "It has been hundreds of thousands of years since Your Majesty's ascension. Under Your Majesty's leadership, the human race has become stronger and stronger. They have walked out of the ancestral land and competed for the primordial world." These were the achievements that Feng Zichen had made when he became the human emperor. What the hell? As he listened, Feng Zichen's expression became strange. These elders suddenly came to the human emperor's palace, and without saying anything, they just kept praising him. It was really strange, extremely strange. Cough. Elder, you're exaggerating. These are all Zichen's duties. It's nothing. May I know why Elder has come? Seeing that the elders had no intention of stopping, Feng Zichen had to interrupt. As the saying goes, those who bow to others must have a request. Judging from the attitude of the elders today, it was probably not a small matter. Your Majesty's cultivation is exceedingly high. You should know that there is yin and yang in the sky, water and fire on the earth, and men and women in the human world. There was also a saint who said, solitary yin does not grow. Solitary yang does not grow. The combination of yin and yang is the truth of heaven and earth. Thus, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask your Majesty to choose a woman from the clan and make her your empress, in order to ensure the harmony of yin and yang. Dong Yunshi, the elder of the human race, stepped forward and said loudly, as if he felt that he had laid the groundwork. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen almost thought that he had heard wrongly. At this moment, his expression was extremely interesting. He wanted him to choose his empress? Was this a forced marriage? Unexpected. Really unexpected. After coming to the primordial world, he could not escape the fate of being forced to marry. This was really sigh. Elder, you must be joking. Feng Zichen said with a forced smile. The great calamity of the human race was coming. He wished that he could put all his energy into his heart. How could he have time to talk about love? Your Majesty, yin and yang are the right things. The celestial emperor above the heavenly court is said to be the strongest in the primordial world. Didn't he also take the empress to combine yin and yang? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not agree, Dong Yunshi continued, and took out Dijun to prove it. How could it be the same? For a moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. Dijun and Shihe, one was an innate saint born from the sun star, and the other was an innate saint born from the moon star. That was fate set by the heavens and represented the Tao of yin and yang. The combination of the two, yin and yang, the benefits obtained were beyond imagination. Not only could it speed up the progress of cultivation, but it could also deduce the mysteries of creation. Moreover, the marriage between Dijun and Shihe was the first wedding in the primordial world. It was a heavenly marriage and was witnessed by the heavenly Tao. It was a great merit. How could others compare to it? Ahem. After coughing twice, Feng Zichen was thinking about how to refuse when he suddenly felt a throbbing. He could not help but use the connate 8 trigrams to deduce. A moment later, Feng Zichen understood the origin of today's matter. The marriage of humans should be on him. In the primordial world, there were 3 marriages of heaven, earth and man. These 3 marriages were born from the 3 Taos of heaven, earth and man. They combined the changes of yin and yang, and represented the endless growth of all things. There was a great opportunity and great merit. Not long after the establishment of the heavenly court, the heavenly marriage should be on Dijun and Shihe. The earth marriage and the human marriage had always been hidden. But today, a human marriage appeared. It should be on Feng Zichen. And this opportunity should have belonged to Fuxi. In the future, the human race prospered. Fuxi led the human race to become the main character of heaven and earth. He obtained the title of the human emperor and was boundless. Therefore, his marriage with Niwa was called a human marriage. However, with the appearance of Feng Zichen, everything changed. Before the human race prospered, and the liches still ruled the primordial world, Feng Zichen had already gathered most of the power of the human path, and became the person most favored by the human path in the primordial world. He was also the only spokesperson. The Magi stopped fighting, and the primordial world was peaceful. The myriad races could develop, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened. There were more and more living beings in the primordial world, and the human path flourished. Thus everything fell into place. The heavenly Tao flourished, and the heavenly marriage came into being. The human path flourished, and the human marriage came into being. Feng Zichen was the person most favored by humanity, so naturally, he should be the one to get married. A human marriage, one of the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man would have great merit and luck. It was an opportunity that all living beings in the primordial world dreamed of. However, although this matter was good, Feng Zichen did not dare to accept it. In the current primordial world, the one who ruled the heavenly court was Di Jun, not Feng Zichen. The ones who dominated the primordial world were the liches and demons, not the human race. If Feng Zichen got married, then in the next moment, he would receive a thunderous blow from Di Jun. A human marriage was the symbol of the human path's favor. Di Jun could tolerate a Daluo Jingxian, an invincible great Taoist priest, but he could not tolerate a great Taoist priest who was favored by the human path. Because the former was not a threat to him, but the latter could shake his position. The 3 marriages should be with the emperor. The appearance of a human marriage meant the birth of the human emperor. And the human emperor was second only to the heavenly emperor. If he went one step further, he would be able to replace him. In that case, how could Di Jun tolerate it? Especially when the demon clan was about to have a decisive battle with the wizard clan. A human sovereign suddenly appeared. Who knew if he would take advantage of the situation? Therefore, the human emperor could not be left alive. Chapter 436. The Great Magi Demon War had yet to begin, and there were already too many variables. He could not allow any more variables to appear. Whether it was for the human race or for himself, he could not agree to this marriage. If he agreed, he would die. I understand what you mean, Elder, but the human race is an acquired race. We have been born for a short time, and we are not strong enough. Our foundation is not deep enough. For now, you should focus on increasing your strength. As for the rest, it won't be too late to talk about it when the human race becomes stronger. Having made up his mind, Feng Zichen refused again. Your Majesty, since you want to strengthen the human race, you must establish a queen that is based on the principles of yin and yang to strengthen the destiny of the human race. Unfortunately, the matter of human marriage was proposed by the elders, but it was actually promoted by the human race. The elders of the human race were inspired by the human race and unanimously believed that Feng Zichen's queen would strengthen the destiny of the human race. No matter how they argued, they could not shake their will, and Feng Zichen was annoyed. In the end, there were even dozens of city lords who returned and went to the human emperor's palace to pressure Feng Zichen with the elders and persuade him to establish a queen. F***ck. This group of people is too much. It's none of your business whether I get married or not. Feng Zichen was really helpless. This group of people was getting more and more enthusiastic. Okay, stop talking. I agree. In the end, Feng Zichen was really forced to agree in order to be quiet. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed. Was this wise? Feng Zichen was so angry that he almost laughed. Establishing a queen was wise? Then this Shengming was really worthless. However, although that was what he thought, Feng Zichen did not say it out loud. Instead, he said to the crowd, "Since this matter was proposed by the elders, then I'll have to trouble you to choose a gentle and graceful woman from the clan to marry me, so as to complete my yin and yang." These words sounded like he was gnashing his teeth, fully expressing the dissatisfaction in Feng Zichen's heart. Of course. Hearing this, everyone bowed again. Naive. Seeing everyone's reaction, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Did he really think that he had given in? As the Runhuang, he did everything according to his heart. How could he be swayed by outsiders? He was just annoyed by their noise, so he dealt with it casually. Furthermore, a promise was a promise. Whether or not this matter could be accomplished was still another matter altogether. With a thought, Feng Zichen continued, "Elders, please remember that the person who marries me must be worthy of me. Otherwise, the excess of yang and the decline of yin would cause an imbalance between yin and yang. It would be a disaster and not a blessing." Feng Zichen emphasized the words worthy, as if he was afraid that the elders wouldn't understand. In order to be compatible with his yin and yang, the woman's identity must be as noble as his. Otherwise, how could she complete the marriage? However, Feng Zichen was the Grand Taoist priest, the authentic Panga Taoist priest, one of the noblest existences in the untainted land. As noble as he was, There were only a few female immortals who were worthy of him in the untainted land, let alone the small human race. It would be a miracle if they could find one. Feng Zichen believed that even if the elders of the human race searched through the entire human race, they wouldn't be able to find a woman worthy of him. He had agreed to this matter, but if the elders of the human race couldn't find a suitable person, they couldn't blame him. Your Majesty is right. We will go to the human race to find a suitable woman. We won't disturb Your Majesty's cultivation here. Your Majesty will take our leave. They weren't afraid of Feng Zichen's opinions, but they were afraid that he wouldn't agree. Now that Feng Zichen had agreed, their goal had been achieved. They didn't want to stay here any longer, and were about to leave immediately. Go. This matter concerns the fate of the human race and is of great importance. Elders, don't worry. You can take your time to find one in case something goes wrong. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry and said to the crowd calmly, "We understand." After bowing to Feng Zichen, the crowd turned and left. Just as the crowd was about to step into the palace, Feng Zichen suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He faintly felt that something was wrong with this matter, as if there was something that he hadn't noticed. Wait. Elders, please wait for a moment. Driven by this ominous feeling, Feng Zichen called out to the crowd who were about to leave. Your Majesty, what orders do you have for us? The crowd stopped and returned to the main hall. They asked Feng Zichen, who was sitting high on the throne. In my opinion, this matter is inappropriate. After pondering for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Your Majesty, please speak clearly. Seeing that Feng Zichen had signs of going back on his word, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little anxious and hurriedly asked. It wasn't easy to persuade him to agree. If he suddenly went back on his word, who knew how much effort it would take? It was really troublesome. Elders, don't be anxious. I don't intend to go back on my word. It's just that the appointment of the Empress is related to the change in the fate of the human race. It's not a matter of one person, but a major event that affects the entire human race. We have to report to Her Highness Niwa first to show our respect. Therefore, after the elders find a suitable candidate, don't decide directly. Instead, bring him to the ancestral temple and let Her Highness Niwa have a look first. Only after Her Highness Niwa agrees, can you bring the person to see me. In that case, do you understand? The crowd below didn't know the importance of this matter, but Her Highness Niwa definitely knew the pros and cons. Therefore, no one could pass Her Highness Niwa's test. This matter was settled. Your Majesty is right. Indeed, we have to report to Her Highness Niwa first. The crowd hurriedly said yes, and left the palace one by one. Let's go. I don't believe that we can find an innate saint among the human race. Innate saints were born from the origin of heaven and earth. They were incomparably noble, and their status was second only to the chaos demon god. As long as they didn't die, they were destined to become primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. There were only a few dozen of such figures in the entire primordial world. How rare were they? It would be strange if they could be found among the human race. The probability of this was like winning the lottery in the modern world. It was completely impossible. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since the elders of the human race left the palace. In these 10,000 years, just as Feng Zichen had expected, many elders of the human race searched the human race several times, but couldn't find a suitable candidate. However, they still didn't give up. Every day, they stared at the newborn babies and waited for a suitable candidate to be born. This way, the elders didn't have time to bother Feng Zichen. He was happy to do so. He devoted himself to the spiritual battlefield and fought with the demon god Phantom, trying his best to improve his strength. Just like that, another 10,000 years passed. It had been 20,000 years since the elders of the human race proposed that Feng Zichen be the empress. Chapter 437. 20,000 years was nothing compared to the long years of the untainted land. But compared to Feng Zichen's age, it was a long time. During this period of time, Feng Zichen had not been idle for a moment. Either he sank into the spiritual battlefield and fought with the demon god's shadow to comprehend the Tao and truth of the chaos demon god, or he meditated on the great Tao and experienced the changes between heaven and earth, the evolution of the universe, and the truth of the birth and death of all things. Originally, at Feng Zichen's level, every step forward was extremely difficult and required a lot of time. But Feng Zichen was different. He had obtained the great Taoist priest's Tao seat. The blessings brought to him by this supreme Tao seat in the untainted land were undoubtedly amazing. In just 20,000 years, Feng Zichen had achieved what others had achieved in 2 million years. His strength had made considerable progress. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's efforts. In just 20,000 years, Feng Zichen's body had undergone tremendous changes. In the untainted land, the innate 5 elements great Tao that had never been proven by anyone had been proven by him. Moreover, he had relied on his own strength to prove the innate 5 elements great Tao. With his own strength, he had broken through the 5 great heavenly Tao spaces without borrowing the power of the 5 elements sacred beasts. This was an unprecedented achievement. Not only that, Feng Zichen's innate 5 elements great Tao was different from the innate 5 elements great Tao recorded in the untainted land. He had added the principle of the 5 elements chaos demon god to the innate 5 elements great Tao, causing it to undergo a tremendous transformation. It was more powerful, had more changes, and was more mysterious. Now, even if he did not use the power of the great Taoist priest's Tao seat, Feng Zichen believed that he could make Daoyuo Jingxian invincible with his own strength. Of course, this Daoyuo Jingxian only referred to the Daoyuo Jingxian, not including the sage to be. The 5 elements have been formed. Next is yin and yang. With a sweep of his psyche, Feng Zichen confirmed that the human race was safe and sound. Thus, he decided to continue his closed-door cultivation. He planned to reverse the innate yin and yang with the innate 5 elements and attain the innate Tao of yin and yang. Chaos was divided into yin and yang derived the 5 elements. By the same logic, one could obtain yin and yang by reversing the 5 elements, and chaos by reversing yin and yang. If the chaos continued to push back, it might become Hongmeng. This was Feng Zichen's future path. In the primordial world, he wanted to be the Lord of the Stars because he was Great Emperor Ziwei. In the chaos, he wanted to be the Lord of Hongmeng because he was in charge of Hongmeng Daozhong. Achieving Hongmeng was achieving eternity. This was a realm that was on par with the Great Tao, a supreme realm. This was also the achievement that Feng Zichen was most likely to achieve. The Great Tao was Penga's pursuit. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's pursuit. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen had the Hongmeng Daozhong in his hands, as the oldest principle, the Tao of Hongmeng was too obscure and difficult to understand. He could not understand it at all, and had only grasped the surface. However, just the tip of the iceberg allowed him to possess extraordinary power. If it was the complete path of primordial chaos, how extraordinary would it be? Therefore, in order to comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng, Feng Zichen thought of using the 5 elements to reverse the Hongmeng Daozhong. Just like that, step by step, he had mastered the foundation of the Tao of Hongmeng. With the help of the Chaos Bead and the Hongmeng Daozhong, he would definitely be able to comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng in the future. Moreover, even if he did not comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng, it would not be a big deal. These innate principles could be integrated into the Tao of Stars and strengthen the power of the Tao of Stars. In the future, he might be able to use the Tao of Stars as the foundation to refine various great Taos and billions of laws to achieve the Tao of Hongmeng. Now that the Tao of the innate 5 elements had been completed, Feng Zichen had taken the first step. He was going to reverse the 5 elements and use the changes of yin and yang to achieve the supreme Tao. Feng Zichen's body suddenly emitted a 5-colored brilliance. It was dazzling and abnormally gorgeous. However, this 5-colored brilliance was extremely unstable. It trembled violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Faintly, black and white colors appeared in the 5-colored brilliance, filled with mysterious Tao runes. That was the phenomenon caused by Feng Zichen adding his own understanding of the Tao of yin and yang into the Tao of the innate 5 elements. He wanted to deduce the Tao of yin and yang. Unfortunately, his understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang was far less profound than the Tao of the innate five elements. He could not deduce it. This caused the five-colored brilliance to be unstable and show signs of collapse. Chaos beat out. Hongming Daozhong out. Seeing that the five-colored brilliance was about to collapse, Feng Zichen summoned the chaos bead and Hongming Daozhong. With a soft tremor, the chaos bead and Hongming Daozhong appeared from the void and landed in the heavenly flower and earthly flower above Feng Zichen's head. Strands of chaos qi and Hongming qi hung down. As for the primal chaos aura and grand mist aura, they continued to transform and decompose as they descended. When they reached Feng Zichen's body, they had completely turned into the innate yin-yang qi. In an instant, the five-colored brilliance on Feng Zichen's body stabilized. All kinds of understanding of the innate yin-yang Tao surged into his mind, helping him understand the mysteries of the changes of yin and yang. This was Feng Zichen's confidence in reversing the Hongming Tao. Although the Hongming Tao was obscure and difficult to understand, it was much simpler compared to the Chaos Yin-Yang Tao and the Five Elements Tao. With the help of the Hongming Daozhong and the Chaos Bead, it was even easier to comprehend. Hongming could only be accomplished if it was easy first and difficult later. Gradually, more Yin-Yang Tao light appeared on Feng Zichen's body, and gradually replaced the Five Elements Tao light. Obviously, with the help of the two treasures, his understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang had deepened. And just as Feng Zichen was comprehending the innate yin-yang Tao, the matter of establishing an empress that he no longer cared about suddenly changed. On the distant lunar star, a beautiful figure walked into the origin space of the lunar star. As she moved, innate Tao patterns appeared under her feet and resonated with the origin of the lunar star. Boom! One day, among the stars, the lunar star suddenly shone brightly. Countless Tao patterns appeared and attracted the surrounding star power to form a terrifying power. The power was strong enough to kill Daoyuo Jingxian and severely injure a sage-to-be. You killed my 9 sons. Hou Yi, you deserve to die. Die with them. On the lunar star, a voice full of hatred sounded. Then, the power that was enough to kill Daoyuo Jingxian suddenly blasted toward the Eldritch Land. Its target. It was Hou Yi, who had just left the Pangu Palace. Needless to say, it was the lunar goddess Shihi. Haha. I've been guarding against you. Beside Hou Yi, Dijiang's figure quietly appeared. He glanced at the power that blasted toward him and smiled coldly. He raised his right arm, clenched his fist and punched toward the lunar star. Chapter 438. In an instant, a terrifying power burst out, shattering the vacuum, rules, great Tao, and everything else. It crashed into the power coming from the Tying star. Boom! At this moment, Dijiang's power as the overlord of the world was fully displayed. The power that was enough to kill a golden immortal was directly annihilated by the huge force the moment it collided with Dijiang's fist mark. Then the punch continued, shattering time and space. It suddenly arrived on the Tying star and blasted toward Shiha. Dijiang, you're courting death. Although Dijiang was strong and could be called the overlord of the world, the Tying star was Shiha's territory. She was not invincible here, but she was not far from it. Shiha waved her hand gently, and countless runes appeared on the Tying star. Khanate Tying Qi surged out and condensed above Shiha's head. It turned into a jet-black immortal light, emitting endless coldness, and brushed toward Dijun's power. Whoosh! Khanate Daoist rhymes danced in the air, and the Tying law spread. A coldness that could freeze everything appeared, condensing and annihilating Dijiang's punch. Kill! Shiha shouted. She formed a seal with her hands and activated the power of the Tying star. It turned into a jet-black immortal light, piercing through countless dimensions and charging toward Dijiang and Hou Yi on the Eldritch Land. Shiha had planned to kill Hou Yi quietly when the sorcerer tribe let down their guard. Therefore, she had used all her strength to avoid attracting the sorcerer ancestors' attention. But now that she had been exposed, there was no need to hold back. Therefore, Shiha used her strongest combat power to attack the two of them. The jet-black immortal light was the supreme theurgy that Feng Zichen had been searching for, the Khanate Tying divine light. It was a supreme theurgy derived from the Khanate Tying Tao. It could freeze everything and kill all life. At this moment, this supreme theurgy appeared in Shiha's hands and blasted toward Dijiang and Hou-Yi. Good timing. Seeing the Khanate Tian divine light coming, Dijiang was not angry. Instead, he was happy. He raised his right arm and punched a few more times, each punch stronger than the last. Incredible power burst out, shaking the space. Then, a huge spatial storm formed around Dijiang, annihilating everything and shattering the innate Tian divine light. However, supreme divine abilities were supreme divine abilities, exceeding one's imagination. They reached the source of the great Tao, possessing inconceivable abilities. After the innate Tian divine light shattered, it landed on the barren land and formed a freezing storm. It triggered the Tian Tao between heaven and earth and continued to attack the duo. At the same time, on the Tian star, Shiha activated the origin of the Tian star with all her might. Countless beams of Tian innate divine light rained down like a storm, intending to kill the two. In an instant, the area where Dijiang and Hou-Yi were was completely transformed into a world of ice and snow, and a heart-palpitating chill pervaded the air. Fellow Taoist Shiha, you won't be able to kill me and Hou-Yi. Around Dijiang, the power of the spatial storm was getting stronger and stronger. There were even void Tao patterns appearing. No matter how powerful the innate Tian divine light was, it couldn't break through the void storm and hurt Dijiang and Hou-Yi. Shiha's strength was not as strong as Dijiang's. Moreover, in order to give birth to the 10 golden crows, she had caused her congenital origin to be depleted. Her strength had fallen greatly, and she had yet to recover. Thus, she was even less of a match for Dijiang. Is that so? On the Tian star, after hearing Dijiang's words, Shiha sneered. Thinking that it was about time, she suddenly activated her hidden hand and attacked Hou-Yi. Whoosh! On the barren land, the shattered innate Tian divine light suddenly condensed and turned into rays of divine light of annihilation, striking towards Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi couldn't dodge the innate Tian divine light in time. He hurriedly revealed his grand wizard true form and tried his best to fend off Shiha's attack. At the same time, Hou-Yi's bow found itself in front of Hou-Yi. The bowstring buzzed without anyone's help, creating layers of ripples and shattering the oncoming innate Tian divine light. But who was Shiha? She was a top grand divine master of the untainted land, a congenital saint born from the Tian star, one of the dominators of the stars, the queen of heaven, and a perfected pre-saint. She couldn't deal with Dijiang, but she could deal with a puny Hou-Yi. In the blink of an eye, all of Hou-Yi's defenses were broken by the innate Tian divine light. The coldness that could freeze everything burst out and rushed into his body, trying to destroy his vitality. Oh no! On the other side, Dijiang sensed that Hou-Yi was in danger. A spatial storm exploded, and the surrounding void disappeared. The innate Tian divine light was destroyed. How cruel! In a flash, Dijiang came to Hou-Yi's side and saved him. However, Shihi's attack was filled with hatred. With just one move, he heavily injured Hou-Yi to the brink of death and left him unconscious. There were still remnants of Tian Qi in his body, which was destroying his vitality crazily. In a short while, half of Hou-Yi's remaining vitality was destroyed. Even his Khanate origin was affected, and was on the verge of collapse. Shiha's attack was so cruel that it almost took Hou-Yi's life. Moreover, even if Hou-Yi was lucky enough to survive, his strength would drop several levels after he recovered from his injuries. No one knew how many years it would take for him to recover. Terrifying, too terrifying. Shiha, who stood on the Tian, was so powerful that she could destroy a top warrior of the wizard race with one move. Shiha, you're courting death. Hou-Yi was seriously injured and dying. Dijiang was shocked and angry. He didn't hold back anymore. The great path of space appeared and blasted toward the Tian star. Dijiang's full power was earth-shattering. In an instant, the void disappeared. Shiha and the space around her showed signs of dissipating. They were about to turn into nothingness, erasing space and making everything lose their meaning of existence, and return to the state of nothingness was the supreme achievement of the great path of space. It was also one of Dijiang's strongest attacks. He used his strongest attack right from the start. It was obvious that Dijiang really wanted to kill Shiha. Unfortunately, this was the Tying star. If it were any other time, Dijiang's attack would be able to severely injure Shiha even if it couldn't kill her. But this was the Tying star, where the Een pole of the primitive world was located, and where Shiha was born. Even a saint wouldn't be able to kill Shiha here. Just as Dijiang's attack was about to land on Shiha, the Tying star suddenly moved. Endless power exploded and collided with Dijiang's attack. Boom! The huge impact caused the lunar star to shake violently. Countless stars were displaced, and some of the smaller stars were unable to withstand the force and shattered. But the attack was blocked in the end. Dijiang's vengeful strike did not cause any harm to Shiha. However, as the lunar star trembled, an ancient seal began to loosen. Chapter 439. The lunar star was lonely, cold, and lifeless. This was its true portrayal. Here, far away from the noise of the mortal world, everything returned to peace. But today, the peace on the lunar star was once again broken by the battle between Dijiang and Shihi. The entire star was trembling violently. Earth and rocks collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a doomsday-like scene. With the trembling of the lunar star, the secret hidden in the depths of the lunar star was revealed. In the depths of the lunar star, an ancient and deep secret place suddenly emitted light. The light was gold and silver. It was incomparably blazing, but not intense. It was strange and contradictory. The golden light gave people the feeling of facing the sun, emitting a blazing aura. The silver light revealed the aura of the origin of the lunar star, freezing everything. Whoosh! On the lunar star, the originally silent lunar laurel tree suddenly moved when it saw this ray of light. Silently, he extended a root and followed the source of the light to an unknown place. There was a beautiful figure. However, she was not in a good state. Her figure was faintly discernible, as if she would disappear at any time. And on her body, there was a Tai Chi diagram, a gold and silver Tai Chi diagram. It was the purest power of the lunar star and the solar star. The two combined to form a huge seal, firmly suppressing the beautiful figure. Moreover, the lunar star and the solar star combined to form the power of yin and yang, producing countless changes. While suppressing the figure, it was also destroying her. Every time the Tai Chi diagram rotated, the beautiful figure weakened a little, and part of her origin was destroyed. But then, an inexplicable force appeared and surged into the figure's body, strengthening her origin so that she would not die because of the lack of her origin. Just like that, the two forces went back and forth, reaching a subtle balance, causing that person's strength to neither increase nor decrease. This seal. It was set up by Dijun and Shihi, because in the primordial world, only Dijun and Shihi could master such pure Tao of the lunar star and the solar star. This beautiful figure was the first generation Khanate saint born from the lunar star. Ancient moon god Wang Shu. She was the first living being born on the lunar star. She was the oldest lord of the lunar star, and was more orthodox than Shihi. It was also because of this that he suffered such a great calamity, and was sealed by Dijun and Shihi. At the end of the ancient era, the great beast calamity erupted. An unprecedented war broke out between the innate gods and the innate beasts, resulting in the deaths of countless innate gods. Moon god Wang Shu was one of them. Wang Shu perished together with the enemy, and his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered. Of course, his luck was still good. His innate indestructible true spirit was only broken, and not eroded by the innate baleful qi. There was still hope for the former to be resurrected, but the latter's return was far away. Because his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered, Wang Shu's return was especially difficult. It was only after the entire ancient era had passed that he condensed his true spirit, and was reborn on the lunar star. Unfortunately, before he could be born, Dijun came. At that time, Dijun had just married Shihi. The two of them came to the lunar star to play and accidentally found Wang Shu. How could this be? If Wang Shu was resurrected, wouldn't the master of lunar star be replaced? One must know that the lunar star was one of the foundations of the monster race. How could it be controlled by an outsider? Therefore, Dijun couldn't tolerate Wang Shu and wanted to kill him on the spot. However, as the oldest moon god, How could he die in his own birthplace? With the protection of the lunar star, Dijun couldn't kill Wang Shu no matter what he did. In desperation, Dijun and Shihi joined forces and used the power of lunar and solar to seal Wang Shu, preventing him from being reborn. The meaning of the Tai Chi diagram's existence was to constantly wear down Wang Shu's power, preventing him from using the power of the lunar star to break the seal. However, man proposes, God disposes. The seal that was supposed to be foolproof had a slight flaw because of the battle between Shihi and Dijiang, giving Wang Shu a chance to escape. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to escape. We're here. When the roots of the laurel tree arrived here, they swung at the seal, causing boundless laws to descend and shatter the seal into pieces. Its power was no less than that of a perfected sage-to-be. The laurel tree, one of the top 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primitive world, not only had it developed intelligence, but it also had the cultivation of a perfected sage-to-be. It was really surprising. In fact, this was normal. Among the top 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primitive world, only the primordial fusang tree and the primordial laurel tree were the most special. Unlike other primordial spiritual roots, they didn't grow on the primitive world. Instead, they took root on the solar star and the lunar star to balance yin and yang, and suppress the rebellious lunar star and the lunar star. Therefore, with their great merit, it was understandable that they had developed intelligence. However, it was even more difficult for them to transform. They were already extremely heaven-defying. With the addition of merit, if the heavenly Tao didn't go crazy, it wouldn't let them transform. As the only two creatures on the lunar star, the laurel tree and Wang Shu had accompanied each other for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, their friendship was very deep. A long time ago, he had been planning to save Wang Shu. Unfortunately, Shihi was very wary of him, so he couldn't find a chance at all. Now the lunar star was shaking, and there was a flaw in the seal. The laurel tree seized the opportunity to break the seal and save Wang Shu. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Regaining freedom, even though Wang Shu was indifferent by nature, he couldn't help but be happy at this moment. However, before he could be happy for long, he suddenly heard a loud roar from the void. Dijiang, how dare you? Then the He Tu and the Luo Shu flew out from great sky, combined with each other, turned into a 9-palace map, and attacked Dijiang. At the same time, on the lunar star, a big golden hand appeared and grabbed at Wang Shu. It was Dijun who had made a move. From Shihi's attack on Hou-Yi to the appearance of Dijiang, to the battle between the two and Wang Shu breaking out of the seal. This series of events seemed to be extremely long, but in fact, not even a breath had passed. It was because the sage-to-be powerhouses had begun to close their own timelines. Their battle had long transcended time and space and drifted away from time. Whether it was a breath or 10,000 years, it was the same in front of them. Time had lost its meaning to them. It was also because of this that when Dijun felt the movement, it was already too late to salvage the situation. Dong. After Dijun made a move, Tai Yi's attack followed closely. After that, there were also the supernatural powers of Fuxi, Kuanpeng, and a series of demon experts. All kinds of lights bloomed, and it was incomparably beautiful. It was like a sea of light that wanted to drown Dijiang. Let's go. Seeing so many supernatural powers coming at him, even Dijiang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He grabbed Hou-Yi and quickly left. Chapter 440. On the other side, Dijun's giant hand ignored space and time. It carried enough power to annihilate everything and covered Wang Shu's head. The surrounding space suddenly froze and blocked all of Wang Shu's escape routes. He wanted to kill Wang Shu with one blow. My friend, leave quickly. I'll stop Dijun. Seeing that Wang Shu was about to be killed by Dijun, the bay laurel tree could not help but roar. Its branches danced wildly like dragons and snakes, and stabbed the giant golden hand with all its strength. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Dijun's golden hand was penetrated by the bay laurel tree, and turned into pieces in mid-air. However, after the golden hand was broken, its pieces did not melt. Instead, they exploded and turned into the purest grand sun primordial fire, burning in all directions. The grand sun primordial fire was the hottest flame in the untainted land. Moreover, it was released by Dijun, the master of the sun. Its power had reached an incredible level. Burning the sky and boiling the sea was not enough to describe its power. In a flash, the branches of the bay laurel tree were burned to ashes by the grand sun primordial fire. Without the protection of the bay laurel tree, Wang Shu's weak innate true spirit was directly exposed to the grand sun primordial fire. Boom! The grand sun primordial fire burned mercilessly. Wang Shu's innate true spirit became more and more illusory, as if it would disappear at any time. Fortunately, although the branches of the bay laurel tree could not block the surging grand sun primordial fire, the bay laurel tree was an object of Tian after all. Even though it was destroyed, it still weakened the power of the grand sun primordial fire. As a result, although Wang Shu's situation was not good, he was not in great danger. After being weakened by the bay laurel tree, the power of the grand sun primordial fire was not enough to refine Wang Shu's innate true spirit. Humph! Above the great sky, Dijun looked in the direction that Dijiang had left and snorted. He did not chase after him but turned and rushed to the Tian star. If Dijiang wanted to leave, who in the untainted land could stop him? Only ancestor Hong Jun himself could stop him. Therefore, chasing after him was just a waste of time. It was more important to solve the problem on the lunar star first. That was a major matter that could shake the foundation of the demon race. Shiha, have you forgotten that you are an innate god born in the Tian star? Are you really going to join hands with that Dijun and kill Wang Shu? On the lunar star, the innate lunar cassia tree roared furiously at Shi He. He originally wanted to use the origin of the lunar star to help Wang Shu escape. Unfortunately, Shiha acted first and firmly suppressed the source of the lunar star, not allowing the lunar cassia tree to use it. Even Wang Shu, who was also a moon god, could not use the origin of the lunar star to recover his power under his suppression. Shiha was a god born from the Tian star. Compared to her, the innate laurel tree was just an outsider. How could it compare to her in terms of controlling the origin of the Tian star? On the other hand, Wang Shu had just escaped, and before he could recover, he was severely injured by Dijun. It was already difficult for him to keep his innate true spirit intact. If he wanted to compete with Shi He, he would be powerless. Taoist lunar cassia, don't blame me. Now that I am the heavenly empress of the heaven court, I naturally have to think for the monster race. Although I am happy that you have appeared, the lunar star is the foundation of the monster race. We cannot lose it. So, for the sake of the monster race, for the sake of my husband and me, I have no choice but to let you sleep in the lunar star. As Shiha spoke, she channeled the power of the lunar star's origin and blasted it towards the innate laurel tree. She did not want to kill it, but she wanted to trap it so that it could not help Wang Shu. The lunar cassia tree had no choice but to gather its power and resist Shiha's attack with difficulty. As for Wang Shu, it was powerless to help. On the other side, Wang Shu finally got rid of the true sunfire that wrapped around his body. Just as he was about to leave the lunar star, he saw Shiha walking towards him with a smile. We are both innate gods born from the lunar star. Why do you have to force me? Knowing that there was no way he could escape with Shiha around, Wang Shu could only say helplessly. He was also a person with heaven-defying talent. In the primordial age, when his path was cut off, he managed to forge his own path and cultivate to the level of a sage-to-be. It could be seen that he was extraordinary. If he did not suffer a calamity in the primordial age, he would be an ancestor today. Even if his achievements were not as good as Tao ancestor Hongjuan's, he would not be far behind. Unfortunately, a moment of carelessness caused him to die in the calamity. Not only did he miss an era, but his cultivation was also caught up by the younger generation, and he ended up being sealed. It was extremely miserable. Sister, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but the monster race has reached a critical moment. There is no room for any accidents. And an existence like you is the biggest accident. You are enough to reverse the situation of the primordial age. So, I must not allow you to be born. At least, not during this calamity. Shiha stopped not far away from Wang Shu. However, she did not make a move. Instead, she explained softly. That's right. My wife is right. Even if you want to be born, you can't do it now. You have to wait until the monster race becomes the overlord of the world. Only then will it be the time for you to be reborn. At that time, my wife and I will come together to welcome you into the world. Is that okay? Dijun is here. His voice arrived first before he arrived. A deep voice suddenly sounded on the Tian star, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to resonate and produce many strange phenomena. It was extremely shocking. Alas! Sighing, Wang Shu's heart was full of helplessness. He was already no match for Shiha. With the addition of Dijun, who was even stronger, he had even less chance to escape. I will do as you say, fellow Taoist. But fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for treating me like this? Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Wang Shu put away his unnecessary thoughts and said coldly to Dijun and Shiha. He had participated in the ferocious beast calamity, and even killed the overlord of the innate ferocious beasts, preventing the primordial age from being ravaged by the innate ferocious beasts. He had made great contributions to the world, and was a hero of the primordial age. Dijun and Shiha treated him like this, so there would definitely be many tribulations. Haha, when I attain the Tao, I will be the true celestial emperor of the primordial age. I will preach the Tao on behalf of the heavens and have the power to carry out the heavens. All karma will not affect me. Who can retribution against me? Hearing Wang Shu's words, Dijun could not help but laugh. He was the celestial emperor, an existence that was about to attain the Tao. As long as he attained the Tao, any problem would no longer be a problem. How could a mere tribulation hurt him? If he could not attain the Tao, he would definitely not survive the battle between the liches and demons. The so-called tribulation was even more meaningless to him. Therefore, Dijun was fearless. Fellow Taoist, please. At this point, it was time to send Shiha on her way. Not to mention that Shiha was just an innate true spirit. Even if she was at her peak, Dijun would not be afraid. It would be easy to take her down. At this moment, Wang Shu was close to despair. Chapter 441. Dijun attacked while Shihi assisted him. Who in the Eldritch world could escape from them in a one-on-one battle? Perhaps. But it was definitely not Wang Shu. Fellow Taoist, run. Just as Wang Shu was in despair and Dijun and Shihi were about to win, the connate laurel tree that they had neglected suddenly erupted. Tao sounds rumbled between heaven and earth as billions of rays of light bloomed from its body. Innate talismans danced in the air as infinite power emerged, allowing the connate laurel tree to break free from the origin of Tian. Whoosh! The connate laurel tree shook its branches as infinite light shone like an ocean of light. It was unusually bright and vast as it swept towards Dijun and Shihi. The light was dazzling as the connate Taoist rhymes flowed. The Tao patterns were endless, containing the coldness of the Tao of Tian, and the rhythm of the connate wood elemental Tao. Loneliness and life coexisted, contradictory yet balanced. This was the Tao of the connate laurel tree, the coexistence of Tian and wood elemental Tao. In an instant, endless talismans appeared and drowned Dijun and Shihi. At the same time, the power of Tian and the power of life erupted. One froze everything, the other obliterated all life. Dijun and Shihi were careless and were successfully ambushed by the connate laurel tree, freezing them into ice sculptures. However, Dijun was too strong. The connate laurel tree could not hurt him at all. It could only trap him while he was careless. But this did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Dijun shattered the ice on his body and got out of the trap. But this was enough. In a battle between experts, a moment was eternity. A moment was enough for Wang Shu to break free. Tian Pearl activate. Seeing an opportunity, Wang Shu instinctively activated his eternal spiritual treasure, the Tian Pearl, without thinking. A silver light rose from Wang Shu's body, growing bigger and bigger until it gradually turned into a bright moon. It looked very similar to the Tian star, and wrapped around Wang Shu's connate true spirit as it flew towards the Eldritch world. The lunar divine pearl was the first connate spiritual treasure nurtured by the lunar star. It was also the most powerful connate spiritual treasure. With 45 Khanate divine seals, it was one of the best Khanate spiritual treasures, second only to Khanate cardinal treasures. Although it was called a pearl, the Tian divine pearl was actually a miniature version of the Tian star. It had all the power of the Tian star, but it was not as powerful. You want to leave? Not so easy. At this moment, Dijun had already broken free. When he saw Wang Shu escaping with the lunar divine pearl, he threw out a punch without hesitation. With a boom, the entire starry sky shook. Although Dijun's punch was not as powerful as Dijong's, it was still extremely shocking. It ignored time and space and blasted directly on Wang Shu's body. Even with the protection of the Tian divine pearl, Wang Shu's innate true spirit was shattered, and he was on the verge of death. He didn't die? Then give me another punch. After the punch, Dijun seemed to be surprised that he did not kill Wang Shu with one punch. He clenched his fist and was about to throw out another punch. But at this moment, several terrifying divine thoughts suddenly burst out from the depths of the untainted land. They distorted the rules and crossed the boundless void, came to Dijun's side, and surrounded him. These were the supreme masters of the Archean era. They were not fake masters like Fengdu, but real masters who had lived from the Archean era to the present. Each of them was in the half-step origin realm, and none of them was weaker than Dijun. What's more, some of them were only a step away from the origin realm, and their realms were even higher than Dijun's. If Dijun did not use external forces and only relied on his own strength, he might not be a match for these Archean giants. This scene seemed shocking, but in fact it was reasonable. Although Dijun was powerful, these Archean giants were not weak either. Not to mention that they were born at the beginning of the world, and had obtained many heaven-defying creations. Even if they had once fought with the Tao ancestor, they might not be inferior to Dijun and the others. Silence. Endless silence. After these Archean giants appeared, they directly surrounded Dijun. Although they did not say a word, their meaning was quite clear. They did not allow Dijun to attack Wang Shu. The longer one lived, the more they cherished the past. It was unknown how long it had been since the Archean era. It was so long ago that the Archean era had become a legend. After many battles, there were not many old antiques who had lived from the Archean era to the present. Looking up, there were fewer and fewer people traveling with them. These Archean giants could not help but feel sad. Now the moon god had suddenly recovered, and their fellow Taoists of the past had reappeared in the primordial world. There was one more person traveling with them. How could these Archean giants let anything happen to him? They woke up from their deep sleep one after another to protect him. With a cold snort, Dijun retracted his fist and returned to the lunar star, no longer chasing after Wang Shu. He had to admit that Dijun was afraid. Although he was not afraid of these people, there were more than these few experts who had survived from the Archean era, who knew how many more people were hiding in the dark. If he continued to attack, he would provoke the Archean giants to attack him. Even Daoyuo Jingxian, who had become a primordial chaos expert on the spot, would not be able to avoid the fate of death. Therefore he could only retreat. Dijun was right. If he continued to chase after Wang Shu, even if he was the celestial emperor, after this time, he would be skinned even if he did not die. This was because the moment Wang Shu left the lunar star, many Archean giants sensed it. In the Far East, the Azure Dragon's sacred beast's divine ability was ready to be unleashed. In the southern undying volcano, the vermilion bird subconsciously took out her Dharma treasure. In the deepest part of the northern underworld, a huge shadow was filled with Khanate Tao runes, ready to launch a shocking attack at any time. Even the purple cloud palace, which was far away in the sky, had already made a move. Tao ancestor Hong Jun seemed to be hesitating, not knowing if he should make a move. The heavenly Tao Hong Jun was cold and heartless. Naturally, he would not make a move. However, Tao ancestor Hong Jun was one of the most powerful beings in the Archean era. He was also one of the leaders of the Khanate godfiends during the ferocious beast cataclysm. There was a reason why he had to make a move. Fortunately, Dijun stopped in time, saving Tao ancestor Hong Jun from a difficult situation. As Dijun stopped, the Archean giants also withdrew their divine senses. The primordial world once again returned to calm. Husband, are we going to let Wang Shu go just like that? On the lunar star, Shihi looked at Dijun in confusion. Now that the two sides were like fire and water, once Wang Shu recovered his strength, he would definitely take back the position of the lunar star lord. This was a great disadvantage for the demon race. How could they let him escape so easily? Now that he has the protection of the Archean giants, ordinary methods can't deal with him. We can only use other methods. With a mysterious smile, Dijun already had an idea on how to deal with Wang Shu. What method? Shihi was puzzled and asked. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it later. Now let me help you get rid of the hidden danger on the lunar star. With that, Dijun moved to the front of the connate lunar osmanthus tree. This time, if the connate lunar osmanthus tree hadn't suddenly attacked and frozen the two of them, how could Wang Shu have escaped? Today's matter was all the fault of the lunar osmanthus tree. Chapter 442. Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? Wang Shu is the moon god. Isn't she he? In front of the laurel tree, Dijun's heart was filled with anger. Who would have thought that the laurel tree, which had not moved for countless years, would suddenly give him a big surprise? It caught him off guard, and allowed Wang Shu to escape. Damn it! What kind of person was Wang Shu? He was one of the peerless experts of the primordial era, a peerless figure who had once competed with the Tao ancestor. His escape this time was like a hidden dragon entering the sea. He would definitely soar into the sky. Not to mention recovering his cultivation. Even if his cultivation was one step higher, it would not be a problem for him to cultivate to the top realm of the primordial era. At that time, the demons would be in big trouble. However, such a figure had escaped because of the laurel tree. How could Dijun not be angry? At the same time, Dijun was also a little glad in his heart. He was glad that the laurel tree had erupted at this time, and not at another critical moment. If the laurel tree had suddenly erupted during the battle between the liches and demons, it would have given the demons a ruthless blow. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, the laurel tree, an unstable factor, had been exposed, allowing him to be prepared in advance and not be flustered when the time came. It was not necessarily a bad thing for Wang Shu to escape. Heh, moon god. Is she worthy of calling herself the moon god? The lunar star and the lunar star are both supreme stars. They are divided into two extremes of yin and yang. They command endless stars and have no difference in strength. But ever since she married you, the lunar star has become a foil to the sun star, and is weaker than the sun star. She is really a good moon god. A divine thought was sent out from the laurel tree with a strong sense of ridicule, which made Shihi, who had rushed here, very angry. However, what the laurel tree said was the truth. She really could not refute it. Don't talk too much. Since fellow Taoist Laurel doesn't know how to appreciate favors, don't blame us for being ruthless. From the laurel tree's attitude, it was not difficult to know that he was determined to go against Dijun. Thus, Dijun did not waste any time and directly attacked. Rumble. The power of the sun surged out and shrouded the innate lunar cassia tree. At the same time, on the other side, seeing Dijun make a move, Shiha also made a move. Silver-white Tai-yin power danced in the air, surging towards the connate moon osmanthus tree. Siu. The Tai-yin and Tai-yang danced together, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram that isolated space and blocked all Daos, completely sealing the space where the connate moon osmanthus tree was. Haha. Dijun, Shihi, the two of you are plagued by tribulations and don't have long to live. How long can you seal me? Knowing that it was useless to struggle, the connate laurel tree did not resist and allowed Dijun to seal it. He was the supreme spiritual root that suppressed the lunar star. He had immeasurable merit, and no one dared to kill him. The amount of negative karma was so great that even a saint would not dare to touch it. If Dijun killed him, even if the demon race was not exterminated, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Therefore, even though Dijun was furious, he did not dare to kill him. He could only seal him. This was also the reason why the connate laurel tree was not afraid of Dijun, knowing that he would not die. He was naturally not afraid of Dijun. This was the benefit of having the heavenly Tao. No matter how powerful he was, he had to follow the rules of the heavenly Tao and could not act recklessly. Otherwise, if a saint was invincible in the primordial world, wouldn't he be able to kill whoever he wanted? Wouldn't the primordial world be in chaos? Let's go and see fellow Taoist Fuxi. After sealing the connate laurel tree, Dijun pulled Shihi and walked towards the sky. If he wanted to deal with Wang Shu, he would need Fuxi's help. Only he could calculate Wang Shu's location. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, this is the case. Please help. Inside the Fuxi palace, Emperor Jun told Fuxi everything that had happened. There was no need to hide anything. Dijun did this for the demon race. He had a clear conscience, so there was naturally no need to hide anything. Moreover, he could not hide it in front of Fuxi. Fellow Taoist, what do you want me to say? If there is such a thing in the future, can you let us know? After hearing Dijun's words, Fuxi could not help but feel a headache. He really did not want to get involved in this matter, but it involved the foundation of the demon race, so he could not ignore it. This was really a headache. If this matter was only related to Dijun, Fuxi would be happy to watch a joke. However, it concerned the future of the demon race, so he could not refuse. His involvement with the demon race was too deep. It had reached the point where they were bound together for good or ill. He could not sit back and watch the demon race fall. I did not consider this matter carefully. I have caused a lot of trouble for the demon race. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Dijun was also a little helpless. His plan was clearly good. But who knew that it would turn out like this? From this, it could be seen that the tribulation aura in the world had begun to affect Dijun's luck, causing him to lose the privilege of doing everything as he wished. Fellow Taoist, it's not difficult to find Wang Shu. But after finding him, what should we do? To Fuxi, even if it was a saint, he could still be considered 1 or 2 points. It was not difficult to find Wang Shu's whereabouts. What was difficult was how to deal with Wang Shu after finding him. Kill him? That was impossible. If he really did that, he would probably be torn to pieces by the 2 powerful giants. It was also impossible to imprison him. This person could not be killed, imprisoned, or let go. He was really troublesome. Fellow Taoist, this is easy. Look at what this is. Dijun had already come to a conclusion about how to deal with Wang Shu. Now that Fuxi had spoken, he smiled mysteriously and took out a red ball of air. This is the aura of the red embroidered ball? Fuxi looked at the red ball of air in Dijun's hand and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that the aura emitted by the red ball of air was exactly the same as the aura of the red embroidered ball in his sister's hand. That's right, this is the aura of origin emitted by the red embroidered ball. Nodding, Dijun said, back then, it was fortunate that fellow Taoist Niwa went to the lunar star to act as a matchmaker for me. That was how I was able to win Shihi and complete the heavenly marriage. And the red embroidered ball witnessed my marriage with Shihi. This also allowed it to share some of the heavenly marriage merit and become one of the symbols of marriage. The red embroidered ball contains the power of the path of marriage. At this point, Dijun stopped and did not continue, because there was no need to say any more. The people present were all extremely smart people. Since Dijun had said this, Fuxi and Shihi naturally guessed his plan. Marriage. This plan was formed around marriage. The red ball was a supreme treasure that symbolized marriage. It could trigger the red Luan star, tie the red line, and set the marriage for people. The red line of the later generations was made based on the red embroidered ball. The red airflow in Dijun's hand was the aura of origin of the red embroidered ball. Although it was unknown how he obtained it, this power possessed all the abilities of the red embroidered ball. Of course, this aura of origin could only be used once. After one use, it would be exhausted. However, once was enough to deal with Wang Shu. Dijun clearly wanted to use the power of the red embroidered ball to trigger Wang Shu's red Luan star and make him fall into the love tribulation, thus destroying Wang Shu's Tao fruit. This plan could be said to be brilliant. Even if the ancient giants discovered it, they would have nothing to say. If Wang Shu could not transcend the love tribulation, his state of mind was not good enough. How could he blame outsiders? Fellow Taoist's plan is really brilliant. Even Fuxi had to admire Dijun's wisdom. In an instant he could think of a brilliant plan. He had to admire him. No. There are still imperfections in this plan. Even if it's a love tribulation, it should be a man and a woman facing it together. Among them, he already exists. There's still a man left. Who could he be? Suddenly, Fuxi's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Hou-yi. Could this person be Hou-yi? Previously, Hou-yi was severely injured by Shihi, causing the origin of the moon to enter his body and almost die. With the ability of the witch race, it was not difficult to save Hou-yi's life. However, it was difficult to completely remove the origin of the moon in his body. It was almost impossible. The origin of the moon was already tightly entangled with Hou-yi's origin. If he wanted to completely remove it, he had to remove Hou-yi's origin as well. In this way, if he lost his origin, how could Hou-yi live? However, if he did not remove the origin of the moon, Hou-yi would not be able to unleash 10% of his strength. He would even be attacked by the cold energy of the moon and be in extreme pain. Therefore, the origin of the moon had to be removed. However, in the primordial world, other than the origin of the moon, only the origin of the sun could remove the origin of the moon. The ones who controlled the origin of the sun were Dijun and Tai-yi. Naturally, they would not save Hou-yi. Then the only thing that could save Hou-yi was the origin of the moon. Coincidentally, other than Shihi, another existence that controlled the origin of the moon had escaped into the primordial world. If Dijun took this opportunity to use the origin of the red embroidered ball, and use the connection as a basis to forcefully tie the two of them together, and drag the two of them into the love tribulation in one fell swoop, it was completely feasible. Only Shihi could cure Hou-yi's injuries. If the two of them met, this love tribulation, they would definitely not be able to avoid it. They would definitely be trapped in it. I see. Brother, you really have a good method. What a good method. At first, Fuxi was only guessing. However, later on, he could already be sure that Dijun must have planned it this way. This plan could be said to be perfect. Firstly, he could solve the problem of Wang Shu. Secondly, he could take revenge on Hou-yi and make him suffer a fate worse than death. In the primordial world, there was no one else who wanted to get rid of the two of them at the same time except for Dijun and Shihi. That's right, just as you thought. Hou-yi killed my 9 sons. How can I let him have it easy? Death would be too easy for him. Only by making him suffer a fate worse than death can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Seeing Fuxi's expression, Dijun knew that he had guessed all of his plans. He could not help but grit his teeth and say, ever since Dijun was born, he had never hated a person so much. He wished he could skin him alive and torture him day and night. Hou-yi had killed his 9 sons. That hatred even exceeded his hatred for the Magi. One could imagine his killing intent. However, Dijun was good at enduring and could hide all his emotions in his heart. That was why he did not let others discover it. Brother, you are really talented. Fuxi is far inferior to you. It was not difficult to come up with this plan. Fuxi asked himself that if he was given enough time, he could also set up such a perfect plan. However, to be able to come up with such a huge plan and perfect it in an instant was far beyond Fuxi's ability. Few people in the primordial world could compare to his intelligence. Shihi had attacked Hou-yi on her own accord. She had not discussed it with anyone beforehand. Fuxi was sure that Dijun did not know about it previously. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Dijun was. From the time Hou-yi was injured to Wang Shu's escape, it had only been a moment. He had set up such a huge and perfect plan. Such wisdom was truly admirable. Fellow Taoist, there's no time to lose. It's better to act quickly so that there won't be any delays and other changes. Fuxi was still thinking about Dijun's plan to see if there were any omissions. Shihi was already a little anxious from waiting and urged him. To Shihi, Wang Shu could escape, but Hou-yi had to die. Yes. Things will change if we delay. I'll find Wang Shu's location now. Nodding, Dao light appeared on Fuxi's body and converged in the air, forming a connate 8 trigrams diagram. It mixed with heaven and earth and searched the endless space-time for Wang Shu's whereabouts. In just a moment, Wang Shu's image appeared in the connate 8 trigrams diagram. However, he was not in a good state. Di Jun was still too strong. Although Wang Shu was blocked by the divine pearl of Taiyin, Wang Shu was still affected. His innate true spirit, which was already weak, became even weaker and showed signs of collapsing. At this time, there was no need for others to do anything. If Wang Shu's injuries were allowed to continue, his innate true spirit would completely collapse in less than 1,000 years, and he would fall into a state of death again. That's even better. I was just thinking about how to hide from Wang Shu's perception. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Seeing this scene, Di Jun could not help but be surprised. Although his plan was perfect, there were still shortcomings. No matter what, Wang Shu was still a figure who stunned an era. How could he be at his mercy? However, Wang Shu's serious injuries gave him a chance. Fellow Taoist, hurry up and do something. Let's work together to seal Wang Shu's true spirit and force him to reincarnate. In that case, won't he be at our mercy? The innate true spirit, which was on the verge of collapse, lost the memories of his previous life. The possibility of Wang Shu escaping from Di Jun's hands was almost zero. Okay. With a loud shout, Di Jun, Fushi, and Shiha attacked together. They used their most powerful means to break through layers of the void and hit Wang Shu in the distance. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Taiyin divine pearl was hit until its spiritual light dimmed and retracted into Wang Shu's body. Without the protection of the Taiyin divine pearl, 3 powerful forces directly hit Wang Shu's body and turned into 3 unbreakable power seals, sealing Wang Shu's spiritual intelligence. Again, the first attack worked, and the second attack came right after. Last time, it was to seal Wang Shu's spiritual intelligence. This time, it was to let him reincarnate. Rumble. The void was shattered, and the laws were distorted. A pitch-black crack appeared and swallowed Wang Shu's true spirit. This was the reincarnation passage that Di Jun and the other 2 opened with supreme magic power to ensure that Wang Shu could only become the most ordinary creature in the untainted land after his reincarnation. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.